The second, Damocles Gulf Crusade. Damocles. A single word, yet synonymous with a clash of empires that has riven the eastern fringe. When the expansionist Tau spread across the Damocles Gulf, they seized a handful of resource-rich worlds beyond it. In doing so, they roused a galactic colossus, the Imperium of mankind, and began a war that escalated with each new day. When the Tau found a way to cross the deadly string of nebulae known as the Damocles Gulf, they encountered the edge of mankind's empire. There they found a culture they considered moribund. Efficiency and innovation were qualities long forgotten on their frontier worlds. Even hope had been smothered by the passing of the ages. Though it took years to open their eyes to a new future, the people of those planets were slowly swayed to the ideals and negotiations of the Tau watercast. The rigours of the uncaring Imperium had made their minds fertile ground for the seeds of a new order. World after world fell to the silver-tongued ambassadors of the Tau. Those who resisted soon answered to the weapons of the Firecast instead. When word eventually reached Terra that an advanced Xenos race had usurped several worlds long claimed by mankind, the Imperium reacted as it always did, with overwhelming force. Using warp travel as their invasion vector, a battle group of Adeptus Astartes and Astra Militarum routed the Tau settlers from the worlds they had claimed, then took the fight directly to the heartlands of the Xenos Empire. The Tau reeled, but their defences had been bypassed and their Corvatra, their navy, hopelessly outmatched. The juggernaut of the Imperial battle group smashed through orbital stations and colonies alike, reducing efficient and prosperous worlds to smoking ruin. On Dalis, the Damocles Gulf was finally brought to a violent halt. The ethereal caste, supreme masters of the Tau race, had sent their finest military minds to lead the war effort there, for Dalith was a sept world, a jewel in the crown of the Tau Empire. Months of unbridled destruction followed as the Space Marines of the Imperium matched their aggression and strength against the might of a true Tau stronghold. In the end, it was another force entirely that brought the conflict to an end. The Tyranids, encroaching from beyond the edge of the eastern fringe, forced the Imperial battle group to disengage in order to defend the borders of their own empire. The Tau, sorely wounded by the conflict, were content to look to their own recovery. An unofficial truce was established, and after 250 years, the Damocles Crusade had been all but forgotten by the lords of the Imperium. The Tau, in their ambition, did not forget. They crossed the Gulf of Space once more in their third sphere expansion, this time led by Ethereal Supreme Eunvar and the commander Shadowsun. As before, many worlds fell. The wheels of Imperial justice began to turn once more, slowly, but with unstoppable force. This time, battle was met upon Agrellan, a world barren of human life, but for 12 massive hive cities whose peaks scraped the cloudscapes of their own pollution. There, the Space Marines brought swift and terrible death to many a Tau cadre, with regiments of Astra Militarum and the towering Imperial Knights of House Terryn, lending their strength to the Imperial cause. Once more, however, humanity found the Tau an adaptable and cunning foe. Shadowsun's strategic brilliance saw all 12 Imperial hives conquered in a single day. Some were besieged, others were gutted due to rebellion or blown apart by weapons of planet-scarring force. The Space Marines found their supremacy on the battlefield likewise broken after the mass deployment of XV-104 Riptides, giant battlesuits so powerful they tipped the balance of the entire war in the Tau's favour. Chapter Master Corvin Severax of the Raven Guard ordered the retreat, and Space Marines, Astra Militarum regiments, and Imperial Knights alike made a fighting withdrawal. Renamed Mugalaf Bay by its conquerors, Agrellan was swiftly inducted into the Tau Empire proper. The Hunter hunted. Over the course of the war for Agrellan, Khosrow Khan of the White Scars swore a blood oath that he would personally take Shadowsun's head from her shoulders. His hunt was remorseless, turning the speed and aggression of the White Scars to the solitary goal of destroying the mastermind behind the Tower's war machine. Khosrow Khan met Shadowsun in battle several times, engaging her in person at Axia Hive and taking battle to her personal cadre at Blackshale Ridge. Despite his best efforts, Shadowsun survived, excelling herself in both strategy and tactics and proving a worthy opponent even at close quarters. Over time, however, the White Scars inflicted such horrendous casualties upon the Tower leader's personal cadre that her cool demeanour was replaced by simmering fury. Perhaps overconfident after securing victory upon Agrellan, she soon took the bait proffered to her, the night world of Voltaris. There she walked into a trap set around House Terryn's ancestral fortress. In the resultant ambush, Khosrow Khan wounded Shadowsun grievously, coming within a hand's breadth of decapitating her with his sword. Once more, however, she escaped. The Khan's great oath was yet to be fulfilled, and upon Prefectia, he would pursue it more determinedly than ever. The commanders of the Imperial armies were infuriated that Agrellan had been taken at all, let alone in so short a time. After regrouping, the various dignitaries assigned to reclaim the lost Imperial worlds held a council of war. They agreed to stage a purposefully slow retreat towards the feudal planet of Voltaris, drawing Shadowsun's fleet after them into an area where she would be badly outmatched. The Imperium laid a deadly ambush, using Voltaris' most defensible area, the fortress of Furion Peak, as its anchor. The Tau, so sure of their orbital recon scans, vastly underestimated their foes. Within the forests and gullies of that proud mountain were Colonel Strachan's Catachan Jungle fighters, Shadow Captain Shrike's Raven Guard, and Khosrow Khan's White Scars, all hidden from sight by the psychic mists of the storm seer Subada. When Shadowsun's army made planetfall at the foot of Furion Peak, the jaws of the Imperial trap closed. Being psychically inert, the Tau were baffled by the storm magics of the White Scars, who then led the charge to engage their foes at close range. Power fists, chainswords, and even combat knives took a heavy toll upon the beleaguered Tau. Shadowsun hunted down and slew Storm Seer Subada, causing his mist spell to dissipate, but by then the gates of Furion Peak had yawned wide. Scores of Imperial knights sallied forth, cannons blasting the Tau army, until the forest road was a churned mess of craters. Many of Shadowsun's most trusted teams had to give their lives to secure her escape. She swore to honor their sacrifice by redoubling her efforts in the expansion of the Third Sphere. Prefectia. Directly in the sights of Shadowsun's new offensive was the Dovar system. Around the star Dovaris orbited the Gilded Worlds, a system impossibly rich in precious metals. Yet, mountains of platinum and gold are as meaningless to the greater good as notions of individual wealth. The only resources precious to the Tau are those that can be turned to their empire's expansion, such as energy sources that can drive the ever-evolving technology of their fleets. The planet Prefectia was not only an ideal staging post from which to engineer the collapse of the entire Dovar system, it was also an untapped reservoir of geomagnetic energy. The Imperium, in its typically myopic fashion, had fashioned the world into a planet-sized fortress, for it stood between the Xenos-haunted reaches of the Eastern Fringe and the Gilded Worlds. In their ignorance, they had harnessed but a fraction of Prefectia's potential and exhausted the planet's garrison the better to wage war upon Agrellan and Voltaris. This was a fact that offended and appalled the Earth-caste scientists who studied it. Properly terraformed, Prefectia would become a dynamo that would boost the Tau's conquest of the Segmentum into overdrive. So it was that Shadowsun's expeditionary force turned its attention to Prefectia, the United Castes bringing ruin to the planet's bastion networks and munition hives just as they had to Agrellan. The Imperial commanders, in many ways, glad the Tau had pressed no further towards Dovaris, sent in their legions for a new phase of war. As with so many other conflicts over the millennia, the planet-consuming struggle for Prefectia started with a single mission. A complex aerial ambush launched by the Raven Guard proved more than a match for the aircraft of the Tau. Many Xenos craft were sent plummeting in flames towards the planet's surface. Amongst them, the personal Orca of honoured ethereal Eondu. As the ethereal's transport veered through low atmosphere, Eondu was ejected safely, his life pod plummeting towards Prefectia's surface. Though the aircast pilots had been found wanting, they were not without ploys of their own. Many drone decoy pods were deployed alongside Eondu's life pod, each identical to the ethereal's craft. The hunt was on. Either the Tau would recover their lost ethereal in good time and hence secure a vital morale boost, or the Raven Guard would strike them a mortal blow. Chapter Master Corvin Severax himself had issued orders to the strike force that sought Eondu. They were not only to locate the Tau leader, but capture rather than kill him. Over the course of the wars on either side of the Damocles Gulf, the Imperium had divined that the Tau ethereal caste was of spiritual as well as political importance to their society. The interrogation and dissection of such a highly placed being could yield the secrets needed to scour the Tau from the galaxy forever. It had been Shadow Captain Solak of the 5th Company whose Thunderhawk had sent Eondu planetside, and it was Solak entrusted with his capture. Anticipating the trajectories of the scattering life pods as best he could, Solak launched a series of interlocking strikes against the Tau, who were scrambling to retrieve their downed leader. Despite leading many of these actions personally, Solak found his rapier-swift attacks blunted by the stealth tactics of the Burning Dawn infiltration cadre. Though it pained the Shadow Captain to admit it, the Tau Force's own leader, Shasuj Starshroud, was every bit as adept at guerrilla warfare as he. Through battle-scarred cities and ember-lit stormfronts, the two forces clashed again and again, each trying every stratagem, ambush and feint they could, to deceive, to outguess, and outmaneuver the other. The ash-strewn wilderness was streaked with the blood of Space Marine and fire-cast warrior alike, when Solak finally ran his prey to ground. Yet the Tau had one last defense. As a volley of mass-reactive bolts streaked out towards the last of Eondu's bodyguard, a shimmering dome of force crackled into being around the ethereal and detonated the missiles at a safe distance. Eondu and the Burning Dawn infiltration cadre fell back to awaiting Orca transport, leaving Captain Solak seething with fury. Opening moves. Intending to claim another swathe of Imperial space, Ionvar's expeditionary force had forged a path towards the Gilded Worlds and invaded Prefectia in strength. In doing so, the Tau vanguard had crossed swords with the Adeptus Astartes. Commander Shadowsun quickly took charge, using the Imperial's belligerence against them in a series of Kaon traps. Though the initial clash upon Prefectia had grown intense, the battle for control of the surrounding worlds had barely begun. Bypassing Voltaris as they forged on through the Imperium, the Tau fleets took battle to Doth, Deliquance, and Caradon, making inroads into Imperial territory so quickly that the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum found them nigh impossible to stop. As for Prefectia itself, reinforcements were already inbound. No fewer than 8 Space Marine chapters engaged in simultaneous planet strikes that struck every major landmass within the same terrifying hour. The Raven Guard were foremost amongst them. In a remote briefing with Chapter Master Severax, Kavan's strike was ordered to follow up the initial strikes of Shadow Force Solak, hunting down Tau commanders amongst Prefectia's electro-mine complexes. Using the fissure known as Venture Scar to anchor their operation, Shrike's plan was to assess the Tau, wait for them to commit in force, then dive in to capitalize on the enemy's position. However, the Raven Guard, watching carefully, found not a single vulnerability to exploit. Their stealth craft was matched, step for step, by that of Supreme Commander Oshashira. The White Scars showed little such restraint. Dispatched immediately after warp translation from Voltaris, the chapter sent in as many warriors as it could. Khosrow Khan organized sweeping assaults across the planet, but took only his most trusted hunters on the quest to slay Commander Shadowsun. With him rode a Stormlance Battle Demi-Company of the 3rd Element of the 1st Company and a spear-tipped strike. Each of the White Scars was anxious to strike a decisive blow before their Raven Guard allies emerged from their hideouts. At the mention of Shadowsun's name, the Khan's blood ran hot, and his mood became stormy and dark. The grudging respect he felt for her tenacity and skill had not dimmed his desire to claim her head. Yet he would rather it be the glorious blade Moonfang that took her life, not some soot-blackened knife or a bolt in the back. She was a formidable foe, and deserved the clean death he had sworn to enact. The Third Company had seen their brothers in the Raven Guard fight with astonishing skill and speed, but that did not mean the White Scars admired their way of war. To hide in the shadows, to watch and wait like assassins in the dark, these notions did not sit well with the Khan. Having engaged her twice before, Khosrow Khan knew his foe Shadowsun well enough. He resolved not to strike straight at the city-sized command nexus to the southeast of the electromine complexes. The chances of her being in so obvious a locale were slim to none, and in his opinion, the location was almost certainly the bait for a trap. Instead, the Khan sought to strike the smaller forces she had deployed around the southern scars, hoping to drive his nemesis from hiding, or bring such destruction to her people that she had no choice but to meet him in battle. Within hours of making planetfall in the no-man's land east of Atlassi Hive, the White Scars had identified 3 Tau outposts in their proximity. In addition to the command nexus, these outposts, each consisting of several walled hexagonal strongholds reminiscent of the castles of Voltaris, were standing vigil over the speedways that linked the hives of the southern scars. It amused the Khan to see the Tau adopting the use of defensive structures similar to those that had served mankind since the days of its infancy. Each stronghold had battlements and disc-like towers from which the Tau could rain fire upon any who sought to bypass them. A formidable tactic, to be sure, but one that the speed and ferocity of the White Scars had been honed by millennia to break wide open. The Khan took the measure of his prey like a circling eagle. He dispatched his ground forces from Thunderhawk landing sites, giving the Tau outposts a wide berth and attacking them from several directions at once. Yet the hexagonal fortifications too were traps, artifices of deceptive lethality, made as lures for the unwary. After the costly lessons of Voltaris, Shadowsun had dwelt upon the Imperial's propensity to fortify areas of ground they considered significant. By mirroring this tactic, she led her enemies to adopt the mindset of the siege, and hence fall into a set of interlocking Kion traps. The White Scars split their attack en route to the battleground. They assaulted the individual strongholds simultaneously, intending to deny them any chance of mutual support. The Khan's instructions had been to jink through enemy fire with a zigzagging forked lightning attack before gaining the walls and engaging each battlement's defenders at close quarters. But as the thrusting spear tips of the White Scars' assaults drew closer, they found the structures themselves, rising on cushions of anti-grav energy and hovering away from them. The mobile defences slowly gathered pace as the storm of fire from the battlements thickened. They were not large structures at all, but linked collections of ramparts that broke apart and moved even as the White Scars charged. The Tau's network of perfect, geometric shapes unfolded. Battlements and towers furthest from the attackers divided and moved outward, so their extended arms flanked the onrushing White Scars. Perturbed by these developments, the Khan ordered his forces to split off, flanking the outstretched arms of the enemy fortifications in their turn. Tau battlesuits that had been hidden behind each arm were quick to stymie their advance, and the main thrust of each attack found itself enveloped. In moments, the White Scars were trapped in a sleeting storm of plasma that reduced their rugged transports to smoking wrecks. The Tau defense networks were in keeping with their overall approach to the war. The Firecast made use of highly mobile fortifications, held aloft and propelled across the battlefield by carefully stabilized grav repulsor engines. These self-contained redoubts can be used to attack, defend, or lure in enemy forces, the better to ensure their destruction. The Tidewall drone port nests 4 drones around its circumference. These supporting assets can detach at a single command, swiftly redeploying in order to add their firepower or support functions wherever they are most needed. All the while, the Tau aboard the platform continue to hammer their foes with shots, protected from the furious return fire of the foe by the mobile bunker in which they crouch. The Tide Wall gun rig has a fearsome amount of firepower from the railgun and is the bane of all who face the Tau in battle. Able to massacre infantry with its air-bursting submunitions, or destroy even the heaviest tanks with a single solid round, the railgun is amongst the most potent battlefield weapons in the galaxy. Mounted upon a mobile gun rig, it becomes deadlier still. For its ability to support the infantry aboard, their floating bunker means that there is no foe the Firecast warriors and their Tide Wall gun rig cannot overcome. Tide Wall shield lines incorporate energized force walls. The hovering Tide Wall shield lines of the Firecast are highly mobile defenses. Relocating at will, these structures can flex and move the better to resist the most determined attacks, and suffer none of the drawbacks common to static strongpoints, such as being bypassed or surrounded. The White Scars. Like the spear hurled from a hunter's hand, the White Scars punch through the enemy's defenses to pierce their heart and deliver a death blow. For all their lethality and speed, however, the sons of Chagoris on Prefectia faced a challenge more deadly than any they had known before. An entire world of traps set to ensnare, confuse, and destroy. Mounted upon their mechanical steeds, the White Scars roar into battle. The snarl of their bikes' engines is like the growling of hunting beasts, while the hammer of their bolters rings the death knell for foes beyond number. Drawn from the nomadic horse tribes of their homeworld, Chagoris, the White Scars are the finest bike-mounted warriors in all the Imperium. They use every iota of their skill as plains hunters to stalk and encircle their quarry before making a killing strike. The White Scars do not simply mount headlong charges against the odds, though they might appear tribal and barbaric to outsiders. Every Space Marine in the White Scars chapter possesses a deep-rooted pragmatism and a predator's cunning. When they strike, the White Scars are like the storm. Their speed that of the howling wind, their strength that of the sky-shattering thunderbolt. Yet they always strive to ensure that the enemy have been scouted, their strengths gauged, and their measures taken before battle begins. It was a strike force centered around the warriors of the White Scars' Third Company that came to make war upon Prefectia. These huntsmen had already had ample opportunity to learn the strengths and weaknesses of their prey. Led by the noble Khosrow Khan, this great hunt comprised warriors who had fought in several major engagements around the Damocles Gulf. When Commander Shadowsun led her mighty coalition against the Hives of Agrellan, Khan and his warriors had been there, fighting up until the very last moment against the invading Xenos. Following their crushing defeat, the Imperium turned the tables upon Oshashira and caught her forces in a trap upon Voltaris. There too had fought the Khan and his men. Prefectia would thus be the third world upon which Khosrow's hunt had battled the Tau, and the third upon which his vow to take the head of the Xenos commander would be tested. Though the White Scars won a decisive victory upon Voltaris, Khosrow Khan still had a warrior oath to fulfill. This fact did not sit well with the fiery-tempered White Scar, and he would not allow Shadowsun to slip through his fingers again. Another concern chafed at the White Scars as they deployed onto the dust-choked surface of Prefectia. Far away, across the vast gulf of space, their homeworld faced attack from an overwhelming force of Chaos renegades. Word had reached the Khan's fellow captains of this fight for survival, and many of the White Scars were desperate to discharge their oaths of duty in the Damocles war zone so that they could make haste back to Chagoris. They wished to lend their strength to the defense of their homeworld, or to avenge their brothers should the unthinkable have come to pass. Thus, all of the White Scars' frustrations and anger was directed at the Tau upon Prefectia, and especially against their leader, Commander Shadowsun. Here was a foe who had lived far beyond her deserved span, despite the best efforts of the Khan and his warriors. In doing so, she kept them from the defense of their homeworld, trapping them in a faraway war for much longer than any could have believed possible. The prey's stubborn tenacity and evasive cunning had goaded the White Scars to new heights of fury. And so, they rode out from their first engagements on Prefectia with a righteous fire burning in their breasts. They would run their prey to the ground at last and return her head to Jaguris in triumph. The breaking of the blades. In the macro strategy of Kion, the patient hunter, none were more skilled than Commander Shadowsun, just as there were no souls on the eastern fringe more proficient in lightning-fast attacks than Kasaro Khan. On Prefectia, these two extraordinary hunters' contrasting skills would be tested against each other once more. Oshishira's traps had been long set, their resolutions rehearsed over and over. Wherever the Adeptus Astartes broke out of her kill zones, cadres hidden in the canyons and fissures of Prefectia's crust sped in to intercept and closing the net once more. Hundreds of Space Marines died in these opening stages of the war, and a great many more were sorely wounded. Where the mobile defense networks closed upon their prey, the crossfire was so intense that they could hardly reposition without drifting over the pulse-blasted corpses of their fallers. For the moment, Shadowsun remained aloof, content to watch the carnage on her drone net relays with a faint smile on her lips. The Khan, however, was an enemy of surpassing skill. The Huntmaster led his Stormlance Battle Demi Company against the outposts west of Siphonid Complex, a long dam-like structure of ruined habs and generatoriums, with the base being closest to the Tau Command Nexus. Hovering in the southeast, the Khan considered the site the most likely to receive swift reinforcement. Rather than assign one of his sergeants to its destruction, he took the mission upon himself, hoping to find a challenge worthy of his blade in the process. He was not disappointed. The White Scars captain had organized his attack well in advance. His demi-company roared from the ice of the Siphonid complex to fall upon the grouped hexagon networks of the Tau. At the same time, a spear-tipped strike of bikers peeled off from the strike forces negotiating vigorous Scars labyrinthine infrastructure, taking a sharp eastern course to fall upon the Tau site from the west. The land speeders of the Khan's Stormbringer squadron blasted from the Ash Storm to the south, effortlessly carving over the crevasses that radiated from Thanor Spar. The three-pronged attack closed on the Tau outpost with perfect timing. Bike-mounted hunters jinked through incoming pulse rifle fire, leaning in the saddle and using the solid weight of their machines as a shield. Even those knocked down by direct hits righted their bikes and rejoined the attack, for their power armor was proof against the small arms fire of the tower atop the battlements. The Khan's Demi Company attacked from upwind, firing the smoke launchers of their rhinos and razorbacks one after another to ensure a thick grey haze preceded their assault. The tactic proved invaluable. Without the swirling shroud, the hypervelocity railguns atop the Tau's gun towers would have crippled the transports easily enough, stalling the Khan's advance and destroying the cohesion of his assault. Their deadly projectiles dented and even laid open the transports in places, but did not stop them. The razorback vicious knife slew to a halt, its side doors thrown open long enough for two las cannon-armed devastators to take their shots. Twin beams of intense light pierced the smoke, and the barrels of the railgun atop the gun tower crashed down in flame to send fire warriors scurrying for safety. The Chasseur, in command of the defense network, made note of the terrain and the bikers' speed, and was still confident he had time to blunt and encircle the incoming assault. The missile fire of the crisis battlesuits supporting the main garrison sent many oncoming vehicles pinwheeling into the ash drifts. Their intent was to cut the leading elements from each advancing column until their charges were neutralized completely. As the Tide Wall defense network began to unfold, the firepower of the Tau garrison thickened with deadly effect. Yet they had not taken into account the superior skill the White Scars possess in navigating their steeds through war-torn battlefields. With a series of jinks and slides and low turns, the bikers pushed their vehicles to their maximum and hit the defense several moments sooner than the Tau had anticipated. Even as the ranked fire warriors atop the battlements scrabbled for their photon grenades, the White Scars were upon them. Battlesuits boosted away, jets flaring, just as Stormbringer Squadron flew out of the clouds behind them, missiles punching diagonally down to scatter the crisis suits in disarray. Red-helmed veterans roared out of the skies alongside the squadron's Storm Talon gunship, bolt pistols hammering deadly explosions into the jetpacks of their battle-suited prey. Their chainswords were not far behind, whirling around to finish the job wherever their headlong charge sent crisis suits sprawling. The Tau gun sights were soon under fierce attack, the jaws of each trap broken wide. Each rampart structure was hit by hissing melter beams that forced breaches in its outer walls. Rhino personal carriers followed close behind. Teams of tactical marines burst out from the side doors to shoulder through the wall breaches in cherry-red gobbets of molten alloy. The Tau fire warriors recovered quickly, pouring fire down into the space marines clambering up onto the ramparts. Here and there, the defenders sent a White Scar tumbling away, but with the hunting force stitching explosive bolts across the battlements, the garrison found it practically impossible to repel the attack. The Khan himself gained the walls, Moonfang swinging in bloody arcs as he roared his chapter's battle cry. When Terminator-armored veterans teleported in to join their captain atop the battlements, the butchery of the Tau garrison force began in earnest. Traps and snares. The commander Shadowsun had been watching with great interest as the White Scars attacked. By monitoring which of her bases fared the worst, she divined the most likely whereabouts of her nemesis, for the Khan was the most fearsome of his kind. He would soon find himself assailed in turn, and without a shred of mercy. Oshishara's cadres were hidden by overlapping stealth fields and the fissures running north to south across the blasted landscape. Ever since the Imperials entered low orbit, these independent armies had lain in wait, ready to reinforce any one of the free outposts Oshishira had set up as bait for her pursuers. The strongholds, each a self-contained snare, were themselves lures for a larger trap. Commander Shadowsun and her forces moved in as soon as the Khan's warriors had disembarked from their vehicles. Borne by a shoal of sleek devilfish transports, Shadowsun's cadre reached the site of the Khan's attack just as the Tau garrison was taking its last stand. Her personal cadre disembarked silently, its stealth teams hidden by electromag baffles as they encircled the battle, while the Riptide, it kept its distance behind a ruin to hide its location. As the White Scars closed in, the fire-cast garrison prepared to sell their lives as dearly as possible. It came as a great relief when the Tau turned to find an entire army of allies right behind them. The first sign of Shadowsun's attack was the hissing roar of fusion blasters, aimed not at the White Scars, but at the Tidewall gun rig. Already damaged, the tower crumpled, toppled and crashed down. Shouting for aerial backup, Khosrow Khan took the head from the last Tau on the rampart, a moment before the tower's immense weight smashed down, crushing the Khan and his Terminator comrades into the dirt. Stealth teams boosted onto the ruined battlements, blasting White Scars from the walkways and pouring burst cannon fire into the sprawling bodies. The Riptide emerged from a distant ruin, heavy burst cannon spitting plasma. The White Scars were making their last stand, and the Khan's emergency request for air cover quickly saw Imperial gunships hurtled down by the dozen. Their strafing runs broke the noose Shadowsun was pulling tight around the Khan's men, driving away her air-cast cover and forcing her to withdraw to safer ground. Oshishira had lain low, her nemesis, but their vendetta was far from resolved. The Raven Guard. Shadow-shrouded killers. The Battle Brothers of the Raven Guard use stealth, daring, and rapid redeployment to pick their foes apart. The enemy are left reeling, unable to execute their own plans for fear of showing their backs to the gleaming talons of the Raven Guard. Before long, all that remains are corpses left for carrion birds. Cold, calculating, and utterly lethal, the Raven Guard are a measured instrument of death to their foes. In these dark-eyed warriors' hearts, the light of the Imperium burns just as hot as it does in any other chapter, yet the Raven Guard choose to fight from the shadows. Such were the teachings of their Primarch, Corvus Corax, a warrior whose talents in the art of stealth were so great no mortal could perceive his presence unless he willed it. Corax taught his sons the way of cunning and misdirection, forging his legion into a subtler weapon than those of his brothers. It was well that he did. Degeneration in the chapter's gene seed, and possibly brought about following the catastrophes of the Horus Heresy, saw the Raven Guard left with a paucity of genetic material with which to implant new recruits. The chapter survived its misfortunes, but with a reduced ability to replace its losses that meant that, for the Raven Guard, more than any other chapter, the life of every battle brother was precious. Despite all this, the Raven Guard never shrank from battle. If the moment required it, the scions of Corax hurled themselves headlong into battle with murderous intensity, facing the most terrible odds and tearing bloody victory from the battlefield with their talons unsheathed. However, where some chapters met their foes head-on as a matter of course, the Raven Guard always sought to stack the odds in their favour before proceeding to take apart the enemy. Over the millennia, such doctrines have made the Raven Guard an insular brotherhood, their warriors quiet and withdrawn. They keep their own counsel and share strategic intelligence with their allies only when necessary, a tendency that infuriates their brother chapters to the point of genuine mistrust. Such was certainly the case in the wars around the Damocles Gulf. Led by their chapter master, Corvin Severax, the warriors of the Raven Guard had now fought in countless engagements against the Tau of the Third Sphere expansion. However, they had battled alongside the White Scars, the Knights of House Terryn, and other Imperial Guard forces many times. The Raven Guard remained guarded and aloof. They struck at their foes without warning and often without support, and engaged in military actions without informing the wider Imperial army of their plans. At times, if they believed that their Vox channels were compromised and that the Tau might be listening, the Raven Guard even told their allies one thing and then did entirely another. There could be no doubt that the methods of the Raven Guard worked. That much was attested to by the tally of Tau lives they took. But their successes came at a cost. Mistrust ran within the very blood of the Raven Guard. The betrayals of the Horus Heresy stamped upon their gene seed for all time. Thus, hampered by a lack of communication and empathy, the Raven Guard drove a wedge between themselves and the rest of the Imperial Crusade, with each new display of disregard. Ash and shadows. The Raven Guard stalked the southern skies and the shadows of the abandoned Aquillan hive, intent on reaping a high tally from the Tau defenders. It was Kavan Shrike of the Third Company, who had been entrusted with finding and exploiting the weaknesses of the Tau that had claimed Prefectia. The heavily defended shield zones of the fortress world burned with the fires of conquest. 8 chapters of the Space Marines launched assaults against the forces of a dozen septs across the planet. Shrike had instead chosen to confine his efforts to the electromine complexes of the southern skies. He felt sure that a Tau commander would value the raw energy resource they represented. He was equally confident that Shadowsun would not lead from the front line, but instead coordinate the war effort from the least likely of locations in order to escape a confrontation with Khosrow Khan. As the Raven Guard commanding officer on Prefectia, Captain Shrike had not only the entire Third Company under his command, but elements of the 2nd, several scout squads of the 10th, the finest vanguard veterans of the 1st, and a Raptor wing of gunships from the armory, as well as various specialist elements. He split the Third Company into 2, assigning scouts to each Pinion Battle Demi Company and keeping his most mobile forces in reserve at Aquillan Hive. Shrike took his own force west into the gullies of Venture Scar and deployed 2nd Company Chaplain Leifin Torovak to the north. It was Chaplain Torovak who first encountered the Tau sighted near the outlying habs of Aquillan Hive. Torovak was a prudent man, but after days of waiting, even his patience was wearing thin. The White Scars had already launched a high-speed assault on the Tau near Siphonid Complex, But Shrike had asked Toravac to keep long-range Vox to a minimum, the better to avoid the Tau interception of their transmissions. The Toravac's scouts had reported a Tau formation nearby that he judged ripe for a sudden devastating attack. The chaplain moved out, ordering his strike force's transports to peel off in a wide loop as the rest advanced on foot. He would crush the Tau contesting Venture Scar with a double assault, first with a feint, and then with a feast of unbound slaughter. Dulling their weaponry's gleam with the ash crunching underfoot, Toravac's space marines slid silently from the shadows of Aquillan Hive's great spires. The Tau army they sought was soon visible on the horizon, for the Raven Guard had crept ever nearer to the foe over the last few days until they were in striking distance. The enemy force, gathered around the ruins of a derelict electromine, matched Shrike's description of a hunter cadre. Nothing a demi company couldn't handle, thought Toravac. He commanded his men to hunker down and wait, the guns ready. Toravac's warriors watched the Tau make ready as a loose cloud of ash betrayed their convoy of heavy vehicles. The fire-cast warriors seemed not to notice them at first, for ash storms were common in this part of the world. In truth, they were waiting for the opportune time to strike. When half a dozen Raven Guard tanks growled out of the twilight, the Tau quickly formed up into a battle line, many of their teams redeploying onto the tidewall defenses at their back. The broadsides in their midst merely swiveled on their waist gimbals before opening hostilities. Raising box-like weapon gauntlets, the battlesuits fired fusillades of missiles that tore into the oncoming tanks with killing force, ripping open hulls and even overturning the rhinos closing in. Firestorms whirled as small arms fire added to the fusillade. But not a single space marine was to be seen, living or dead. The transports were empty, the risky but cunning decoy executed by noble machine spirits alone. Toravac and his men, having stalked through the shadows the moment the Tau had opened fire, burst from the ruins with bolters blazing. Explosions blossomed across the Tau lines. Sniper fire from scouts, bellied down in the ash, took the heads from Tau officers in puffs of blood. Wherever the strike force's devastators struck, mutilated corpses and disembodied limbs flew into the air in great measure. Chaplain Toravac chanted the rites of retribution as he led his demi-company forward, each well-aimed bolt from his pistol sending a Tau warrior sprawling into the ash. The suddenness of the attack was terrifying, a weapon in itself, and one the Raven Guard were well versed in using. Toravac's surprise attack was impressive, but the Tau's resolve would not crumble so easily. Shadowsun had entrusted the northern Aquillan site to Chasseau Swiftflame, their Violan commander, well versed in the art of misdirection. Toravac had seen vulnerability in the Tau line, only because Swiftflame had wished it so. Wherever the Raven Guard had seen 5 warriors, there were concealed 20 more. Wherever scout snipers bullseyed Tau officers, they in fact killed line infantrymen who had agreed to play the role of decoys in the name of the Tova, for their dedication to the greater good was total. To Toravac's horror, the structures he had taken for static defenses rose upwards and moved away on anti-grav fields, revealing beneath them serried ranks of Tau strike teams. Those fire warriors crouched behind the battlements stood up, leveling storms of pulse energy into the ranks of tactical marines fighting towards them. The skimmer tanks in the midst of the hunter cadre rose up to unveil whole warbands of quell-crested Kroot, the alien auxiliaries, hooting and cawing as they bounded towards the Raven Guard on long, muscular limbs. Toravac voxed again and again for backup, pulling his warriors back into a defensive phalanx and ordering them to take cover where they could. What had started as a well-orchestrated kill strike had quickly devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. Flight of the Ravens. High above the sparse clouds of ash that girdled Aquillan Hive, unblinking eyes stared at the explosions lighting the sprawl. Massed squads of Raven Guard were perched in a nest of decommissioned gun clusters, jump packs like stubby wings behind their broad shoulders. A vox crackle a series of tight snapping sounds, and the assault marines vaulted from their gargoyle-studded roosts into freefall, angling their arms to correct their headlong dive into a steep swoop. The Blackwing Assault Brotherhood of the 8th headed west, seeking to reinforce Captain Shrike as he led a new assault north of Adlassi Hive. The veterans of the 1st flipped in mid-flight and touched down half a mile below, leaping from broken pillar to shattered statue before blasting towards the carnage at Venture Scar. A Stormwing roared from the sky shield of a nearby spire. The Ceramite fist of a Storm Raven gunship flanked by 2 smaller Storm Talon escort craft as it overtook the diving assault marines. In their wake, 2 squadrons of T-shaped Tau fighters emerged from the far side of the hive, following the contrails of the Imperial gunships to the battle below. The Storm Raven and its escorts, too preoccupied with their attack, continued on their sharp diagonal intercept course for the ground battle. Their assault cannons and heavy bolters spat death even as the gunships pierced the thin ash clouds. Xenos infantry and battle suits alike were cut down, guns falling silent as the shadow of the attack craft passed overhead. A disc-like gun rig pivoted as it tracked one of the Storm Talon gunships, its heavy railgun hypervelocity shots punching through the body of the craft with such force its mechanical innards exploded from its hull. The other 2 assault craft peeled away, describing mirrored parabellas in the air before coming alongside once more on an attack run that saw the gun tower reduced to a bullet-riddled shell. In the smoke-shrouded melee below, the Raven Guard were fighting for their lives, and stalking tactical marines traded bolt shells for the dancing red dots of Pathfinder marker lights, only to be sent sprawling in puffs of blood by the veering missiles of the battlesuits teams behind the Tau lines. The Devastators, so ruinously effective in the first few minutes of the battle, had lost half their number to the flickering crossfire of the stealth teams shimmering in the middle distance. Even the Stormwing found itself caught in the jaws of a trap as the 2 squadrons of Tau Razor Sharks trailing them fell into pursuit patterns. Had the pilots not dived away into Venture Scar itself, they would have been taken down by sheer weight of fire. Here, the Raven Guard's lack of cohesion with their brother chapters had cost them dearly. In every warrior's mind, a seed of doubt began to blossom into the notion of utter defeat. To hunt the Nemesis. It was no secret that Shadowsun was the mastermind behind the Tau war machine. Not only had she crossed swords with the White Scars in person upon Agrellan and Voltaris, her image was also broadcast far and wide by the Watercast, for the ethereal supreme Eun Va had long held her up as an exemplar of the greater good. Such propaganda only inflamed the tempers of the Space Marine captains who were eager to see her death. On Prefectia, the opening engagements of the war had exasperated matters. Kisaro Khan, in particular, after his defeat near Siphanid Complex, was now desperate to claim Shadowsun's life and salvage some honor as a result. Many drone vid captures of the White Scars captain, roaring and swearing, had made their way back to the Xenos commander, but she had listened to each auto-translation with no more reaction than an archly raised brow. The Shas-So-Tal, the Tau High Command, saw a new weapon in the growing aggravation their forces were causing. If the Imperial forces planetside could be goaded into a state of high agitation, it would not be long before they made a costly mistake. Instead of backing away from the sudden surge of aggression exhibited by Prefectia's Space Marine chapters and Astra Militarum regiments, the Tau encouraged it. The Firecast used its own cadres as bait, leaving seemingly vulnerable assets across the planet, only to withdraw from the field in flight-capable transports or melt away into maze-like industrial complexes whenever the enemy attacked in force. Sightings of Shadowsun became so frequent they were often simultaneous, further adding to the Khan's anger as he deployed and redeployed over and over again. Every night, his strike forces burned enough promethium to power a hab block for a month. Every day his warriors chewed through crate after crate of bolter ammunition as they engaged the outlying elements of Tau patrols. And still, Shadowsun evaded their grip. Yet the ire of the Imperial war machine was not to be ignored. Though she had remained one step ahead of her pursuers, the Shadowsun could not rest, not even for a moment. Should she stay longer than a few hours in one place, the sound of gunship, boosters, jump packs, or roaring bike engines would soon be picked up by her perimeter sensors. As the long days of Prefectia's new war unfolded, even the ice-cool Shadowsun felt the fires of emotion flare bright within her. Commander Sternshield. A master of adaptive defense and a deft hand in breaking his foes before they even realize battle has been joined, Commander Sternshield has proven himself invaluable to Commander Shadowsun. He is a level-headed traditionalist, driven by a simple, abiding love of his people, and has proven a dangerous foe to the warriors of the Imperium. No enemy has ever broken through the masterful guard of Chasseau-Toul Tassar. The resilience, patience, and skill of this veteran commander are renowned throughout the Firecast academies of Tau. Sternshield specializes in the Kion method of battle, deploying his devoted hunter cadre as the shield for which he is named. Otassar waits for the perfect moment to interrupt and blunt the enemy's attack, his cadre surging into battle in a fleet of Orca dropships with anti-grav defenses magnified beneath their hulls. Around his cadre fly dedicated aircast escort craft, whose task is to ensure the transports make it safely to their drop zone. Piloting a flight-capable Cold Star battlesuit, the commander often joins these aerial defenders, plunging selflessly into explosive dogfights with enemy fighters and blasting them from the sky. Once Sternshield's forces reach their target coordinates, he sees it as his duty to be everywhere at once. The commander oversees his cadre with a perfectionist's touch, dropping from the skies along the line to direct warriors into optimal positions and command the careful placement of tide-wall drone ports and shield lines. His Firecast warriors calmly ready themselves for the onset of the foe, with spare ammunition ready and exfiltration plans firmly committed to memory. They know that the prey will be upon them soon enough, and are confident that Sternshield has already foreseen their every move. When the enemy attack, Sternshield truly shows the meaning of his given name. Most often, his victims do not expect to encounter resistance in a sector that just minutes earlier seemed free of foes. Thus, rushing to reach their intended battle site, Sternshield's prey runs straight into the guns of his ambush forces. The force of their onrushing blow suddenly and viciously blunted. In the battle that follows, the commander maneuvers his forces with masterful skill, knowing that to tilt the battle line to deflect the aggression of the foe, when to give ground, and when to stand firm and strike back. All the while, as his enemies exhaust themselves against his fluid defenses, Sternshield wreaks havoc amongst them. Guns blazing, the dynamic leader can always be found where his followers need him most, striking down those who would harm them with a paternal, protective fury. Sternshield deployed his hunter cadre and Prefectia with speed and precision, keeping them ready to respond to threats at a moment's notice. He utilized a method of Kion warfare that proved extremely effective in such actions as the defeat of the Heaven's Crag offensive and the destruction of the famed Imperial Knight, Boralis. At Heaven's Crag, enemy forces surged in, massing their strength to overrun the seemingly thin line of tower defenses. Yet somehow, with each savage thrust of attack, the Space Marines found themselves stymied, the strength of their blows turned aside or wasted upon targets who were no longer there. Otassar directed his hunter cadre's every feint and counterstrike with the skill of a masterful tactician. Fire warriors and pathfinders pelted their foes with swift volleys before melting away once more to leave the enemy bloody and wrong-footed. The commander envisioned his forces as a shield, mangled to deflect the furious strikes of the foe, though without the sort of needless attrition and unacceptable losses that so often characterized battles fought by the Imperium. No matter how hard the enemy pressed their attack, no matter the weaknesses that appeared in their lines, Commander Sternshield never launched an all-out counteroffensive. Instead, he watched with patience while his power-armored enemies expanded their energy in fruitless attempts to land a telling blow. All the while, the tower sniped away at choice targets. Strike teams whittled down the foe's strength with enfilading fire, while breacher teams and pathfinders launched localized counterattacks to further stagger the enemy advance. Mobile defense lines played a great part in Sternshield's plans, over the course of the battle. His warriors used tide-wall drone ports and hit-and-fade attacks to pull the foe at oblique angles across the front of their skimming bunkers and barricades. Then they rode their gravetic fortifications away from the advancing foe while cutting them apart with massive firepower. Only once the enemy was reeling, overextended, and weakened beyond endurance, did Commander Sternshield strike the final blow. Like a dueling knight, finally putting his exhausted foe out of their misery, Sternshield dropped into battle in his Cold Star battlesuit, accompanied by his Crisis bodyguard team. Their weapons blazed, eliminating pre-selected and desperately out-of-position targets with spectacular efficiency. Dropping down alongside Sternshield's escorts were the Crisis team Sureflame, led by the resourceful Shasvra Tuvalan. Their fusion blasters hissed as they seared through vulnerable rear armor to detonate the clumsy Imperial vehicles in a string of massive fireballs. Flames roared and burst cannons chattered as the foe's surviving infantry, already panicked and in complete disarray, were finally gunned down and finished off. In a matter of minutes, a strategy that claimed hundreds of lives over the course of several harrowing days was brought to a bloody conclusion. Soon, only Tau warriors stood triumphant over the mangled bodies of their foe. Blood from the skies. Whilst the spider, at the center of Prefectia's defense, carefully spun her web, her lieutenant commanders baited the foe on every conceivable front. Foremost amongst them was Commander Sternshield. During early engagements against the Imperium, Sternshield had learned his battlesuit was small enough to evade the macro scanners of the Imperial Armada and sophisticated enough to baffle the Auspex sensors of their aircraft. He had made the long, lonely journey into orbit, and using bulk transports for cover, maglocked his Cold Star to the exterior of the Imperial Navy ship, the Duty's Call. By boosting to the hull directly above the command bridge, Sternshield's sensors penetrated the Vox scramblers and sentinel fields, protecting the Imperial war briefings from enemy espionage. His auto-translator uncovered secrets invaluable to Shadowsun's initial strategy in several key war zones. Though Sternshield's sortie had succeeded, it had not been authorized by High Command. When Shadowsun assigned commanders a mission to engage and occupy the Guron Shah, known as the White Scars, the commander realized his display of initiative had earned him place on the most fiercely contested front of the Tau war effort, a place that would test his abilities to the limit. Sternshield embraced his task wholeheartedly. He took an armored column across the sprawling desert of the Yutch Clutch. The Firecast had learned through bitter experience that the White Scars, relying heavily on their vehicles, were especially likely to respond to military targets crossing open ground. Soon enough, proximity alerts warned of enemies on the horizon converging fast. The commander readied his teams. His cadre's infantry elements were ready to embark upon their transports and race away as soon as the gunships at the ends of the column opened fire. Air-cast pilots circled high above, ready to engage at a transmitted command. Sternshield's plan was to give ground in the center, turning his battle line into a drop concave curve that allowed his vanguard and rearguard to catch the attackers in a crossfire. The tactic had worked against Ork and Arakan alike, and Sternshield saw no reason why it would not work against the brutish humans of the Imperium. At first, the long-range firepower leveled by the commander's column appeared to be on target. Great plumes of charcoal grey ash stitched the desert. To his mounting alarm, however, he saw the White Scars veering their vehicles left and right with such skill that even his best tank gunners were missing their marks. The Imperials were closing fast, and they too had aerial support. Compact, thuggish gunships with stubby wings and impressive profusions of heavy weaponry. At his command, Sternshield's aircast cadres moved in from both sides, forcing the Space Marine craft to run a gauntlet in the skies as their fellows did below. The commander smiled as Razor Shark strike fighters and Sun Shark bombers converged on the enemy, cannons spitting. Then, disaster struck. The largest Imperial gunship was surrounded by a corona of crackling white energy, an aura that swiftly grew into a storm of electricity. Crackling tendrils lashed out like taloned hands, crashing across the air-cast squadrons and knocking them from the skies in blazes of white flame. Sternshield's team leaders suspected some new technology, but the commander believed it to be something worse. This was likely the Gulak, mind science, encountered on Voltaris, much feared and little understood. He could not ask his pilots to answer such a threat. Triggering his jet engines, Sternshield shot vertically into the sky, brought his weapon systems online, and dived, guns blazing, towards the Imperial craft. Truly, the White Scars had brought the storm. The booming din of their bolter fire grew in volume until it rolled across the dune like the roar of the tempest, and the zigzagging charge of their bikers struck the Tau lines like thunderbolts. The skies were lit by forks of lightning, for the librarian inside the largest Imperial gunship, Storm Seer Gulad High, was summoning ever more power to attend him. The crackling discharges sent the light aircraft of the Tau into fatal tailspins whenever they got close. The sons of Primarch Jagatai Khan had never taken defeat well, and their vengeance was terrible to behold. Sternshield swooped into the midst of the Imperial gunships and speeders, swerving through thick streams of bolts and pivoting away from incoming missiles with deft twitches of his engine vanes. Fingers of electricity stuttered through the cloudscape towards him, but the commander strayed always just out of reach. His burst cannon whirred so fast its quadruple barrel became a dark blur, a steady stream of deadly energies cutting across swerving land speeders to hammer into their pilots and send them diving earthwards on plumes of greasy smoke. A Storm Talon gunship burst from the clouds, assault cannons chattering, but Sternshield's alert systems had marked its approach. Cutting his thrusters, he dropped like a stone before blasting high towards it, punching the gunship's stubby wing as it passed and sending it into a wobbling, evasive maneuver. His shoulder-mounted missile pod tracked it, loosed a pair of sleek projectiles and blew it into shards of scything shrapnel. 3 more salvos saw as many Imperial craft disengage. In an aerial duel, Sternshield's skill was unmatched, but without their own air cover, the cadre below was still fighting on the back foot. Below, the White Scars were running amok. At a request from Sergeant Gerato, a Vindicator that was still out of range fired a shell into no man's land, blasting a massive smoking crater in the earth. A moment later, Gerato's squad charged their bikes up its edge and launched high, bolters spitting death into the underbelly of a passing razor shark. The aircraft nosedived, crashing into the mangled ruin of a devilfish and exploding in a halo of fiery ash. At the rear of the White Scars line, a pair of hunter tanks unleashed massive Sky Spear missiles at Sternshield as he soared high above. For all his agility, he could not shake them off. Time was running out. Unfinished business. After their narrow escape near Venture Scar, the Raven Guard resolved to use every trick at their disposal to bring low the Tau. Unable to trace the whereabouts of Commander Shadowsun, their designated target was the cadre of Commander Swiftflame, a Violan leader whose expertise in strategy was becoming famous across Prefectia. In humanity's finest warriors, the Firecast have found a more than worthy foe. To engage them in open battle was to die. Here were enemies that would overcome the odds time and time again. Only by outguessing and outmaneuvering the Adeptus Astartes could the Tau hope to blunt the killing thrust of their assaults. Though Prefectia's Space Marine invaders were clearly more advanced than primitive cultures such as Kroot and Ork, Commander Shadowsun knew their warrior mindset of aggression and boundless confidence could be used against them. She reassigned Commander Swiftflame to engage the Raven Guard and wear them down with aerial attacks until, in their frustration, they made a fatal mistake. That task would be difficult indeed, for unlike the White Scars, the Sons of Korax believed that revenge was better taken with cold precision than hot-headed ire. After withdrawing at Venture Scar, Chaplain Torovak was only too happy to rejoin the struggle that was unfolding across the northern reaches of Prefectia. He had lost several battle brothers to the Tau. A debt of honor needed paying between him and the commander, who had outwitted him, and he would see it settled in full. Asking leave of Captain Shrike, Torivak led his men into the ruins around the fortress zones in search of revenge. Hidden amongst the urban decay on the fringe of the fortress zones, the Raven Guard were in their element. Whenever Swift Flame's outriders found flickers of movement in the gloom, they found also death. Each feint and controlled retreat drew the foe into the guns of an ambush force. Each aircraft patrol, braving Hive airspace, was met by a Stormwing squadron, bursting from the cavernous holes the Tau had carved in the metropolis's flank to send their victims spiraling from the skies. Admiral Skychild, known amongst his contemporaries for the compassion he showed towards his pilots, took a personal interest in the losses his caste was incurring around at Lassie Hive. Sending in a single Razor Shark squadron as a lure, he waited for the Raven Guard gunships to emerge from their cave-like lairs before sending in a wave of craft so massive it outnumbered the Demi Company firing up from the rooftops below. Torivak ordered his force's Stormwings to take evasive maneuvers immediately. His infantry were making little impact, and without thinning the numbers of the Tau, his pilots would surely be dead in minutes. The Storm Raven gunship Black Spectre was the first to hit its afterburners, its Storm Talon escorts following suit with land speeders darting close behind. The Tau aircraft hurtled in close pursuit, prow cannons and quad turrets spitting lances of white death. Two of the 3 Raven Guard ships suffered direct hits as the chase intensified, but the rugged Imperial craft were built to last and powered on through the punishing salvos of enemy fire. Faster and faster raced the aircraft until the ugly wound of Venture's scar opened wide on the horizon. Still, under heavy fire, the Raven Guard pilots hurtled downwards, carving into the canyon's jagged maw and veering left and right as they plunged deeper. The canyon's tight confines robbed the Tau of much of their numerical advantage, and a full third of their aircraft pursuers peeled off and disengaged. Though Venture's scar's upper edge was wide enough, in the canyon's depths only a few aircraft could fit abreast. The Raven Guard and Aircast alike found their skills sorely tested as they careened down Venture's Scar towards the giant sinkhole mine known as Goliath's Eye. Many a Tau pilot found his wingtip grazing an outcropping of rock, his aircraft careening out of control before smashing apart and tumbling away in a blazing fireball. The voltaic electricity the Imperium had sought to mine from the Scar was agitated by each burning wreck swallowed by the depths. Spears of purple lightning stabbed upwards, grounding on both Raven Guard and Aircast aircraft. More Razor Sharks and Sun Sharks met a fiery end, but still more came on. A Storm Talon gunship trailed smoke, systems scrambled by a discharge of violet energy from the canyon walls. Unable to turn, it was easy prey for a volley of Seeker missiles streaking out from the aircraft on its tail. In a burst of flame, it was gone. The balance tipped even further in favor of the Tau. Even those Sun Shark pilots who had disengaged were weighing in by releasing their winged-mounted interceptor drones. The diminutive constructs, perfectly suited to warfare in close confines and equipped with afterburners of their own, leveled storms of ion rifle fire at the second of the Storm Talons, sending it crashing hard into the chasm wall and tumbling away. Alarms screeched in each of the Aircast pilots' cockpits as something massive and black streaked down the canyon towards them. The pilot of Black Spectre cried in harsh joy as the famed Thunderhawk gunship Shadowhawk hammered a battle cannon shell into the ranks of the Spectre's Aircast pursuers, blasting one of the white-hulled craft into blazing shrapnel and causing 2 others to crash into the canyon walls with a sudden pressure wave. Shadowhawk passed over the Black Spectre at high speed, the violence of its passage rocking the Storm Maven and sending several pursuing Tau craft out of control. As one, the Aircast disengaged, drones and all, leaving the Raven Guard to regroup. The war in the skies was not over yet. Tau Breacher teams. With their pulse blasters blazing, the courageous warriors of the Breacher teams take the fight into the midst of the foe. Following belligerent new tactical doctrines devised to dig stubborn foes from cover, it is the Breachers who seize key locations and tear the heart from the defense lines with intense point-blank pulse fire. Blinding blue light flickers down corridors and illuminates the charnel confines of burning bunkers as the breacher teams press the attack. Before the point-blank fire of their pulse blasters, enemy warriors are blown apart in horrific, gory sprays. Particle streams light up panicked victims, causing luckless targets to glow vividly for a split second before screaming bolts of energy smash them apart. Meanwhile, the fire warriors advance with practiced efficiency, overlapping their fire and covering one another perfectly. Sensor suites within the breachers' helms read every inch of the local environment, providing relative personal positioning, projected fields of fire, and probable locations of enemy forces. Rigorously trained to absorb this wealth of information at speed, the warriors of a breacher team can stay one step ahead of their foes while laying down devastating fire with their powerful weapons. The catalyst for the formation of breacher teams dates all the way back to the first Tau invasion of Imperial space. It was observed at that time that while foes such as the Orks or the Bagasi preferred close assault and would often force the Tau onto the defensive, mankind took a more static approach. The sprawling bunker complexes and strongpoints of the Imperium were on a scale never before seen by the Tau, and while crude compared to Earth-cast workmanship, these fortifications were rugged enough to prove troublesome. Furthermore, an alarming number of air-cast spacecraft were lost to the aggressive boarding actions of the Space Marines, against which there seemed little defense. Increasingly, the Firecast found themselves forced to commit their strength to one-sided close-quarters battles amid winding corridors and rooms in which there was no space for battlesuits to deploy. Casualties were high during such costly actions, and so development was begun on the tools necessary to win point-blank firefights with decisive firepower. So were born the breacher teams, drawn from the most aggressive and belligerent fire warrior cadets. These new teams were trained to take the fight to the foe. Protected by drone-generated energy shields, the breachers are able to blast a path into the most heavily defended strongpoints while weathering the blistering fire of the foe. Indeed, although their casualties are invariably high and their lives often short, they have continued in this proud and selfless tradition ever since. The signature weapon of the breacher team, the Pulse Blaster, exchanges the reach and consistency of its rifle equivalent for sheer destructive punch. It uses a two-stage firing process to enhance the lethality of its plasma-based ammunition. When the trigger is halfway depressed, an invisible volley of negatively charged particles paint the target, priming it for the killing shot to come. Such victims glow with a ghostly light for a moment before their doom is delivered. A twitch of the trigger, and the plasma payload is shot out, dragged unerringly to its destination with shocking force. Far more than a conventional infantry-borne weapon could hope to achieve. At close quarters, the Pulse Blaster's every shot is powerful enough to slam a gory hole through an enemy's chest or even punch clean through the side of a transport vehicle. Though the Tau usually eschew close-range firefights, the worlds of the Imperium are congested with labyrinthine trenches and tumble-down urban sprawl. In such environments, the Pulse Blaster grants unparalleled lethality to its owner. The Guardian drone was developed in response to the unacceptably high rate of casualties amongst breacher teams. It projects a mobile, virtually invisible field, usually calibrated to form a dome over its Tau charges. This defensive field is keyed to a broad-spectrum zone of effect, and therefore it is not as potent as those of a dedicated shield drone. However, footage exists of Guardian drones deflecting the penetrative beams of Imperial las cannons and sending the destructive blasts of battle cannon shells washing over their charges with no more apparent effect than a slight raising of the ambient temperature. The Guardian drone's force field is further bolstered by the field amplifier relays worn by breacher teams, complex yet compact devices that act as resonators for the drone's emissions, more than doubling their yield and efficiency. These adjuncts to the standard Fire Warrior combat gear are seen as just rewards for the breacher teams. Any warrior brave enough to enter close-quarters combat with the horrors of the 41st millennium is an asset indeed to the Tauvar, and well worth the extra protection the Guardian drone affords. Escalation and breach. The tactical skills of both Chaplain Torovac and Commander Swiftflame had been tested harshly, and still they had fresh forces and new stratagems to employ. Back and forth went the deadly game, with neither leader willing to relent. In many ways, it was the struggle for control of the eastern fringe in microcosm, and the ultimate victor was just as uncertain. Commander Swiftflame withdrew from the losses at Venture Scar. He knew inactivity would gnaw at the war-loving Space Marines far more than the fear of death, and intended to play on that aspect of their psyche. The Tau Firecast, more mobile than the Adeptus Astartes, retreated to the landscape beyond the urban sprawl and seeded it with a great many traps. Every dead Guran Shah was a triumph, and those killed without loss of Tau life most of all. Chaplain Torovac, usually a patient man and all the deadlier for it, was unwilling to languish in inactivity as the other Space Marine chapters upon Prefectia engaged the Tau in every theatre possible. He sent his scout units on autonomous patrols, seeking their foes in great concentric sweeps. They found plenty of evidence of Tau presence. A malfunctioning drone here, the wingtip of a crashed strike fighter there. When Torovac's scouts closed upon these pieces of Tau technology, they found only death. Remotely operated gun turrets and sniper drones rose out of the ash dunes and opened fire. Smart missiles and pulse weapons tore into the nearest Raven Guard before their return fire blasted the turrets apart. Occasionally, Torovac's warriors found drone traps already deactivated, crackling with shrouds of electricity that sent strange readings fizzing across their auspexes. Torovac became ever more cautious and ordered his sentries back to the fringe of Adlassi Hive. If the Tau commander had turned the open ground against them, he would instead haunt the shadows once more and force the enemy to come to him. Ascending the Hive's spires via its still operational maglifts, Torovac ordered the tech marine pilots of his gunships to join him in treating with the machine spirits of the Hive's macro cannons. Before long, the tech marines had repaired the damage the initial Tau invasion had done to those mighty guns, bringing them back to full readiness. Whenever Torovac spied movements from his eyrie, the Hive's artillery blasted heavy ordnance into the wastelands on those coordinates. It was not long before Swiftflame's patrols sought the shelter of the urban sprawl once more. As his cadre made haste into the bastion network girdling the Great Hive, Swiftflame's pathfinders infiltrated the Law Hall Atlassi. Their orders were to neutralize the tactical and devastator squads, raining death into the advancing Tau from its wide rooftop. As the pathfinders opened fire, the Space Marines leapt from their vantage points, heavy weapons and all, to an adjacent building's roof. Mid-leap, they triggered the crack charges they had seeded throughout the Law Hall and collapsed the entire structure upon their would-be killers. Appalled, Swiftflame sent in his stealth teams. Each shimmering mirage seen in the ruined bastion complexes was a precursor to a terrifying barrage of pulse weapon fire. Accompanying them was the blinding energy discharge of a new and unseen assailant that could blast a Space Marine into little more than a cloud of superheated vapor. In response, the Raven Guard made masterful use of the cover afforded by the ruined bastion complex. Their expertise made them all but impossible to track, let alone to drive out of their defenses. Soon enough, it was Swiftflame that felt the heat of impatience gnawing at his soul. Like most Violans, he was keen of wit and fierce of spirit alike. On some level, it galled him to see the Raven Guard making such efficient use of cover. He had heard the Space Marines eschewed such logical measures in their arrogance. He reasoned that if long-range weaponry could not pry the Gurun Shah from their hiding places, he would employ focused short-range firepower instead. As the sun rose on the 5th day of the Imperial counter-invasion, Commander Swiftflame led 6 breacher teams deep into enemy territory. The battle that erupted within the dark confines of the Bastion complex was so bloody and grueling, it has proven a salutary lesson for the Firecast ever since. The shadows cast long. The stakes upon Prefectia, already so dizzyingly high with the Dovar system at risk, were growing higher by the hour. Trench systems were crisscrossed with slashing plasma volleys. Ruins were lit by ruby lasers, and outside the built-up areas, tanks prowled by the thousand across dunes of dust and bone. The war for the planet was hanging in the balance. Long days of war passed, each bringing 100 new acts of heroism and tragedy. Bellowing commanders and scholarly strategists alike were drowned by the tides of violence that washed across the fortress world. The ancient wisdom of the Codex Astartes was repeatedly tested against the Code of Fire's teachings. Several Space Marine forces distinguished themselves above the others, amongst their ranks those of Captain Shrike and Khan. But it was becoming obvious that the fortress of Prefectia would not fall to a lightning-fast blitz. Keen to secure victory over the Xenos, Chapter Master Corvin Severax made planetfall in person. He intended to oversee the Tau's defeat, or engineer it himself if necessary. Tau High Command was just as determined to win lasting victory. Every available cadre was redirected to Prefectia from those planets already conquered, including the most advanced battlesuits the Firecast could field. Several Ethereals volunteered to bolster morale on the front lines, Aeondu amongst them. But the real shock came from above, even those lionized few. In a speech that touched the hearts of 100 billion Tau, Meunvar himself announced he would be descending from on high. Just as he had on Agrellan, the master of the undying spirit would lead from the front to ensure the touch of the greater good burned the planet clean of humanity's corruption. As for Commander Shadowsun, her star was on the wane. By failing to repel the Space Marines on schedule, Shadowsun had given Eonvar cause to risk his own life. It was small wonder the commander was no longer in the Ascendant, for the White Scars that hounded her were relentless. She had given her all upon Agrellan, and had not been given a moment's rest since. Every explosion she heard on the front line sounded like the boom of a Space Marine biker's twin bolters. Every shadow flitting across the ground, the precursor to a gunship or speeder, charged with her death. The seed of fear the Khan had put into Shadowsun's heart was taking root. The doom he had dangled over her head, oppressive indeed. The thought of his blade haunted her with every waking hour, but at least that threat was in plain sight. There were other forces closing in, sharks sliding through the inky waters in comparison to the Khan's raging bull. Corvin Severax had ordered his warriors to converge upon Shadowsun wherever she was sighted. The chapter master told his shadow captains the Khan was out of time, outlining a masterful search and destroy battle plan that would span Prefectia. In the past, such manhunts had been met with unqualified success. More often than not, it was Severax who delivered the coup de grace. Within hours, the chapter master expected to have Shadowsun's corpse before him. His captains made the sign of the Aquila and slid into the night. Thus far, the Tau Firecast had encountered the pugnacious, bombastic face of the Imperial war machine. They were soon to realize that under the raw brutality lurked horrors beyond measure, hungry and cunning. Celestial secrets. Whilst the Tau and Space Marines matched wits upon Prefectia's surface, a wider battle unfolded in the heavens. This, too, was marked by Shadowsun's patient genius. On Prefectia's slow-moving moon, Galacractus, the Tau massed reinforcements inbound from Mugalaf Bay. Though they took pains to keep to the planetoid's dark side in order to avoid detection. By waiting for the moon to progress around its orbit, they were able to strike their intended destinations without the intervention of the Imperial fleet. Their entry through the planet's atmosphere was a vector so direct their foes could not respond to it in time. Such avoidance stratagems became common, for the Imperial Armada was a true terror in a direct confrontation. Seeking to learn of the human fleet's abilities to burst from nothingness into reality, Shadowsun called upon all instances of such sudden appearances and found a correlation. They tended to appear in certain locations on the fringes of the Dovar system, far away from any celestial bodies. Reasoning that the Imperial ship captains were avoiding areas where a system's star or planet could pull them into its gravity well, Shadowsun sent a flotilla of scout vessels to wait in the empty void outside the Dovar system. Incredibly, her anticipatory calculations proved correct. When an Imperial vessel translated from the Imperium a few days later, a Tau scout vessel was close enough to take swathes of new and disturbing data from the roiling anomaly still fading around the much larger Imperial vessel. The crew of the Tau craft intended to take their findings back to the Tau High Command, hoping they could make sense of the strange readings, but they never returned to Prefectia, nor any other Tau holding. The Doom of Heroes. Pride. Slayer of the great and the good. Leveler of the cosmic scales. Perhaps the deadliest of all mortal sins. And yet, that insidious foible haunts man, Space Marine, and Tau alike. All too often, it is pride that casts a shadow across the lives of the noblest heroes. A shadow upon the soul that only lengthens with every victory. Shadowsun had made no secret of her presence upon Prefectia, instead reinforcing her role in the war until she had made herself a target above all others. She believed she could defeat the leader of the Space Marine invasion in person, succeeding where even the most terrifying galactic warlords had failed. Perhaps it was pride, too, that drove Corvin Severax to hunt her in person, for the list of his victories spanned the Vault Reptorium twice over. Dug into a long, dry riverbed east of Aquilon, the trenches of Denasha had been the site of several vicious battles between the Astra Militarum and the Fire Caste. Shadowsun's distinctive battlesuit had been sighted there in the last hour of conflict. Taking only a hand-picked squad of Vanguard veterans with him, the Chapter Master ordered his personal Thunderhawk to pass over the Denashi Strait, de-embarking in mid-flight to airdrop straight into the hostilities. It would earn the Raven Guard great honor if Severax's talons took the head of the Tau Supreme Commander, where the scimitars and talwars of the Khan's men had failed. The battle below had seen most of the Strait's Astra Militarum slaughtered by the Firecaste's overlapping fields of fire. The Raven Guard's 3rd Company, as well as scouting elements from the 10th, had attacked from the shadows of the trench network. They had used the Imperial Guardsmen as bait without their knowledge, but the ploy had yielded an advantage. With the cadre spread out before them, they were able to strike back hard. Into this fierce fighting, Chapter Master Severax deployed. Somewhere below him was Shadowsun, a foe he had grown to despise. A reckoning was close at hand. Severax smiled without humor as his downward drop turned into a glide, then a swoop. His men had sighted her, far below, the War Queen of the Tau Empire, totem of a pathetic Xenos empire that was soon to meet a bloody end. She would be hidden well by stealth tech, but to the eyes of a sky hunter, still visible as a flicker of movement and a shimmering silhouette. The Xenos commander preferred to work unseen, and there was wisdom in that. A true warlord did not roar like a beast at the foe, making himself an obvious target and thereby ensuring history remembered him as a scalp claimed by someone else's sword. No, the wise leader ruled from the shadows, watching and waiting for his moment, before bursting out to dispatch his foes with certainty and precision. Shadowsun had been a constant thorn in the side of every chapter tasked with the reclamation of the lost fortress world. The White Scars had suffered worst of all, compounding the losses suffered upon Agrellan. But over the last few months, the Raven Guard had lost far too many warriors to the cursed Tau. Severax swore a silent vow. No more of the sons of Korax would be lost on his watch. The Chapter Master and his veterans descended through the mists without so much as a single shot sent to intercept them. They hit the Tau line from above. Ceramite boots smashed the tall ochre battlesuits so hard they sprawled backwards into the trenches. Severax's Vanguard veterans plunged power swords through visor slits, punched 4-bladed lightning claws through the alien alloy of chest units, and ripped heads from necks with crackling power fists. The Chapter Master cast around for his true prey, fully confident in the abilities of his men. There, A flicker of movement. A heat shimmer mirage in his peripheral vision. Severax dived sidelong as twin fusion beams scorched the air where he had been standing, turning the motion into a curling roll. He clattered into the trenches for a moment, only to burst back up, claws slashing at Shadowsun's torso. She too was quick, leaning with impossible agility to escape his double blow. Severax's momentum carried him on. He lowered his head, connecting hard with the bulbous helm unit of his foe's battlesuit. The impact sent a ripple of malfunctions across its stealth field. As she staggered backwards, he swung a bladed right hook that carved her forearm, fusion blaster and all, into a gore-spurting mess. The other fusion gun came around, but Severax already had his shoulder beneath it, grasping his foe in a death grip and punching his other claw into her midsection over and over. Blood sheeted down the battlesuit's front, turning it from white to filthy red. Severax gave a hollow laugh as Shadowsun was cut to ribbons by his thrice-blessed talons. The laugh echoed longer than it should have. Something shimmered at Severax's flank, something with a tread so heavy he felt it through his power-armoured soles. There was a blaze of light, and Severax was suddenly halved at the waist, groping in horrified denial at the black-armoured legs that kicked and squirted some yards in front of him. The last thing the chapter master felt was a blast of fire, throwing him into the trench. His vision faded as his half-molten remains thudded into a morass of cooling human corpses. The XV-95 Ghost Keels bounded across the battlefield as if in low gravity, thruster jets orbited silent. Their stealth drones reinforced and recalibrated their camouflage fields with every new movement. The team leader announced their presence by killing the Space Marines leader with 2 close-range blasts. The other pilots followed suit, opening fire at the Guron Shah reeling before them. It was a singular thrill to have the unalloyed power of cutting-edge war tech at their fingertips. But the Guron Shah, as tenacious as ever, rallied within seconds. They poured a storm of mass-reactive bolts into the Ghost Keel team's vicinity, no doubt hoping to score a quick revenge kill. The Earthcast had foreseen this. As one, the Ghost Keels raised their countermeasure suits and ejected clouds of small flashettes that sought out the incoming bolts and met them head-on, detonating them prematurely. Not even the light of their explosions reached the Ghost Keels, but their stealth fields turned it aside. The XV-95s pressed home their attack. Cyclic ion rakers bathed their targets in pure white light before smashing columns of intense energy through them in gobbets of flesh and molten metal. Fusion colliders simply evaporated those under their crosshairs. Space Marines roared forward on crude jetpacks, only to be blown backwards by concentrated burst cannon fire or picked off by the rail rifles of distant pathfinders. When the stealth teams added their fire to the hurricane of energy, even the Space Marines could not stand before them. The great Kaon had begun. Stealth and subterfuge. The catastrophic damage meted out upon the Third Company shook the Raven Guard chapter to its core. But it was the death of Corvin Severax that was to echo in the annals of history. Once again, the genius of Tau High Command had wrong-footed the Imperial invaders, but in daring to bring low a chapter master, they courted a drastic response indeed. Shadowsun's orders from the Ethereal Supreme, Eun Va, had been to use herself as bait for a major Kaon. Yet a true leader demands results, rather than dictates the manner in which they are achieved. Shadowsun had devised her plans accordingly, asking for volunteers from her cadre's stealth suit pilots to impersonate her on the battlefield. Unsurprisingly, every member of her team stepped forward. Even after the events of Voltaris, Shadowsun was still a beloved heroine of the Tauvar. The first part of Commander Shadowsun's gambit was to commission 10 customized XV-22 battlesuits from the Earthcast. They were only too happy to comply, for their weapons scientists considered the model a successful prototype after Oshishira's extensive testing. These new battlesuits were fitted with fusion blasters, emblazoned with Shadowsun's own honor markings, and accompanied by Sea-Link and MV-52 shield drones, so they would better resemble their commander's signature war gear. If Corvin Severax had known the identity of his killer, he perhaps would have been impressed despite himself. It had not been some nameless veteran in the control cocoon of a ghost-kill battlesuit that had slain him, but Shadowsun herself. Having seen Khosrow Khan and Shrike fight first-hand upon Voltaris, she suspected that their superior officers would also be lethal opponents. It had been her intention to lure out the warrior king of the Space Marines, and the plan had worked spectacularly. Though she was not afraid to give her life for the Tauvar, she also knew that her death would strike a terrible blow against Firecast morale. By sending decoys into battle, she ensured that Aeonvar's orders were obeyed, whilst maximizing her chances of seeing Prefectia's conquest through to the bitter end. It was the decoy Shaola who lured Severax into Shadowsun's crosshairs. Her sacrifice for the greater good would be remembered forever. With the Raven Guard sent reeling by the loss of their chapter master, Shadowsun and her ghost-kill pilots struck again and again against their Space Marine enemies. The deadly effect of the ghost kill was not confined to Dinesh Strait either, for each of the Seps had sent dozens of the war machines to Prefectia. Though the Imperium had felt their sting before, they were only now witnessing the power of the XV-95 battlesuit en masse. In every theatre of battle, the stealth teams that acted as outriders for each cadre were joined by cloaked ghost kills to form optimized stealth cadres. Earlier in the war, the burst cannons of Shadowsun's patrols had picked off enemy patrols and leveled well-placed acts of sabotage against targets of opportunity. Now they took the fight to armoured columns and massed phalanxes of Astra Militarum and emerged victorious. This wide-scale deployment of stealth tech triggered a new phase of war. Once more the Tau rose ascendant. Their hold upon Prefectia grew stronger with every passing day. The Void Ghost. After dealing the Raven Guard a staggering blow, Shadowsun turned her dazzling intellect to the demise of the White Scars. Her intention was to turn the prey fear back upon its propagators. She had seen their shamanistic and superstitious behavior firsthand, and sought to play upon their beliefs in spirits, spectres, and monsters to undermine their resolve. Forsaking her ghost kill in favor of a more subtle and familiar tool of war, she joined her stealth teams in her beloved XV-22 armor and set off into the wastes under cover of night. When the Khan and his men lit their fires at eventide and told one another stories of their ancestors, they would typically leave a few of their number on guard. Much like Chagorian tribesmen, these sentries would gaze at the horizon rather than the fire, so as not to lose their night eyes. Against the stealth tech of Shadowsun, such a primitive tactic availed them not at all. Cloaking fields deadened the sound of the Tau's approach to the point that not even the sharp hearing of the White Scars could detect more than a whisper upon the wind. The light-bending cells that kept the stealth suit's camouflage, blending Shadowsun's teams with the gloom of Prefectia's night, until they confounded even the eagle-sharp eyes of the Space Marine sentries. Unbeknownst to the White Scars, the hunters would surround them. A flash of light in the distance, and each camp sentries would disappear. Shadowsun tasked her teams with taking what little remained of their victims with them into the night, the better to intimidate and confuse their prey. Her ploy was successful, after a fashion. It was not long before the shamanistic White Scars were talking of the Void Ghost, the creature that stole away battle brothers in the night. But far from eroding their morale, the threat of an invisible demon that had taken their kin drove the White Scars to apoplexies of wrath, each swearing to bring violent destruction upon the force that was haunting them. There was no room for fear or doubt in a Space Marine's mind. It was a realization that came to Shadowsun late, but brought with it a glimmer of respect. XV-95 Ghost Kill battlesuits. Huge, deadly, and all but impossible to detect until it strikes, the XV-95 Ghost Kill is amongst the most effective terror weapons in the galaxy. These mighty battlesuits loom several times the height of a fire warrior, and mount a full array of repulsor jets upon their carapace. They are equipped with an arsenal of heavy weaponry, and are supported by a wealth of high-tech hardware and counter-sensory warfare suites. The Ghostkill battlesuits can tear apart entire armoured squadrons and massacre rank upon rank of enemy infantry in sudden ambushes. The firestorm of their onslaught is such that the foe believes a whole army must be attacking them from an unexpected quarter. Each Ghostkill is piloted by a single, highly trained chasseur, a former XV-25 stealth team veteran. This focused warrior is supported by an integrated AI that assists him in operating the Ghostkill's many complex systems and monitors his physical and psychological well-being during extended operations. Disgusting. A Ghostkill pilot spends long periods of time isolated in enemy territory. Many form unusually strong bonds with their battlesuits. AI. Indeed. In some cases, these eccentric warriors become so introverted that they prefer the company of their suit's AI to that of other Tau. Vile, disgusting, heresy. The tactical applications of the Ghostkill are many and varied, from unleashing overwhelming strikes behind enemy lines to ambush hunting alongside hunter cadres. However, until recently, the Ghostkill was restricted to covert missions only. In truth, development of these potent battlesuits was completed around the beginning of the Third Sphere expansion, but it was decreed that these new weapons should remain hidden until their unveiling held the greatest inspirational value. Pilots were chosen from pre-vetted candidates who were extracted from stealth team operations and transported to a secret facility on Jakavo Station, on the fringes of the abandoned sept of Endras. From here, following orders from Aeon himself, the first generation of Ghostkill battlesuits performed a range of deep cover operations, from the Vadden Fall Station sabotage to the assassination of Cardinal Bosch. Now, with the success of the Riptide, the time had been judged ripe to reveal the freshly renamed Ghosts of Nendras. Suddenly, the insular band of warriors had been thrust into the light, their existence changing from a secret to a propaganda exercise virtually overnight. The recruitment of Ghostkill pilots has begun across the Empire, as has production of the battlesuits themselves. Soon enough, the armies of every sept will possess Ghostkill wings of their own. Withdrawal and counterattack. Amongst the commanders of the Imperium, there are those who spend lives as freely as a gambler spends coin. The Lords of the Space Marines are rarely amongst their number. The Adeptus Astartes upon Prefectia desired victory, but not at any cost. They would withdraw to a designated evac site, doing the maximum damage possible in the process. Within the shattered fortresses of Prefectia, the Adeptus Astartes had fallen prey to a dozen varieties of trap, from the simplest drone decoy to the grandest of embellishments. The cost had become too high to bear. Though the apothecaries were able to recover the gene seed of many of the fallen, there were increasing numbers of after-action reports detailing Space Marines reduced to little more than smouldering pulp or scatterings of disembodied limbs. This included the loss of Chapter Master Severax himself, a dire blow indeed, for he alone knew the greater strategies the Chapter had set in motion. The Raven Guard war effort began to devolve into a series of revenge killings, but its captains eventually recognized the need to regroup. Though it was painful indeed to admit it, the Xenos had made Prefectia their own. A great deal of resource would need to be expended in order to take it back. Yet, resource was one thing the Imperium had in great measure. The Imperial fleet, its reserves, far from exhausted, sent hundreds of bulk landers to cover the Space Marines' withdrawal. Though the Adeptus Astartes were unmatched for raw speed in terms of pure numbers, the Astra Militarum were the mightier force. The Tau could intercept a mere fraction of their orbital landers. Regiment after regiment of Imperial Guard marched from hulking orbit-to-ground dropships, force enough to hurl the Tau back across a wide front. They took the fight anew to the Tau offensive, buying time for the Space Marines to reconvene. The grinding battalions of the Imperial Guard were slow, however, and the Tau highly mobile. Before long, the Xenos force began to avoid them altogether. Meanwhile, those Space Marines that took too long to reach the muster point at Goliath's Eye found themselves surrounded. Their fighting withdrawals turned to grim last stands as their escape routes were blocked off. Tactical and Devastator companies found themselves cut off entirely, their transports reduced to bubbling slag. Where the distinctive contrails of drop pod-borne reinforcements scarred the skies, the Tau would efficiently withdraw from their extrapolating landing sites, their cadres boarding devilfish skimmers and orcas to flee the site without hesitation. Once the drop pods had thundered down to their recently abandoned impact point, their Space Marine passengers had no choice but to make a painstaking march across the wastelands in order to reach their brothers. Though the Space Marines called her a coward and worse, Shadowsun's misdirection tactics were undeniably effective. Her cadres flowed like water around each Imperial push. Their apparent retreats often turned to swift assaults in other areas entirely. The last elements of K-On attacks that developed from effective to utterly devastating. Successful evacuation was looking perilously uncertain for the Imperial armies until the largest of the dropships disgorged its true cargo. With a blaring of war klaxons and fluttering of ancestral pennants, the elite nobles of House Terryn strode from cavernous hangar bays in their gigantic Imperial knights. High King Tybalt had a score to settle that his grand ambush on Voltaris had not slacked. Though his vengeance had been slow in coming, it would be terrible to behold. For the commanders of the Space Marines, the fighting withdrawal from Prefectia was uncomfortably reminiscent of the Agrellan evacuation. The Tau had proved themselves more than capable of defending against a full-scale invasion, turning the planet from an Imperial stronghold to a trap-strewn nightmare in a matter of months. The Firecast reorganized its defenses, confident they would weather the storm as the Imperium renewed its assault to buy the reeling Space Marines time. Shadowsun had eluded the White Scars and Raven Guard alike, turning the tables on her pursuers to devastating effect, and she could do so again. The Supreme Commander of the Firecast was already being hailed as triumphant. News of her victory upon Prefectia had been spread far and wide. It had reached not only the heartlands of the Tau Empire, but also those nearby Imperial worlds the ambassadors of the Tau had marked as ripe for a more subtle conquest. That same news had spread all the way to Terra. In the hidden offices of power, events were being put in motion that would change the fate of the Eastern Fringe. Tau High Command was already congratulating itself on a job well done, not realizing that the sheer scale of reinforcements inbound to the Dovar system would have caused even a Violan's blood to run cold. The Tau defenders of Prefectia had faced only a small, concentrated strike force thus far, and against such elite foes had proven themselves capable of wresting victory. But they would soon face the Goliaths of war for which the Imperium is rightly feared. Ponderous, immensely strong and equipped with firepower fierce enough to level cities. The Master of Shadows. After Severax's death, the Tau and Imperial forces, warring over the carnage, decimated each other. The two sides were forced to quit the field if they hoped to maintain any semblance of cohesion. In the wake of the battle, the Shadow Captains gathered in the gloom. One of their number would be entrusted with ultimate command of the Raven Guard. The strife-filled days leading up to Corvin Severax's death had been a tapestry of cause and effect that sent ripples across Prefectia from pole to pole. The Chapter Master's successor would be chosen from the captains of the Raven Guard chapter, but there was little time for lengthy counsel and debate. Most of the warrior lords were already embroiled in fierce conflicts against the Tau, some fighting for their lives as the Firecast pressed home their advantage. Whilst Corvin Severax had been orchestrating his masterful search and destroy patterns, Shadow Captain Shrike had been leading the men of the Third Company on a series of punitive strikes. Over the course of the last 3 days, Strike Force Shrike had harried an entire contingent to the point of extinction, and in doing so, laid the bait for a trap of its own. Shrike had worked in tandem with an artillery regiment of the Astra Militarum. He had ordered them to bombard enemy armour that sought to intervene as his warriors launched a ground assault on the remnants of the harried cadre. Seeing easy prey, Shadowsun had attacked the Astra Militarum artillery and the infantry assigned to defend them. Shrike had been waiting for such a move, and when he turned back to counterattack Shadowsun's armies, he spotted the distinctive battle suit of the enemy commander standing triumphant over the bodies of his Astra Militarum allies. Shrike's veterans had voxed confirmation of Shadowsun's whereabouts to Corvin Severax, and the chapter master had made haste to join the fight, seeking to claim Shadowsun's head for his own. It was that single decision that had cost the Raven Guard its chapter master and the majority of its third company. With Corvin Severax slain, Shrike and his surviving veterans were forced to improvise, for in terms of firepower they were massively outclassed. By staying to the rear of the nearest ghost keel, they used the strengths of the giant Tau battlesuits against them. A stray shot from one XV-95 was not recognized as a threat by the countermeasure suites of another, and caused crippling damage to its stealth drones. The Raven Guard then concentrated their attacks on the most skilled of the remaining ghost keels, that of Shadowsun herself, and through sheer tenacity forced her to withdraw. That night, Captain Shrike and his command squad returned to the site of the battle, there to harvest the progenoid glands of the fallen. They did so at great risk, but they survived, and much of the Third Company's gene seed survived with them. It was likely that this selfless act secured Shrike's status as Severax's natural successor. A series of astropathic communiques had already been established, counting amongst their recipients the other shadow captains of the Raven Guard, and even Marnius Calgar from neighbouring Ultramar. The Raven Guard needed a new leader, one so widely respected he could unite the Imperium's armies instead of simply fighting alongside them. In the end, the decision was unanimous. Kayvan Shrike, saviour of Targus VIII, Donica and Yaki, bane of Wa Skullcrack, bearer of the Laurel Imperialis and patron saint to worlds considered lost or abandoned, would become the new chapter master of the Raven Guard. The fury of the righteous. Under Chapter Master Shrike's guidance, the previously reserved alliance between the Raven Guard and White Scars chapters became strong as steel. In doing so, it turned the scattered and isolated assaults of the Imperial invasion into a combined force so potent it could rip the heart from the Tau coalition upon Prefectia. The military doctrines of the Raven Guard and White Scars could not have been more different. Where the Khan's warriors preferred to deliver decisive blows upon open ground, Shrike's kin operated best in dense terrain, where their meticulous strikes could wear down even the largest armies. Shadowsun had seen patterns emerge upon Prefectia, Agrellan, and even Voltaris, and had begun to organize each sept's Kion traps accordingly. Where the White Scars had charged in, they often found themselves fighting only holographic mirages. The true strike coming from concealed fortifications nearby. Where the Raven Guard had lain in wait for their foe, they found themselves ambushed in their turn, or brought out into the open, where long-range support cadres could scythe them down. However, when the forces of Viola and Tau found themselves fighting both chapters at once, even the best-laid Kaon traps were found wanting. Again and again, the Raven Guard, allowing themselves to be drawn out into the open, provided the anvil. The White Scars, charging from artful concealment, acted as the hammer. Outside the Rasputin bunker complex, the Raven Guard engaged in a running battle with an armoured interdiction cadre, steered their foes into a cross-quadrant strafing blitz that saw White Scar air support tear apart the fast-moving skimmers. When the Khan led a headlong charge against the Hectoroid Great Span, the Violans quickly blocked both ends of the bridge, only to be cut to ribbons by the Raven Guard assault, demi-companies hiding maglocked beneath its suspension arches. Scout patrols lured Shadowsun's riptides into committing to Kaon strikes, only for well-placed teleport homers to summon Terminators from orbit, the veterans ambushing the giant battlesuits in their turn. The other Space Marine companies present upon Prefectia were also united by Shrike's plans. When the White Scar's hunting forces were pursued across the gnarled wastes by cadres of air-cast fighters, the anti-aircraft fire of stalkers and hunters from 6 chapters sowed the skies with such a massive barrage of flak that not a single Tau pilot made it out alive. The Space Marines would not leave without first combining their strengths, preventing the firecast from cementing their hold upon Prefectia. Every victory was but another link in the chain that led to the most significant blow of all, a strategy hinging around the electro-dam complex known as Bruti Nexus. The might of House Terryn. United, the Space Marines upon Prefectia had struck grievous blows against Tau forces across the planet. Shadowsun was already out for vengeance, but Chapter Master Shrike had one card still to play. The leaders of the Raven Guard and White Scars had turned the haywire energies coursing through Prefectia's fissures into a planet-wrecking storm of electricity. The veins of geoelectric force thrumming under the planet's crust had roiled upwards in great fissures and canyons. In doing so, the Space Marines had caught unawares the hunter cadres sheltering in wait upon their slopes and sent a huge portion of their number tumbling into unmarked graves below. However, they had also made themselves the most obvious target upon all Prefectia. Within the hour, the firecast had closed on them in the tens of thousands. Even with the psychic storm conjured by Khan's Stormseers keeping the Tau's lethal battlesuit elite at bay, the perpetrators of the Electroquake faced almost certain death. The Raven Guard and White Scars were preparing to sell their lives as dearly as possible when 2 immense bulk landers roared through the skies. Ion-class macro shields rippled white as the massing Tau cadres below tried in vain to bring them down. The vast heraldic icons upon their hangar doors slid apart as the airborne behemoths bellied down near the edge of Goliath's Eye. A moment later, House Terryn announced their presence, not only with the blaring clarions of Baron Artemidorus, but with pounding, rapid-firing battle cannons that sent explosive death into the ranks of the fire warriors below. The debark ramps crashed hard into the ash, the war machines behind them starting to fire as they emerged from the gloom. From the cavernous interiors of the bulk ships strode the heroes of Voltauran legend, the Imperial Knights of House Terryn, each walker capable of dueling an army in its own right. The arrival of the Imperial Knights was not entirely a surprise to Shadowsun. She had encountered the Gurun Shah's hulking allies before, and had prepared powerful contingencies in case the looming walkers joined the fight upon Prefectia. The presence of her command hub upon the edge of Goliath's Eye was no coincidence. She had relocated there in order to intercept the withdrawing Space Marines, and ordered her Riptide pilots to muster on its perimeter. The Knights of House Terryn had duelled with Tau Riptides before, both upon Agrellan and Voltaris. The towering Xenos battlesuits stood as the greatest challenge to the exalted knight supremacy they had yet encountered. Even the giant Ork Walker effigies they had fought on Grosvex IV had not claimed such a tally from their ranks. Nonetheless, the sheer disgust the nobles felt for the Xenos war machines drove them to launch into a headlong attack. Tybalt had mustered his house's finest warriors, as well as those allied houses and Freeblades who owed debts of honor to House Terryn. Nightwalkers by the dozen made planetfall upon Prefectia, their combined numbers rivaling a Space Marine battle company. Barons Yorick and Orfarian had been sent to hammer the Tau reserves descending from Prefectia's moon to attack the Maven Isles. Capulan and Amaranthine led a concerted attack on the polar seams, and Darius strode through endless ranks of Astra Militarum as they besieged the Tau's equatorial command hub. Despite the massing of Tybalt's warriors, it was the presence of Taurus, the gatekeeper of Voltaris, that was the ultimate indicator of Tybalt's intent. It was clear to friend and foe alike that House Terryn intended to end the Tau threat to the Damocles Gulf region themselves, or face the annihilation of their house in the attempt. with the surviving Raven Guard and White Scars already sowing destruction across the Tau battle line. House Terryn's charge was all but unstoppable. The battleground between Venture Scar and Aquilin Hive was already dotted with the smoking remains of Tau war machines, many of which had been accounted for by High King Tybalt himself. The momentum of the Knights' arrival carried them stamping through the ranks of Fire Warrior Strike and Breacher teams. Rapid-firing battle cannons and Avenger Gatling cannons thundered shells into distant battlesuits until even their shields were found wanting. In loose squadrons, the Riptides deployed to counter the Imperial Walkers, their jetpacks sending them leaping through the carnage with impressive grace for war machines of such size. Blazing energies that would have melted even tactical dreadnought armor splashed across the carapaces of the charging Imperial Knights from all angles, burning proud heraldry from their pauldrons. Several of Terryn's giant walkers were crippled or slain, left as pillars of fire burning in the wake of High King Tybalt's exalted court. It did not stop the charge of House Terryn's finest for a moment. The air filled with the rising hum of Nova reactors powering up as the Riptide pilots pushed their weapon systems to the limit. It was the sound the warriors of House Terryn remembered well, a deadly knell for many honoured brethren upon Agrellan. Whenever the XV-104 reactors thrummed loud, the nobles raised their ion shields towards the sound. A split second later, the incinerating energies of the Riptide's supercharged weaponry burned harmlessly across shallow domes of invisible force. Charging in an adamantium lance attack pattern, the Knights returned fire with their thermal cannons. With their energies focused on their all-out attack, the Riptide pilots had little left to spare for defense. An entire squad of the giant battlesuits burst into flame and fell sizzling to the ashen ground. High King Tybalt slammed shoulder first through one of the blazing wrecks, charging headlong into the tank squadrons beyond and slamming his crackling gauntlet through one Skyray gunship after another. At Shadowsun's behest, a fire-cast cadre arced in from the west, seeking to circumvent the assaulting Knights so they could level fire at their vulnerable rear armor. Into the shadows of the closest bulk lander, broadside battlesuits and hammerhead gunships and squads of sniper drones deployed. A pair of Riptides escorting the phalanx with ion cannons blazing. This flanking attack, too, had been foreseen by Caven Shrike, the hidden orchestrator of the battle thus far, and he had a deadly contingency held ready. Storming out from the dark reaches of the Bulklander's hangar bay came a lone walker, a monster from the nightmares of those Tau who had seen its bloody work on Agrellan. It was known only as the Obsidian Knight. The walker's soot-black carapace was emblazoned with skulls and icons of doom, but no scrolls revealed its true name. No war cry came from its vox, no klaxon heralded its arrival. Still, its purpose was terribly clear. The boom of the Knight's slamming footfalls thundered across the wastelands like the war drum of a tribe of giants. Its charge gathered speed, even as its battle cannon pounded shells into the scattering Tau. Each shot claimed nigh a dozen lives. Railgun fire cracked out, but nearly all of the hypersonic projectiles were deflected in blazes of blinding light by the monstrous machine's ion shield. Even the shots that struck home did little more than add new scars to the behemoth's time-worn metal hide. The nearest Riptide, boosting high over the great black walker, came down hard behind it with fusion blasters leveled for the kill. Far swifter than it had any right to be, the Obsidian Knight turned full circle at the waist, Reaper chainsword lashing out horizontally to chew straight through the Riptide's torso. The walker turned back to its rampage. Cannon clank booming shells at the second XV-104. The Riptide, torn apart by the Obsidian Knight's chainsword, crumbled in its wake, spraying sparks and Xenos gore alike across the walker's piston-driven legs. Victory seemed near, but then the unexpected happened. Looming through the scattered ruins on the edge of Aquilin Hive were XV-128 Storm Surge ballistic suits, the most powerful war machines the Firecast had yet brought to battle. Each suit towered over the Riptides fighting alongside them, and boasted far more firepower. 3 by 3 they lumbered towards the front line, their lunging steps punctuated by the fusillades they unleashed. Volleys of soaring cluster rockets, destroyer missiles and fragmentation charges chewed great holes in the ranks of the Raven Guard amongst the ruins. This grueling barrage was devastating enough, but when the vast weapon systems on their shoulders let fly, time stood still. A moment of searing blindness, a stab of deafening noise. It was as if some fell giant had scooped an entire section of the wasteland away. Rubble, ash, and Space Marine alike simply vanished. Where a defensible position had been a moment before, nothing more than wisps of smoke remained. The Storm Surges were not alone. Where the Space Marines pressed an assault towards the monstrous killers, light shimmered and bent to their flanks, the only visible signs of XV-95 Ghost keels joining the fight. A sucking shriek of air followed, and more of the Emperor's finest came apart in puffs of atomized blood, the energies that slew them invisible but no less deadly for it. Battlesuits of every description closed in, each one optimized the better to slay the shock troops of the Imperium. The Grand Kion continued to unfold, and with it, the truth of the weapons that Commander Shadowsun had been hiding all along. KV-128 Storm Surges. Towering colossi of destruction. KV-128 Storm Surges carry the firepower to annihilate whole columns of tanks or fell super-heavy walkers with a single earth-shaking volley. Rushed to the front of the escalating war against the Imperium, these mobile bastions have swiftly proved their worth against the numbers and heavy armor of the foe. Though slow-moving and ponderous, a single storm surge can alter the course of a battle in seconds. Its armored resilience and phenomenal firepower make it equally lethal in attack or defense. The Storm Surge is the first in a new breed of Tau super-heavy war assets, known as ballistic suits. Developed by the noted Earth-cast weapons scientist Theo Borka Ishuran, these massive bipedal weapons platforms are an answer to the super-heavy war engines of their foes. Ishuran recognized that even heavy battlesuits and aircraft, such as the railgun-toting Tiger Shark AX-10, could be outgunned by the Imperium's Titan-class walkers. Furthermore, when the enemy deployed their mightiest war machines en masse, as was the case during the War for Dalith and the Great War of Confederacy, all the railguns and seeker missiles in the Empire could not prevent the Firecast from sustaining heavy casualties. Ishuran, however, had a solution: the pinpoint application of overwhelming force. Each KV-128 is essentially an enormous walking gun tower, whose purpose is to anchor the Firecast battle line while laying down an insurmountable weight of covering fire. To this end, the ballistic suit is fitted with a secondary generator specifically to tower its Titan-killing weaponry, and is regularly used as a platform to field-test experimental weapons, so heavy they have previously only seen use on spacecraft. The Storm Surge is operated by a carefully selected pairing of veteran hammerhead crewmen who have graduated through ballistic suit academies on Borkan. The prestige of operating a ballistic suit is not equal to that of donning the hero's mantle, but the steely-eyed graduates of the so-called Veso Ane Vash, or Giant Maker Academy, are honored by the Fire Warriors for the countless lives they save. Working as a seamless team, the crew operate their towering suit, one piloting the Storm Surge, while the other monitors, aims, and fires its weapon systems. In order to keep pace with the fluid strategies of the Tau, ballistic suits are mag-lifted into battle beneath specially modified Manta missile destroyers. Once deployed, the Storm Surge stomps into position and unleashes its incredible firepower, annihilating its designated targets before being lifted away once more. The current models in circulation are primarily armed with the Pulse Driver Cannon. Pioneered by the finest of the Tau's Earth-cast weapons scientists, the Pulse Driver Cannon is a weapon so massive in size and power it can only be borne to battle by a dedicated artillery suit. Emitting a deep bass thrum that rises in pitch as its particle accelerator relays spool up, the cannon builds up force enough to level a building before the volley is released. Once the pent-up energies are let fly, An incandescent beam of blinding intensity stabs out with a buzzing roar. Anything in its path is obliterated in a column of superheated plasma, cast into its component atoms as if a solar flare had lashed from the heart of a sun to scour them from history in one terrifying second. The pulse driver cannon was originally developed in response to the gargantuan war engines of the Orks. In the latter stages of the Arcanusha War, a stationary prototype mounted on the Argap Plateau sent searing columns of deadly white force through the guts and torsos of Ork war effigies time and time again. In recent decades, the weapon's deadly power has been matched instead against the Titans of the Imperium. Though these boast far more sophisticated technologies than the walkers used by the Ork race, the result of a sustained barrage from a pulse driver cannon has proven to be much the same. The Battle of Goliath's Eye. Combined, the Firecast's most advanced war machines became an unstoppable force. The hurricane of munitions was thrown into the oncoming Imperial attack, tearing apart Space Marine transports, gun tanks, and even those Imperial knights that found themselves caught in the teeth of the new offensive. Though slow in comparison to Riptide and Ghostkeel, the KV-128 Storm Surge was the ultimate in firepower. Under cover of night, Shadowsun had lifted 9 of the vast engines into the ruins skirting Aquilon Hive and concealed them amongst the tide wall defense networks established there. With her command hub relocated a few miles south of Goliath's Eye, the Imperium had finally taken the bait, and the mighty ballistic suits were revealing their presence to spectacular effect. House Terryn's nobles were quick to pour fire into the new threat looming through the smoke. To their dismay, the Storm Surges had shield generators of their own, powerful enough to dissipate a direct hit from a thermal cannon, and the solid ordnance that found its mark exploded harmlessly on thick thermoplastic plating. Tybalt ordered his army of nobles to carry on firing nonetheless. Every time an Imperial knight disengaged, its opponent would focus its fire on the Adeptus Astartes instead, and the kill count would rise even higher. Yet with the knights forced to keep their guns and ion shields facing towards the Storm Surges, stealth teams and ghost keels haunting the edge of the battle were able to bring their fusion weaponry to bear, cutting the legs from the knights and detonating their reactors in blazes of incandescent light. Kayvan Shrike quickly adjusted to the magnitude of this new development, commanded a triple-pronged assault from Raven Guard, White Scar and Imperial Knight alike. As the Raven Guard pressed their assault from the ruins, Kusaro Khan's own hunting force hurtled from Venture Scar to strike hard at the Tau flank. The dual assault hit the barely recovered Firecast battle line just as its warriors were rallying around an ethereal, ordering them back into the fight. The White Scars had brought more than guns and blades to the fight. With them came the psychic storm the Storm Seers had conjured from their geo-electric power stations. The tempest of energies raged so fierce, it caught up spear-like lengths of rebar and even rusted girders from the battleground, hurling them out to impale Tau infantry and battlesuits alike. One of the giant Storm Surge ballistic suits was caught in a vortex of crackling force, its crew electrocuted in a single hideous moment. At a word from Tybalt, the Knights of House Terryn took their chance, breaking for the edge of Goliath's Eye. Ion shields blazed bright to their flanks as the Tau battlesuits poured fire towards them. But their gambit had worked. The Imperial Knights were no longer surrounded. Now at their backs was a yawning, miles-wide pit that cracked with thick coils of Prefectia's boundless electric power. The depths of Goliath's Eye growled and roared, like the maw of some impossible, lightning-spewing beast. "Put it out of your mind, men," ordered High King Tybalt. "The Great Pit is our ally here. We will make it so." As if to test his claim, a trio of the smaller Tau battlesuits blasted at full speed around the Exalted Court's flank and into the lip of the giant sinkhole, hoping to level a volley to their rear. Balthazar's autocannons blasted one into tumbled wreckage. A crackling whip of energy lashed from the pit's depths across the other two, sending them tumbling into the darkness. Shimmering from the side came one of the Tau's stealth machines. It slammed hard into Balthazar, pitching him onto the very edge of Goliath's eye before boosting away, cannons blazing to send the knight toppling over. Tybalt flung out his Thunderstrike Gauntlet, mind flicking its disruption field inactive as he grabbed Balthazar's knight by the pauldron and hauled him to safety. "You're supposed to be saving my life, Balthazar," grumbled Tybalt, "not the other way around." In the ruins, the artillery walkers had turned to face Tybalt, missiles streaking out in dizzying profusion. The reeling Balthazar was already locked in a duel with a riptide. Montaigne charged, chainsword raised, towards a giant suit with a glowing cannon upon its shoulder, and keeled over, cord front to back. Tybalt turned his shield to block a volley of missiles, its circuits overloading even as another Xenos warsuit levelled its shoulder cannon at him for a kill shot. He roared in denial, eyes wide. The Obsidian Knight was there in an instant, knocking aside the deadly blast with a contemptuous flare of his own shield. The knight's battle cannon boomed twice in return. Tybalt's hopes sank as the volley soared over the ballistic suit, and then the shells detonated on the outcrop of ruins above it, sending rubble cascading right into the pilot bay behind the thing's gorget. Incensed, the Tau concentrated their fire on the Obsidian Knight, but the Free Blade's ability to predict the enemy's ballistics was uncanny. Over and over, his shield flickered and changed shape, detonating Seeker missiles and splashing aside plasma. "Fire back then, damn it!" bellowed Tybalt to his noble kin. "Our silent friend has brought us a reprieve, so let's use it." It was too late. Realizing their fire could not penetrate the Obsidian Knight's guard, one of the Tau artillery crews aimed their fire not at the walker, but at the ground by its feet. A blinding column of force ripped a great trench into the bone-dry earth, the seismic shivers so violent, Tybalt felt it even through his walker's thrown mechanicum. Then, the ground fell away into the pit's wide maw, and with it, the Obsidian Knight toppled end over end into the abyss. The knights of House Terryn cried out in despair at the demise of the Obsidian Knight, and rightly so, for the hero's loss was the tipping point that turned a losing battle into disaster. Their strength spent, the Imperial invaders had no option but to dig their claws as deep as possible, gouging a few last wounds into the firecast before withdrawing altogether. With the firepower of both the Tau and Viola contingents upon them, the lip of Goliath's eye crumbling away, House Terryn was fighting for their lives. Tybalt frantically shouted orders to his comrades, ordering his pilots to brave the enemy fire and attend him immediately. As the Tau ballistic suits pressed home their attack, the Bulklander Cosmic Steed glided over the corpse-strewn ash. The titanic craft pivoted its own ion shield downwards, not this time to deflect the anti-air firepower of the Tau, but to protect its broad undercarriage from the electric storm inside Goliath's eye. Missile explosions ripped along its hull as it lowered itself into the pit, engine backwash flattening anything smaller than an Imperial Knight, as the vast drawbridge of its boarding ramp slammed onto the lip of the pit. If House Terryn's nobles were not amongst the most skilled knight pilots in the galaxy, they likely would have fallen to their deaths. With Tybalt taking the lead, however, and ion shields covering their retreat, they each made the leap of faith. The Bulklander, built to survive sustained atmospheric re-entry, rode out the firepower chewing at its flanks, pulled away into the night, bearing the humbled court of House Terryn into the skies. Kayvan's Shrike had lost a powerful asset indeed, but he still refused to give up. Abandoning the cataclysmic battle at the edge of the shattered cityscape, the Raven Guard and White Scars alike sought the safety of dense terrain where their raw physical power could not be neutralized by the guns of the Tau. A series of brutal, blood-spattered skirmishes followed as the Space Marines made their way to Shrike's designated extraction point, each driven as much by bitterness and hatred as by the expediency of an ordered withdrawal. Amongst the smoke-shrouded destruction of the abandoned hive districts, the tactical genius of Chapter Master Shrike came to the fore. Shielded from the Tau's long-ranged firepower, the Raven Guard turned the fight to their own terms, and by using a complex series of feints and shadow tactics, they withdrew with minimal casualties. The White Scars achieved, through ferocity and speed, what the Raven Guard had with stealthcraft. Through the battle-ravaged landscape hunted the Khan, desperate now for any sign of his nemesis, gunning his bike towards every heat mirage and smoking crater in the hope of bringing his quarry out into the open. But Shadowsun was no fool. The battle was won, and she intended to live to appreciate it. The Third Sphere, Ascendant. With the fighting, withdrawal of the Space Marines and the evacuation of House Terryn, the remainder of the Imperial forces upon Prefectia soon followed suit. Shadowsun, her forces already enveloping the last centres of resistance, had secured her dominance beyond doubt. The expansion of the Third Sphere would continue apace. The deployment of the Storm Surge KV-128 ballistic suit was by no means limited to the battle on the edge of Goliath's Eye. In every theatre of war, the looming artillery walkers emerged, some of their number, in a practice pioneered by Commander Sternshield, were used as the centerpieces of a variant Kion, where the lure was not only the bait to draw in the enemy army, but the tidal wave that broke it against the unyielding cliff of the wider Tau force. Others formed roving gun emplacements that added daunting firepower to the Tidewall gun clusters. They strengthened the Tau's stranglehold upon Prefectia day by day, blasting apart the remnants of Imperial occupation, pulverizing the gun gargoyles encrusting each dormant hive, and toppling the statues of the planet's former owners from every plinth. In a matter of months, the fortress world had fallen completely to its fire-cast conquerors, just like Agrellan before it. To great celebration, the planet was renamed Vas Talos, which means boundless scope in the Tau tongue. Soon enough, plans were being made for the next stage of the Third Sphere expansion. Many of their chasseurs tol believe the consolidation of their gains to be the next step, the better to build the foundation from which they would strike further into Imperial space. Aeldari overruled the Firecast Council in person, the wisdom of his speech so obvious his commanders felt foolish they had not reached the same conclusion themselves. The expeditionary force would divide its strength, one half pushing further into the Dovar system, whilst the other returned to ensure the supply route to Mugalath Bay remained intact. Across every Sept world, colony and orbital station, Prefectia was already being portrayed as the Tower's greatest victory yet. Already plaudits were being given and speeches being made, the Watercast extolling far and wide this latest glorious manifestation of the Tower's destiny. Much mention was made of Commander Shadowsun, her image broadcast across unnumbered holoscreens on a daily basis. The Grand Kion she had staged upon Prefectia was hailed as a work of genius. She had slowly escalated the engagement against the Imperium shock troops, many true believers in the Tauvar giving their lives in battle to goad the enemy further and further until they attacked in force, then trumping them with the true strength she had concealed all along. In this manner, the Supreme Commander of the Firecast had personally slain the Grand Monarch of the Space Marines, a grim-faced figure in black armor who had long directed the Imperial war effort, but had only now been lured into the open by Shadowsun's masterful Kion strategies. With the death of their greatest leader, the Watercast excitedly reported the armies of the Imperium would be cast into disarray, caught in a power vacuum, which it would take them years to escape. Featured prominently on every holoscreen, from one end of the Tau Empire to the other, were the Ghost Keel battlesuits and Storm Surge ballistic suits that had given the Firecast the edge they needed to defeat the warmongering brutes of humanity. At the end of every triumphant broadcast, serene images of the ethereal cast would dominate the screen, telling the Tau that every life lost in the furtherance of the greater good was a life well spent, and that no true follower of the Tauvar could believe otherwise. These broadcasts were kept on loop for many days, not purely for the sharing of information, the betterment of unity, and the raising of morale, but also because the Ethereals knew well that conviction was amongst the Tau's greatest weapons. The battle for Prefectia was won, they said, but the war against the corrupt and bloated empire of mankind was only now beginning. They had little idea how right they were. The sheer scale and ambition of the war for the Eastern Fringe was becoming one of the wonders of the Tau Empire, feted loud and clear by every one of its citizens. News of the moribund, brutish race they had outwitted and outfought spread far and wide. Every new clutch of Tau youngsters was told stories of greedy, rotten humans that sought to smother the stars, suffocating all light and hope without ever knowing why. The news of the great victory was also broadcast to those civilizations that had allied themselves with the Tau Empire, and even many who had not. There were those amongst them who realized that under the triumphalist claims was buried a death toll that likely spiraled into the billions. Some of their number, those who had come to truly understand the Imperium of Man, realized that the grandiose war the Watercaster spoke of had every chance of drowning the Tau Empire in an unremitting tide of death. The news soon reached a chain of star systems, coreward of the Gulf, long abandoned by the Tau Empire. Their legendary leader gathered his people and made ready for a war that would change the history of the Tau forever. The Titan awakened. Upon Prefectia, the Tau Empire had proven itself a force to be reckoned with. On a strategic level, their war-smithing was impressive, and their carefully prepared traps had lent them a tactical advantage, time after time. The greater battle, however, was yet to be won. Not only for the world surrounding the Damocles Gulf, but for the Tau's place in the galaxy. The Imperium had lost Prefectia to Eonvar's expeditionary force, expertly commanded by the military genius of Osha Shira. Ultimately, though, the Imperium considered that world of little strategic value. There were more vital targets in the Eastern Fringe, targets to which war fleets had already been dispatched by the fickle tides of the war. Countless regiments of Astra Militarum, orders of Adeptus Sororitas, and macro-level war cohorts from the Adeptus Mechanicus were inbound, slowly but unstoppably, to the greater war zone. According to the assessments of Imperial strategos and war savants, there was no way the Tau could conquer the Gilded Worlds without either abandoning the surrounding systems or leaving their own heartlands poorly defended. Both were courses of action they believed the Tau would never take. As for the battle group assigned to the reclamation of the worlds recently taken, they too had greater plans reaching fruition. With the focus of Firecast High Command upon Prefectia, the Imperium turned its eyes once more towards Agrellan, renamed Muglaf Bay by its presumptuous Tau conquerors. Though the 12 great hives of that world had been brought low by Shadowsun's masterful offensive, and though the planet's rad storms and toxic atmosphere made it all but inimical to life, the location of the planet made it valuable indeed. More than that, it had become a symbol for the Tau Empire, a symbol of triumph over humanity that the Imperium could not abide. The Imperium spans 1,000,000 worlds, and with every cycle Holy Terror describes around Great Sol, dozens are lost and dozens more settled in the Emperor's name. Yet rarely does a chapter master die in battle, and rarer still one of the first founding, those whose predecessors fought at the side of the legendary Primarchs. Such fallen heroes are not to be forgotten, but to be avenged. Through the inky void, the Space Marines and their allies headed for Agrellan once more, intent on striking the Tau defenders there whilst the pride of the Firecast was consolidating its gains in a different system. The slight upon the honour of the Adeptus Astartes would be repaid 100-fold. There was revenge to be wrought, and in such matters the Imperium is expert indeed. The great vaults of Terryn's Strategium, Gamma 96, were vast beyond all practicality. So astonishing in scale were they, that clouds of incense byproduct shrouded the triumphal sculptures of its arched ceilings from sight. Banks of cogitators hissed and whirred. Bellows wheezed and Inlaid servitor husks ground their teeth with the intensity of the calculations pouring through their mono-tasked brains. Amongst the data reliquies and chronoprods stalked hunchbacked, monk-like figures, each guiding a rusted autocart full of hole-punched scrolls to its destination. Each of the cogitator banks was set into the Strategium's great mosaic, a true work of art over 3 leagues in diameter. Every one of the Terran's Strategiums had a similar device, the work of 100 generations to assemble. This particular mosaic was a stylized representation of those star systems farthest flung on the eastern fringe, and it was the pride and joy of all Gamma 96's inhabitants. There was Duvaris, the gold leaf that represented the star's mineral-rich worlds, long since flaked from their swirling symbols. There was Belfurnis, the stellar body's faceted amber, lit from below to glimmer from the emeralds of verdant Nine Jordran nearby. A stone's throw away was the famous Forge World system of Baradrol Beta, its sun's flares, stylized as a great spoked wheel that touched upon a dozen librarium stacks, replete with information. A masked Factorum limped under the weight of stacked data slates as he approached the swathe of glittering diamond-studded tiles that represented the systems around the Damocles Gulf. Each of the worlds and races of that tempestuous region had its own data alcove, watched over by the static servo skull of an adept who had once laboured to catalogue it for the betterment of mankind. It was said that to know and fully comprehend them all was the work of several lifetimes, even for the most skillful, augmented lexomechanic. The factotum saw something winking in the gloom of a recessed bay, something he had not noticed before. He looked around furtively for the scribe provost, but found himself alone. Cringing lest his master's truncheon strike him unannounced, the factotum approached the bay, pulling back his hood over his elongated skull, the better to assess his discovery. Under chiseled, calligraphic letters, barely a few centuries old, a steady green light had gone out. A new light had turned amber in its stead. As the factotum watched, the alcove's fret abacus shivered, and the knuckle bones that formed its units slid over by a single decimal point. A scroll tube thumped above it, the pneumatic relay taking word to his elders and betters. The letters above the lights spelled a single word, a word the factotum had neither seen nor heard of before. Tau. The shape of things to come. Following the great victory upon Prefectia, the Ethereal Supreme, Eunvar, gave an impassioned speech. It was an awe-inspiring sight, the Ethereal hovering over the crater-ridden battlefield, the burnt-out frame of a fallen Imperial knight as his backdrop. It was a broadcast viewed by every member of the Tau race, even those too young to walk. In his victory speech, Eunvar announced another Tau triumph. He praised the leadership of Commander Shadowsun and acknowledged the mastery of the Firecast. The Ethereal Supreme spoke of how the Tau race stood now on the precipice of greatness. Before them lay endless possibilities. They had but to seize them. Once the Damocles Gulf had thwarted their expansion, as had the rule of the Imperium of mankind. The Tau had now overcome these obstacles to stand once again victorious. Eunvar announced that the Third Sphere expansion was only just beginning, and called upon each Sept world by name to give more of themselves to the greater good. Just as the front-line soldiers of the Firecast were asked to give everything in defense of the Tau-Va, so too must each citizen of the Tau Empire. Production must double, new technology must be developed, and every part of society must be made more efficient. It was a staggering statement, for the Tau Empire was already on a war footing. Production was running at maximum capacity, simply to supply the enormous amounts of material needed to fund the Third Sphere expansion, yet Eunvar was asking for more. To this request, the Tau responded with earnest devotion. If the great leader of their people asked, it would be done. There would be no question and no qualms about the cost, only ardent efforts to increase production by any means necessary. With the foe gone from Prefectia, Eunvar began to plan the next phase of the expansion. Half of the Firecast forces on Prefectia were sent to aid in the exploitation of the Delvar system, suppressing or eradicating native populations, protecting Earthcast installations and safeguarding Watercast diplomatic actions. The remaining forces were to return to Mugalaf Bay. There they could briefly refit and train while the War Council laid plans for the next wave of planetary invasions. It was generally accepted that the Imperial hold upon the region had been broken, and it would be a long time before their forces returned in great numbers. The Imperium had suffered a series of losses that would have set the Tau Empire back generations, including the latest blow, losing the king of the Space Marines. It would take some time to recover from such shattering setbacks. In their understanding of the Imperium and its ways, the Tau could not have been more wrong. Even before Agrellan was attacked, the aggressive infiltration of the Tau Watercast had been marked. Astropathic choirs broadcast warnings, and armies were already mobilized before the Tau's lightning-fast invasion was complete. The Tau's success only increased the magnitude of the Imperial response. That many of the region's lesser holdings had previously given in to Tau bribes and manipulations had only increased the Imperium's desire for retribution. Perhaps the only thing the Imperium was less tolerant of than Xenos invasion was betrayal or corruption. The seditious, those who would lure mankind to their doom, were loathed above all. Forces were mustered, congregating in numbers beyond the scope of what the Tau believed possible. The vast armadas and armies of the Imperium were slow to gather momentum and had to span distances the Tau could not fathom. But once the Task Force Retribution was finally launched into the war, there was no stopping its single-minded mission to reclaim the territory once ruled in the Emperor's name. The warriors of the Astra Militarum would not halt until they had raised the glorious banner of the Imperial Aquila where it rightfully belonged. And so, when the task force emerged from the warp with klaxons blaring, it was as close to Agrellan's orbit as they dared, to maximize the advantage of surprise. Soon, all wrongs would be revenged 100-fold. The hammer of Imperial justice falls. There was but a single purpose behind the launching of Task Force Retribution: the cleansing of Agrellan of any and all Xenos life forms. The forces mustered were excessive in size and power for a mission to sweep clear a single planet, no matter its size. Such was the intent, but it was time for the upstart Tau to be taught a lesson. The naval portion of Task Force Retribution was led by the 478th Battle Fleet Ultima, commanded by the highly efficient Lord Admiral Hawk. In the Admiral's experience, the initial period of an invasion was the most critical. Every moment saved reaching the target was worth millions of lives. Thus, the fleet entered real space at top speed, the vast armada of ships ripping into reality and barreling towards the newly declared Sept World. The Corvatra, the Tau Navy, found themselves in a difficult position. Most of the Tau's star-faring ships were scattered across the Dovar system, meaning the naval garrison that protected Mugalaf Bay was hopelessly outnumbered. The Imperial fleet possessed more lance batteries than the Tau had ships. Lacking warp travel, it would take some time for the Corvatra to gather in sufficient strength to offer any real challenge to the invading armada. In the meantime, the Corvatra made an attempt to blunt the Imperial onset, although it was more bluff than last stand, a maneuver intended only to buy time for the planetary defense. Even so, just stalling the foe cost the Tau a dozen starships. Forced to choose between retreat or total annihilation, the Corvatra fled before the oncoming wall of Imperial battleships. They used Mugalaf Bay's gravity to slingshot themselves away, withdrawing into deep space. In doing so, the Tau hoped to lure their foes into pursuing them, drawing off some of the weight of the impending hammer blow. This is exactly what happened. as much of the Imperial fleet either gave chase or tuck up defensive positions, forming an encircling blockade of starships. Even without a screen of Tau battleships, Mugalloth Bay was still well protected. Orbital stations called Kirnosla by the Tau bore dozens of powerful shield generators, along with massed gun batteries. Each Kirnosla was the hub of a network system of defensive satellites. These orbital constructs enshrouded the planet beneath a lattice grid of firepower patterns, a deadly gauntlet that would destroy any enemy aircraft that dared to enter high orbit. Until these defenses were offline, Lord Admiral Hawk would not risk ferrying troops to the ground. It was time to call upon the Space Marines, the vaunted elite of mankind's armies. Thunderhawk gunships and boarding torpedoes delivered strike teams to the orbital stations. In the low-gravity battles that followed, the Space Marines were forced to contend with gun turrets, protective drones, and garrisons of fire-cast warriors in void suits. Speed was necessary, for the longer it took to disable the defensive stations, the longer the defenses upon Mugalloth Bay's surface had to prepare. The Adeptus Astartes deployed jump-pack-equipped assault squads. These warriors launched themselves from strafing Thunderhawk gunships and, using controlled blasts from their jump packs, guided themselves onto the Tau superstructures, clamping on with activated mag boots. Then, leapfrogging from gun turret to gun turret, they used melter bombs to disable them. Eventually, the Space Marines blasted their way inside the complex, fighting through the defending fire-cast soldiery. With their heavy shields and large ion cannons, the Kirnosla would have proven costly obstacles for the vast Imperial battleships to engage. The Space Marines, however, showed the extent of what a small group of the Emperor's finest could do. For all the Adeptus Astartes, none fought with more determination than the Raven Guard. They fumed over the loss of their chapter master to Shadowsun and Prefectia. Each time their bolters blasted down a foe, the sons of Corvus Corax felt vindication. It was Kayvan Shrike, their new chapter master, who led the assault on the largest orbital station. He clawed his way through the hull, carving through bulkheads and defenders alike to place timed plasma charges at its core. Upon detonation, they set off a chain reaction that tore the station apart. For days afterwards, it was as if the planet had a second sun. The Imperial landings upon Agrellan were marked by a storm of violence as the Tau attempted to exact a heavy toll upon their invaders. It was a price the Imperium, with their overwhelming superiority in numbers, were willing to pay. They knew that once clear landing zones were established, they could bring the full weight of their armies down for vengeance. The Tau had not been unprepared. Mugalloth Bay was far from the heart of the Tau Empire, but the colony was as fully prepared and well-equipped to repel invaders as any Sept world. Yet despite the constant state of alert and a wide ring of sensors that Commander Shadowsun had personally approved, massive Imperial forces had appeared upon Mugalloth Bay's doorstep with almost no warning. The Tau was simply stunned by the magnitude and closing speed of the impending Imperial assault. The sheer size of the invasion was beyond anything the Tau had trained for, or that they could have even imagined. As the Space Marines took the orbital stations offline, ending their ability to engage spacecraft, the next stage of the planetary invasion had already begun. Ancient, cathedral-topped battle cruisers entered high orbit over Mugalloth Bay in a line formation, opening fire with their innumerable lance batteries. Their first objective was to finish off the crippled space stations, shorn of their protective shields by the Space Marines. It was not long before each orbital weapons platform was flaring as bright as a supernova. Only then did the Imperial battleships begin their long-ranged duel with the Tau surface batteries. Under the orders of Commander Shadowsun, many of the Tau surface guns opened fire. Some, however, remained silent so as to stay hidden, their high-tech stealth suites ensuring that no Imperial scanners could detect them. Those that did return fire proved to the Imperium once again why it was so dangerous to engage a Tau Sept world. Several of the Imperial ships sustained heavy damage, with the Luna-class Herald of Terror being forced to leave orbit after suffering repeated ion cannon blasts. This was nothing compared to the fate of the Dauntless-class ship Will of Iron. Taking a hyper-rail cannon shot through its reactor, the cruiser suffered catastrophic damage as a series of internal explosions left the hulking craft listing lifelessly to port and nearly split in two. It began an inevitable death spiral, slowly being drawn down by the planet's gravity. There was nothing Lord Admiral Hawke and the 478th Battle Fleet Ultima could do to save the Will of Iron. Yet watching her slow, inevitable death only served to drive the rest of the fleet onwards with renewed vigor. The planet shook with the reverberation of the bombardment that followed, with many of the newly emplaced Tau installations razed to the ground. After days of pounding strikes, the majority of the Tau guns were silenced. A few were so well protected by shield generators that they would require a more direct approach. Under the command of Kavan Shrike, the Space Marines used drop pod assaults to destroy the last few batteries that dared to engage the Imperial fleet. Only then did the first wave of atmospheric fighters and bombers enter Mugaloth Bay's atmosphere, hitting pre-selected targets. Space Marine scouts were the first forces of the Imperium to hit the ground. Upon their signals, the vast transports and landing craft began the long process of ferrying billions of soldiers along with their supporting material. With the same perfect timing that marked all of her operations, Commander Shadowsun unleashed her countermeasures. Formations of air-cast fighters, previously screened from Imperial detection, suddenly appeared, seeking to intercept the incoming transports. Gun batteries, hidden behind stealth fields, now opened fire, turning several transports into balls of flame. From deep space, several strike forces of Tau battleships seized the opportunity to run the Imperial blockade, launching their own attack runs on the heavily troop-laden transports. The Imperium, however, had been forewarned. On Prefectia, Kavan Shrike had seen enough of Commander Shadowsun to know she would strike when her enemy was most vulnerable. Like clusters of angry insects, Imperial atmospheric fighters swarmed out to engage their enemy. Further Space Marine drop pods streaked downwards, targeting the recently revealed Tau gun batteries. The skies filled with Task Force Retribution's transports and landercraft as the planetary invasion began in earnest. Wave after wave of Imperial troops were brought down to Agrellan. The majority of the ground forces were under the command of Lord General Troskzer of Cadia. Beneath the Lord General were 18 infantry regiments of the Astra Militarum, 6 armoured regiments and 2 artillery regiments. Additional assets included 8 platoons of Tempestus Scions, several dozen companies of abhuman auxiliaries, and 3 companies of Rough Riders. Within hours of leaving the warp, Lord General Troskzer was visited aboard his flagship Indomitable by Chapter Master Kavan Shrike. Listening to Troskzer's battle plan, the grim Raven Guard leader gave advice and warnings, for he had fought Commander Shadowsun enough to have earned a healthy respect for the Tau's fighting prowess and canny tactics. The overwhelming numbers and war of attrition proposed by Troskzer would free Shrike to lead pinpoint assaults against vital Tau targets. The elements of several Space Marine chapters were fighting as part of Task Force Retribution, including the vengeance-seeking Raven Guard and the war-hungry White Scars. As the ranking Space Marine officer, it fell to Shrike to direct his fellow Adeptus Astartes, who were not great in number, but could turn the tide of any battle nonetheless. Shrike already had a meticulous plan for seeking out hidden Tau gun emplacements while aiding the main ground offensive. Further swelling the already vast numerical advantage held by the forces of the Imperium were many Imperial Knights, including a large contingent from House Terryn, along with an eclectic mix of Freeblades. Most mysterious of all was the small fleet of Adeptus Mechanicus starcraft, carrying many tech priests and several cohorts of Scutari. Their leader was Magus Marco Philotis, although he never attended war councils, preferring instead to stay aboard his own flagship, the Arca Trove. Although Lord General Troskzer had requested further regiments from the Departamento Munitorum, in particular a Titan Legion, other wars precluded that possibility. It was made known to Troskzer, however, that additional assets would be made available should his ground attacks stall, but the delivery of that statement made the Lord General's hackles rise. He knew it would be better if he never had need to call upon those ominous additional resources. In Troskza's attack plan, there were a dozen drop sites scattered across the planet, but 3 main ones. These were situated upon Agrellan's supercontinent. Each of these assault fronts, the eastern, central, and western spearheads, was to grind their way forward, seeking out and destroying any and all Tau they encountered. Ultimately, the 3 spearheads would converge upon the largest Tau installation, located in the shadow of the old Hive capital, Agrellan Prime. There, Troskza reasoned they would combine forces to eradicate the Xenos forces. In truth, Lord General Troskza was well beyond the days when he would lead the fighting personally. He was a veteran of so many wars, he had forgotten more battles than he remembered, and during that time, he had learned well to mark outstanding officers, allowing him to put his trust in decisions made by his regimental leaders. Troskza himself would remain aboard the Indomitable. The commander on the ground would be the dynamic leader of the Cadian 625th, Colonel Starkson. In his long military career, Supreme Commander Troskza had known many of his fellow Cadians that were as fierce, determined, and aggressive as Colonel Starkson. None of the others, however, had lived long enough to rise past the rank of captain. Sooner or later, the self-sacrifices and lead-from-the-front mentality took their toll on an officer. It was simply the way it was. Yet with every relentless drive to victory, Colonel Starkson had evaded that fate. He was the savior of Derriston, the leader who crushed the Helicom rebellion, who had led his men deep behind enemy lines during the campaign that broke the 100-year deadlock on Boxian. Colonel Starkson's officers would take a last shot for him, and the soldiers of the 625th would put down their weapons and charge traitor Space Marines or hulking Orks if their colonel told them to do so. Colonel Starkson was in the first transport wave planetside, as was his style, and he was the first to descend the exit ramp of his lander. Upon his orders, the heavily battle-scarred Sergeant Loksky planted the regimental standard into the thick, sandy grit that covered the wastelands. It was this sight, their leader beneath their colours, that the 625th Regiment soared as they debarked and formed up. All knew battle waited, and the men of the Astra Militarum were ready for it. Colonel Starkson. It was none other than Colonel Starkson himself that led the Western Spearhead. In addition to the Cadian 625th, the Spearhead boasted some of the best support Task Force Retribution could deploy. It was Starkson's plan to reach the muster point first, for he wished to prove Lord General Troskza correct in appointing him commander. Led by Colonel Starkson and the Cadian 625th, the Western Spearhead was the quickest to assemble and move out from their landing zone. While the commanders of the other drop sites were still amassing their regiments or digging in to establish a defensive perimeter that they could fall back to, Colonel Starkson was pressing ahead. Despite the enormous size of the troop landers and the fact that they filled the skies in their non-stop ferrying, it would be a great many days or even weeks before the full might of the invasion force was assembled. That was time he could use to begin pushing towards his objective. To this end, Starkson barked orders all along the front, urging each newly assembled battle group to advance. While none of the landings were fully contested, each was intermittently tested by Tau attacks. Sleek air-cast fighters would break through the air cordon around the landing site, strafing the rally points or shooting down packed transports. Expertly hidden Pathfinder squads would use their marker lights to call down missile strikes, escaping retaliation due to the sudden appearance of XV-25 stealth suits that would rake fire upon the guardsmen as a diversion before themselves disappearing. All knew that Agrellan was a grim place. But upon reaching their landing zones, many of the Imperial Guard had their worst fears confirmed. Starkson's men had landed in the Dead Plains, a lifeless, toxic desert. In all directions, the Cadian 625th found their horizon limited, as the planetary bombardment had kicked up vast quantities of sulphurous ash, adding to the prodigious sandstorms that regularly swept across Agrellan. The men were issued with rebreathers, which would allow them to endure the worst of the storms. But a long-term campaign would surely spell doom for each man too long exposed to Agrellan's toxins. For Starkson, this was just another reason to finish the offensive as quickly as possible. Some commanders might be content to lead forces from the rear, but Colonel Starkson was not one of them. Aggressive as always, he was quick to form his own battle group and push out from the landing zone, soon disappearing into the towering clouds of irradiated dust. Starkson knew Tau ambushes would be waiting, and such thoughts gave him no pause. In fact, he was eager to pit his tactical prowess and the might of the Astra Militarum against these Xenos. Colonel Starkson's personal force was known as Battle Group Thunder, due to the ground-rumbling advance of the super-heavy Stormlord Impervious Honor. Part of the 423rd Armoured Regiment, Impervious Honor was earmarked to join the Armoured Spearheads. It had last fought upon Kyphus IV, where its Vulcan megabolters had single-handedly torn apart an Ork offensive. Wave after wave of greenskins had swarmed towards the Imperial lines, but the multi-barreled weapons spewed out a solid wall of shot, ripping apart the front ranks more quickly than the Orks could charge. It was the first super-heavy tank to arrive at the landing zone, and the moment Colonel Starkson saw the Impervious Honor churn down the landing platform, he commandeered the vehicle, assigning it to his own battle group. Starkson valued not only the tank's thick armor plating and matchless anti-infantry weaponry, but also its capacity to transport infantry. Advancing alongside the super-heavy tank came a corps of Starkson's assembly, the Emperor's Shield Infantry Platoon, under the leadership of Lieutenant Krenork. As bold in battle as the colonel himself, Krenork was a highly regarded young officer, known for his zeal in combat and his unflinching resolve. Since their heroics during the Helicom Rebellion, Krenork's platoon had been known to the rest of the 625th as the Lion Wreckers. It was they that led the street-by-street fighting that at last captured the final Hab block, the infamous Butcher block. Many platoons had met bloody failure attempting to secure that area, each wiped out in turn by the block's defenders. Eager for his own chance at glory, Krenork drew his chainsword and led from the front. Those few soldiers that survived the gore-filled assault became sergeants and were given command of the new troops that were drawn up to replace the lost men. It was these platoons that boarded the ships of Task Force Retribution alongside Krenork's command squad. The Line Wreckers were composed of 5 infantry squads, 2 squads of sentinels and 2 heavy weapon squads. The sentinels were typically used upon the flanks to provide speedy reconnaissance, although they also excelled as a quick mobile reserve to add firepower where the infantry most needed it. The heavy weapons teams were used to supply covering fire, while the main infantry squads advanced. The heavy bolter teams were known to their commanders as the Chuggers, a name derived from the distinctive sound of their weapons, while the lascannon teams were known as the Tank Killers, for it was their lot in battle to engage and destroy enemy armor. Filling out the battle group's infantry was an Emperor's Blade Assault Company led by the battle-scarred Lieutenant Drazda. The 3 veteran squads were known as Drazda's Sure Shots, for they claimed to be the top marksmen in the whole of the 625th. They had served beneath Starkson since his promotion, and the colonel valued Drazda's aggressive tactics, as well as the deadly accuracy and grizzled presence of his elite squads. Monderistan, the Sure Shots had raced into position aboard their chimeras, dismounting to form a gun line just in time to repel the surging cultists. Yet the foe was not composed solely of robed fanatics, for at the enemy's heart came armoured fiends, the hated Chaos Space Marines. That the Sure Shots lived to tell the tale against such formidable opposition was a testament, not just to their aim, but also their iron-hard ability to hold the line. During that battle, the Sure Shots' support Hellhound earned its own nickname, dubbed the Fury of Cadia. Its fiery blast swept the streets clear, leaving behind only bubbling stains where once enemies stood. The final squad Colonel Starkson assigned to the battle group was an Emperor's Fist armoured company, drawn from the 423rd, the company known as the Indefatigable, were under the leadership of Tank Commander Drake. They would provide armoured support for Battle Group Thunder, a role they had also assumed in the most recent battle during the defense of Cyphus 4. The task had not proven too large for them, and each roar of their battle cannons blasted ramshackle Ork tanks into rolling fireballs. So fierce was that firefight that the Indefatigable's tech priest Vinctius had spent the entire journey since joining Task Force Retribution repairing the multiple blast marks that scored each of the tanks of the company. It had ultimately been the las cannons of impervious honor that had ended that tank battle, as the Stormlord tore off the superstructure of an Ork megatank before continuing to mow swaths through the supporting Ork infantry. The last warrior to join Battle Group Thunder was Commissar Freemantle, a stern officer who did his black-clad office proud. Never eager to increase his prospects for promotion, Freemantle had sought out Colonel Starkson's command group, for he knew that they were sure to go straight into the heart of battle. It was there that the Commissar's bountiful willpower might do the most to further the Imperium's cause. He would not be disappointed, for Colonel Starkson's plan was to push Battle Group Thunder forward as quickly as possible, spearheading the long drive towards Agrellan Prime. Following Colonel Starkson's plan, the Western Spearhead was a flood of battle groups working towards a common goal. In addition to Starkson's own Cadian 625th, troops came from the Cadian 168th and the Ronvaran 22nd, along with elements from the Cadian 423rd and 72nd Armoured Regiments. Where possible, Colonel Starkson attempted to keep regiments cohesive, but this was a difficult task, thanks to the inevitable landing zone mayhem and the pressure to get underway as quickly as possible. In general, the battle groups were constructed with a mix of armour and infantry. The only notable element that was missing was artillery. The artillery brigades were scheduled as the last to land, so the infantry regiments had only their own few supporting pieces. But Starkson did not imagine this would come back to haunt him. He anticipated a mobile front where air power would prove more useful than slow-moving artillery trains. The cracked wastelands over which the Western Spearhead travelled were bleak, and the region was prone to sudden radstorms that covered the horizon in thick dust. The dead plains were flatland, occasionally broken by rocky outcroppings. The only signs of life were the ruined industrial zones that dotted the desert. Every terrain feature seemed to be an ideal location to hide one of the hit-and-run counterattacks or feints for which the Tau were infamous. At regular intervals along their relentless march, firefights would break out, or missiles would streak from beyond sight to crash into the Imperial ranks. The men of the Astra Militarum bore hardships such as the raging hot sun or the cloying grit that swept through with typical stoicism. The Xenos attacks, however, were a stinging irritation, a constant harassment. There was not a soldier, be it a lasgun-toting infantry grunt or ranking officer, who did not long for a proper battle. Colonel Starkson had expected, as their multiple attack fronts advanced, that sooner or later the Tau force would stand and fight, allowing his battle group to amass towards the battle. Reports flooded through the Vox as each battle group, pushing across the desert, updated their status. Each told a slight variant of the same tale, assaults that rose out of nowhere, but faded away before the Imperial Guard could mount anything like a proper response. Such attacks came suddenly, with no warning. They swiftly learned to hate the whooshing sound of the strafing aircraft that sped overhead, or the whistle of missiles soaring past from beyond the horizon. There was one thing, however, that the guardsmen learned to fear above all others: the dreaded railguns mounted atop the Tau's hammerhead gunships. These hover vehicles would skim forward into range or boost up above dunes, then unleash a volley or two and retire. The whip-crack sound meant death as the magnetically driven hypersonic railgun round sliced through Imperial armor. Sometimes the hammerheads were supported by infantry, their long-range pulse rifles stabbing out pulse bursts to claim lives. During such times, it seemed there was nowhere to hide, especially for the tanks, as the barren desert was devoid of useful cover. Should the guardsmen, through perseverance or flanking maneuver, close the distance to their foes, the Tau infantry would board their devilfish transports and withdraw rapidly into the noxious, choking air. with the great majority of the Imperial Navy's Thunderbolts and the Astra Militarum's own Valkyries and Vultures tasked with protecting the vulnerable regions surrounding the drop zone, the Imperial ground forces found it impossible to pin down or destroy their quick-to-retreat Tau. In a few localized cases, Chapter Master Shrike organized lightning Adeptus Astartes retaliations, with fast-moving Thunderhawks bringing down superior firepower. There were, however, only a handful of such operations, set against what was thousands of small-scale ambush attacks. The aftermath of the Space Marine assaults, burnt-out Tau vehicles smoking in the desert, did much to increase the morale, as the long lines of Astra Militarum infantry and tanks passed by. Ambush at the Black Ruins. The Tau was stunned by the size of the Imperial Armada and the suddenness with which it was upon them. Commander Shadowsun knew she could not confront such numbers at the enemy landing sites, for her forces would wilt beneath orbital bombardments and massed firepower. The tenants of the Kion stated that it was the patient hunter that got the kill. Captain Shaboshnik raised his magnoculars to scan the horizon, although doing so proved useless. The poisoned air was so thick with floating dust that he could see little outside of heavy bolter range. In that distance, nothing moved beneath the shadowy ruins that loomed out of the dust. None of the glass's varied functions seemed to be working either, even after he banged the device hard against his palm in hopes of stirring its machine spirit. It did nothing to improve the situation. The toxic dust also played havoc with voxels, periodically distorting them or rendering the comnet completely silent for a time. Still, the captain did not like the fact that the forward Sentinel Squadron and the infantry recon platoon had disappeared, both failing to report. It could be that a heavy squall had silenced the voxels, but every officer had been warned of possible ambushes. Colonel Starkzan insisted that ambushes by the Tau were certain, a matter of when, not if, they would strike. Faced with the choice of heading straight into an enemy ambush or holding back, deciding his next course of action was not difficult for Shaboshnik. He did not wish to feel his colonel's wrath for taking too cautious a pace, and so he ordered his Vox operator to signal the troops into a trio of battle lines. When this maneuver was complete, he then gave the order for the first line to advance with care. It was his reasoning that an unknown Xenos threat could be nowhere near as ferocious as his own colonel. As the Imperial Guard battle lines advanced, they were watched intently, followed via superior Black Sun optics as well as half a dozen different tracking devices. Heat sensors monitored the pollution-spewing engines of the tanks, but could adjust their focus to see an individual's heartbeat. Density scans pinpointed weak points in armor, while advanced sonic equipment recorded communications and even breathing patterns. Data was shared from each of the surveillance points and nodes, while a small amount of information was even garnered from what remained of the geosynchronous orbital satellites. Cadre Fireblade, Chasnel Rouvar, tapped a few icons on his wristcom, relaying the coded battle plan. Thus, without a word having been spoken, the message was spread across the ruins, each hidden squad in the cadre understanding the mission and its timing perfectly. The ambush at Black Ruins was sprung quickly. Pathfinder teams, well secreted within the rubble, used their marker lighters to target each vehicle in the leading Lehman Russ squadron. Streaking faster than the eye could follow, volleys of Seeker missiles locked on, striking the vehicles in the rear where their armor was thinnest. The Imperial tanks buckled and exploded, sending deadly shrapnel whirling into the packed infantry that advanced in their wake. Before the guardsmen could react, either to drop down into cover or to return fire, the long-shot pulse rifles of sniper drones began picking off their pre-selected targets. At once, sergeants, lieutenants, commissars, and especially soldiers that carried heavy weaponry all twisted or jerked violently as well-aimed plasma pulses tore through each of their bodies. Captain Shiboshnik and the remaining Imperial Guard officers attempted to quell the panic beginning to take hold of their soldiers, while the Tau hunter cadres joined the attack. From behind the ruins, devilfish transports raced, their rapid acceleration kicking up clouds of blackened dust. At pre-selected positions, the vehicles came to a sudden halt, disgorging a stream of fire warriors, who quickly assembled into optimized firing formations. The Xenos line rippled with blue muzzle blasts as volleys of glowing plasma filled the air, quickly followed by the screams of the wounded. As he turned to his Vox operator to order the second battle line forward in support, Captain Shiboshnik was startled to find his comms man headless. He watched helpless as the corpse crumpled, spurting red arcs as the lifeless body twitched out its last. Lesser regiments would have broken and run from the sudden and bloody efficiency of the ambush. But these were Cadian shock troopers, warriors of the 625th. They came to fight. Already, the survivors were hunkering down, forming their own gun lines and returning fire. The bright energy beams lanced out, piercing through the gloom. Some of the Cadians scrambled to recover the heavy weapons dropped by their fallen comrades. One by one, plasma pulses from the distant drones punched through armor and flesh alike, slaying all who dared venture out of cover. Shouting commands, Captain Shiboshnik ordered a defensive formation, pulling his remaining squads closer together. They formed around the remaining mortar teams, whose crew were hurriedly working to lob shells outward towards the last known position of their attackers. With the situation stabilized, Captain Shiboshnik called for a Vox operator and directed the second battle line to shore up his position. Soon another squadron of Leman Russ tanks was there, their battle cannons thundering to provide covering fire, even though they could see little more than flashes of light shrouded in the murky distance. More infantry rushed up, strengthening the line. Next, Shiboshnik transmitted his coordinates, first seeking whatever air support he might be able to request, and secondly, calling for aid from nearby battle groups. It was only after that broadcast had been sent that Shasnal Ruva ordered his cadre's portable signature jammer to be switched on, shutting down all further communications. The bait had been set. The true ambush was yet to come. Longstrike's armored interdiction cadre. Armored interdiction cadres were designed to be mobile and hard-hitting, yet none had ever proven as deadly accurate as the one led by master gunship pilot Shasla Tau Shnag, better known as Longstrike. When the Tau first conquered Mugaloth Bay, seizing it from Imperial hands in a single day, there were no heroes that emerged out of that battle more famous than Longstrike. Armored interdiction cadres are taught to fight not as individual gunships, but as a single entity. In the beginning of that lightning campaign, his formation was deployed as the tip of the spear, the armored wedge that was to engage Imperial tanks and destroy their heavily fortified positions. That day, Longstrike wielded his formation with unerring perfection. Pushing their gravitic engines, Longstrike's gunships entered the combat zone at speed. They faced an onrushing company of Leman Russ battle tanks, as well as heavy weapons fire coming from a staggered line of well-fortified bunkers. First, the Skyray gunship used its networked marker lighters, pinpointing and prioritizing targets for the cadre. Its own turret-mounted Seeker missiles were held in reserve for long-range shots or especially difficult enemies. Aided by the marker lights, the Hammerhead gunships engaged. Two of their number bore the flat-barreled and highly feared railgun. As Longstrike's cadre was outnumbered, every shot counted, and they did not miss. Despite the thick armor plating of their opposition, each railgun shot penetrated its mark. The internal explosion that followed sent billowing clouds of oily black smoke upwards to the sky. The third Hammerhead gunship bore a turret-mounted ion cannon. When overcharged, the blazing blue blast that it emitted blossomed wide, vaporizing the Imperial Guardsmen inside the ferro-concrete bunkers. Longstrike never let his formation stop, but kept them moving all the time. Weaving through the wreckage of their kills, the cadre advanced. With a sudden whoosh, the Sky Array unleashed its Seeker missiles, blasting apart enemy vehicles that sought to outflank the Tau gunships to target their more vulnerable side armor. Enemy tanks were not the armored interdiction cadre's only worry, however. Infantry armed with heavy weapons lurked amongst the trench lines and took shelter amidst the blackened hulls of destroyed tanks. Even as they trained their sights upon the sleek Tau vehicles, the cadre's secondary weapons came into play. Burst cannons opened up to shred the foe, and missile pods sent forth screeching volleys. When the infantry ducked to take cover or pulled back to hide, smart missiles followed, their AI guidance sending them looping around objects or streaking down trench lines. By day's end, Longstrike had personally destroyed so many enemy targets, from tanks to an enormous walker, that he had firmly established himself as the Third Sphere expansion's most heralded tank ace. Yet the master pilot insisted it was the teamwork of his cadre working together that made the formation so deadly. For felling so many Imperial foes, his entire armored interdiction cadre earned special praise from Commander Shadowsun herself, an honor second only to receiving commendations from Ethereal Supreme Aeon. Whether in attack or defense, Longstrike has reinforced the same basic doctrines since returning to Mugloth Bay. Stay mobile, work together, prioritize targets. Commander Shadowsun's orders for engaging the Imperial forces seeking to reclaim the planet was simple: erode the enemy's strength through hit-and-run attacks. Such tactics were well known to all armored interdiction cadres, and Longstrike and his comrades intended to do their duty, striking fast and hitting hard before pulling back. Due to his unerring aim, Master Gunship Pilot Longstrike was chosen to trial the XVO2 pilot battlesuit. With its upgraded interface, Longstrike became not only better integrated with his gunship, but also with his entire cadre. The suit perfectly interacts with the AI functions of the pilot's hammerhead, enabling him to better lock on to targets, fire at speed, and support his comrades. Despite the unparalleled views and hollow maps provided by the XVO2, Longstrike still prefers to rise to the cupola position to view each battle directly. To those who question his actions, Longstrike repeats an ancient saying on Tau: Vras al-Shon Quan Sha, which translates roughly as "some traditions refuse to die." This is typical of Longstrike, for he is a traditionalist, repeating over and over the maxims taught by the pilot training academies. He believes firmly in drills and repeats maneuvers with his cadre over and over until each of them know his battle tactics and preferred targeting matrices, as well as he knows theirs. When Longstrike's new cadre proposed to undertake the Telasara bonding ritual with the exacting veteran, however, they were refused. After his first bondmates were slain by the armies of mankind upon Tross, Longstrike vowed to never again perform that ritual. Cold and detached, Longstrike is bonded to duty and battle alone. Squadron Vitalica. The Squadron Vitalica was confident that there was no foe they could not blast apart and then grind over with the tracks of their Leman Russ battle tanks. Squadron Vitalica was the first squadron of the 3rd Company of the 423rd Armoured Regiment from Cadia. The squadron had been hand-chosen by the company's commander, each tank crewed with the most skilled or experienced drivers and gunners. The company commander had a shrewd eye for picking the most talented from amongst his fellow tankers, for he was Knight Commander Pask, the best known of all Imperial tank aces. In battle, Leman Russ tanks had ever been the hammer of the Imperial Guard, the hard-striking wall of armor sent to break through enemy lines or add steel to a defensive battle line. None could claim to perform such tasks better than Knight Commander Pask. He had more confirmed kills than any living tank commander in Cadian records, and those men in his company, and especially those assigned to his personal squadron, simply tried to keep pace with their illustrious leader. In the relentless tide of war assailing the Imperium, the 423rd Armoured Regiment had been sent across the galaxy, joining task force after task force. Always, no matter where they deployed, Squadron Battalica won the most commendations. On Hator's Hole, Pask led them to halt the advancing waves of Eldar grav tanks, leaving only wreckage in their wake. During the Seven Moons campaign, Squadron Battalica dueled Rebel armor, defeating not only other Leman Russ tanks, but also spike-ridden Chaos Space Marine vehicles. Knight Commander Pask's secret was straightforward. He was unmatched in skill as a tank destroyer. His strategy was simple: shoot first and don't miss. It was advice he never failed to give to the constant stream of new tankers that joined his company. For most engagements, Pask preferred to situate his tank amidst his personal squadron, using his long-barreled Vanquisher cannon to destroy whichever foe he deemed to be the most dangerous opposition to his tank. His squadron was ordered to do the same, their battle cannons thundering while they protected their leader's flanks during the advance. Imperial Guard tank training was as brutal and straightforward as the steel-clad Leman Russ battle tanks themselves. Tankers were taught to trust in the thick armor to their fore and to keep their guns blazing. The best defense was to destroy the enemy before they could fire back. This thinking was very much how Knight Commander Pask employed his squadron on Agrellan, sending them forward relentlessly, even callously. If the enemy proved to be particularly well equipped with anti-tank weaponry, Pask himself might hold back, sending in other squadrons to draw fire while he blasted apart each threat as quickly as his loader could rearm his Vanquisher cannon. If his other squadrons were destroyed, Squadron Battalica was next in line. Regardless of such cavalier treatment, all the men of the 423rd were devoted to the living legend who was their commander. While waiting for orders to reveal which Tau position they were to attack next, the men occupied themselves by recounting their commander's heroic deeds, listing in vivid detail the many examples of Pask's dead-eye shooting, or the tales of how his nerves were so steady that he didn't know how to flinch. Yet their favourite tales revolved around how, by many a battle's end, Knight Commander Pask always lost his vehicle. It was true. Pask rarely finished a campaign in command of the same armoured vehicle as he had started. Once an Ork battle fortress crashed his Leman Russ. On another occasion, an Eldar fire prism sliced Pask's tank in half. On Trogos, Pask's Vanquisher cannon took down a rampaging Chaos Titan, but the toppling machine fell directly on top of the victorious tank. At first, it seemed like Pask might escape that calamity, for the savvy commander had reversed out quickly enough to avoid the smashing collision, but he was not fast enough to clear the wide radius of the ensuing explosion, as the fallen traitor Titan triggered some terrific meltdown of its power core. In the end, it was of no matter, whether emerging from flame-blackened wreckage or squeezing through some savage shell hole torn into the steel hide of his tank. Pask crawled free from the ruins each time. His uniform might be burnt, his flesh scarred, and his blood flowing, but he lived. When issued with a new tank, Pask always chose the same name, Hand of Steel. His veterans would recite those stories over and over again, repeating them until even replacement troops could tell tales of engagements that took place years before they joined the regiment. Thus far on Agrellan, the Xenos had mostly fled before the oncoming might of his Leman Russ battle tanks. Knight Commander Pask had the feeling that a large-scale attack was coming soon, and his instincts were never wrong. Clash of armor. As columns of Imperial armor rushed to counter the Tau ambushes, they were being stalked in turn. Commander Shadowsun had unleashed her armored interdiction cadres en masse, hoping to inflict a crippling blow before pulling back. Thus began an epic clash of tank versus tank. Knight Commander Pask could tell something was wrong. His comms rig picked up multiple calls for help, each situation seeming eerily similar. Strong Tau ambushes had crippled the advance, and the lead elements had just enough time to signal for reinforcements before their voxcasts were cut off. Pask's own voxcaster soon went dead, as if a zone of silence was spreading outwards. Only a buzzing hiss could be raised across the spectrum of channels. The last message Pask heard was a report stating that many battle groups were angling towards the stricken front. Each had been warned about the Tau penchant to use ambush teams to attack reinforcements and had signaled they were advancing cautiously. Pask, however, had a different idea. Instead of racing towards the latest coordinates, Knight Commander Pask chose a longer route that looped around the last known location. Popping out of his hatch, Pask used hand signals to direct Squadron Battalica and the other 2 squadrons that made up his company to follow his lead. It would take longer, but Pask feared an ambush on a far larger scale. Ahead, he noticed that the low-hanging, unnatural skies were worsening. They were heading straight into a growing storm. Hunkered down behind a shattered Chimera hull, Captain Shaboshnik had come to realize that his company was nothing more than a bait in a far larger engagement. The same grim truth was dawning on many dozens of other Imperial officers across a front that stretched 200 miles. Beneath the lowering skies, men and tanks had poured out into the ruin-filled wastelands seeking to aid their comrades. They found the Tau guns awaiting them. The men of the Imperial Guard had learned to fear the long, sinister weapon atop the Tau hammerhead, hating that whip-crack sound. First to arrive were the speedy Emperor's Talon Sentinel companies, but the bipedal walkers were torn apart, Seeker missiles, ion cannons, and railguns making quick work of their light armor. Next, the Emperor's Fist armored companies began to roll in, each composed a dozen armored tanks. So began an escalating clash of armor, as more and more elements of the Cadian 423rd and 72nd Armored Regiments joined the tank support vehicles from the infantry regiments. Little did they suspect that they were charging headlong into the targeting grids of Shadowsun's massed hunter and armored interdiction cadres. The Tau had chosen their battlefield well. The vast cinder plains were wide open, save for clusters of ruins poking out of the dusty grit. It was flat land, broken occasionally by hillocks covered in wind-swept detritus, so they appeared like sand dunes in a forsaken desert. The hovering Tau gunships took maximum advantage of such cover, lowering themselves so only their turrets could be seen. With lightning storms arcing through the thick clouds above, there was little chance of air support for either side. Within hours, the plains were littered with smoking wrecks. Advancing by squadron, the Imperial tanks found themselves overmatched. They were outranged and trying to traverse open ground. In the midst of the dueling armor, a different kind of war began to play out amongst the graveyards of shattered hulls. The broken remnants of previous Imperial Guard companies tried to work forward. Heavy weapons teams scurried from wreck to wreck, the still burning hulks giving off the only light in the gathering gloom. Lone sentinels stalked closer, seeking to pick off the death-dealing hammerheads and sky rays. They were met in turn by strike teams and pathfinders, all fighting a deadly war within the larger battle. For Longstrike, the battle was little more than target practice. He was so quick and accurate with his railgun fire that he dispatched whole squadrons of tanks. The first of the trio still rolling forward, crippled by internal explosions even as the last tank's hull was penetrated, its fiery detonation sending its crude steel turret winging through the air. Each of Longstrike's auto-impulse triggers sent forth a deadly shot, and while his mind pored over the moving digital display, thanks to his XVO2 pilot battlesuit, he still found time to recommend shot angles and maneuver patterns to the pair of hammerheads and the Skyray under his command. Longstrike did not count the enemy kills, although later study of vid capture from that stage of the battle tallied over 40 armored vehicles destroyed by his cadre alone. However, not everything about the battle was going to Longstrike's satisfaction. The holo map had shown Longstrike several disturbing things. First, the electrical storm that raged overhead was supposed to keep flyers away from the battle zone. Yet the tank ace had marked several large craft skirting through the northern reaches. They did not register as any known enemy atmospheric fighter, and that troubled him, as the unknown was never an ally. Secondly, the sheer amount of Imperial armor was staggering. They were massing in greater numbers than anticipated. If they all moved forward at once, the Tau cadres would quite quickly be overwhelmed. Thirdly, a new spearhead appeared on the westernmost edge of Long Strike's display, a group of enemy tanks that were threatening to outflank Tau forces. Feeling they had already stayed longer than was prudent, Longstrike sent out the order to fall back. One by one, the hovering Tau gunships began reversing, pulling back even as they continued to rain death upon their Imperial foes. Longstrike watched his shoal of gunships skimming low and fast over the ruined landscape. They had struck hard, but now needed to move out quickly, lest they themselves be caught in the vice grip of the closing enemy formations. The retreating armored interdiction cadres found their route unexpectedly blocked by the most massive of Imperial tanks. As they attempted to skirt around them, Knight Commander Pask and his 3 squadrons arrived, battle cannons thundering. The tank battle that erupted was a savage affair, with hellish carnage inflicted upon both sides. Everywhere, the blackened hulls of exploded armored vehicles burnt like torches, while tanks wove in and out of the mechanical detritus. Lascannon beams and the distinctive contrails left by railguns crisscrossed the battlefield. The massive artillery shells of the Baneblade Foebreaker crashed down, the detonations blasting the ground so that it soon looked like a barren moonscape. When the Hammerhead gunships held their foe at range, the main battle tanks of the Tau held several advantages. The hover tanks were more maneuverable, and its railguns better able to penetrate enemy armor than its Imperial counterparts. In the close-ranged maelstrom of the ensuing battle, however, the outnumbered Tau struggled to maintain any edge. The best Tau pilots kept calm, using their craft's speed and tight turning radius to keep obstacles between themselves and the Leman Russ squadrons, snapping off shots as they moved. Those pilots who halted or took too long to aim were soon met by the hull-crumpling fire of massed battle cannons. Most devastating of all was the quake cannon of the Bane Sword Blessing of Obliteration. Even when its massive ordnance missed its mark, the heavy shell sent up such a torrent of concussive force that they could flip over nearby hover tanks. After a shoal of sky rays went up in a blossoming fire blast, the Tau quickly adopted spread formations. In such a target-rich environment, Knight Commander Pask was truly in his element. Oblivious to all else, his mind was bent on his next killing shot. Again and again, he ordered his gunner to fire, and each time, a muzzle blast of flame scorched from the Vanquisher cannon, sending grav tanks crashing and spinning into the thick dust with every shot. Black smoke made the skies darker still, while the battle raged all around. With an immense number of armoured vehicles travelling in all directions, there was little time to think or reform. It was only hunt or be hunted. Always, the Tau vehicles sought to disengage, to fire on the move while trying to escape the Imperial cordon that was closing in all around them. Move and counter-move. The allied commanders of the Imperium agreed that once they began putting pressure upon their Xenos foe, they must not relent. All recognized the Tau way of war. At all costs, the Imperium must prevent the Tau from disengaging to plan another series of ambushes on their terms. Without delay, they took the fight directly to the Tau strongholds. After the long-running battle with enemy armor, including a company of monstrous super-heavy tanks, those Tau that returned to the relative safety of the cleared zones breathed deep sighs of relief. Once within the perimeter of the Earth-cast's enviro engines, the skies cleared to a radiant blue, as opposed to the overcast, toxic smog that permeated the majority of Mugalaf Bay. With the exception of the towering hive city of Agrellan Prime dominating the background like a looming mountain range, the rest of the landscape had been cleared of the remnants of the planet's decrepit Imperial past. The Imperial forces were not far behind, however, and as the leading elements of the broken armoured interdiction cadres approached the first of the Tau defensive perimeters, Commander Shadowsun began to mobilize their reinforcements. She sent her well-guarded reserves, a mix of hunter cadres and rapid insertion forces, along with entire shoals of Sun Shark bombers, in to cover the retreat. The plan was for them to deliver a hard counterstrike, and then, when the enemy regrouped, the incoming Tau forces would get within the defensive lines. In 1,000 battles upon 100 planets, such tactics had served the Tau well, and none employed them with greater mastery than did Commander Shadowsun. And at first, it worked. Incoming Leman Russ tanks were quickly dispatched as they entered the cleared zone and were met by a crossfire of railguns. As the Imperial forces began to muster in force, crisis teams struck from the skies, their jetpacks allowing them to combat drop out of fast-moving Orca transports high above. Even before they landed, they fired masses of missiles carpeting foes with a layer of explosions. At close range, their fusion blasters made short work of the Imperial armor, turning steel into molten piles of slag in seconds. Firing up their jump jets again, the crisis teams bounded away before their targets could retaliate. The Imperial Guard were disjointed, their momentum blunted. The Tau had gained the reprieve they so desperately sought, and they would soon retire behind their first line of defense. But then, with the sound of thunder, the skies were ripped asunder. Moving too rapidly to be intercepted by fighters, the drop pods of the Adeptus Astartes plummeted downwards at impossible velocities. The sky was streaked with contrails and filled with the screams of retro thrusters. The Imperium had countered Commander Shadowsun's rapid strike assaults with one of their own. Within seconds, the Tau retreat was once again blocked as the drop pods opened up and Space Marines exited, their bulk guns blazing. In the momentous shadow of the former capital of Agrellan, the Tau had built their largest installations, habdomes, a fire-cast training complex, and all the foundations for a new sept world, perhaps the largest of them all. Now this vista was the site of a battle that the Tau had never seen coming. At the defensive walls guarding the sprawling Tau complex, Commander Shadowsun had planned to make the Gullah pay dearly before retiring behind the defenses. A Space Marine drop pod assault had foiled both aspects of that plan. More and more of her carefully husbanded reserves were sent to extract armies that were pinned down, drawing more and more Tau forces into the raging combat. While the Space Marines stormed the first line of defenses, Colonel Starkson arrived at the front. The commander of this spearhead assault found a new army assembled upon the desert-like plains. Forming up alongside his companies from the Acadian 625th and 423rd Armoured Regiment. How or when the Skitarii War Cohort had left Arkatrov, their orbiting macroclasm-class tech cruiser was unknown. Judging by the thick dust coating their red robes and covering their strange engines of war, it appeared as if they had already marched some distance. Yet there they stood, forming into battle lines in time to join the larger assault. While ahead, explosions blossomed as the Space Marines breached the first of the Tau fortifications. This was not the first time Colonel Starkson had fought alongside the Skitarii legions, and he knew from experience that it was not his place to question these allies or their doings. The heavily cowled Magus Marcotholitis had mysteriously turned up for the hasty war council, claiming that his war cohort would advance alongside the Imperial Guard, safeguarding the right flank. That was good enough for Colonel Starkson. As to his mind, allies willing to fight as aggressively as the Skitarii did were the only ones worth having. He gave the order to advance to his troops. Simultaneously from high in orbit above Agrellan, the Tech Priest Masters sent down their signals, the Skitarii giving the slightest of twitches as the Doctrina Imperatives activated their mechanized bodies in preparation for war. So, side by side, the Astra Militarum and Skitarii began their march across the wide eastern plain in the shadow of Agrellan Prime. The first segment of the Tau defensive line was already in shambles. The Space Marines had seen to that. The second and third lines, however, were now all firing at full power. The air cracked as hypervelocity railgun rounds from the distant Tau gun emplacements began to hit the advancing armor. Several Leman Russ tanks exploded, great geysers of smoke and fire blooming across the wide, flat area. The strange, crab-like walkers of the Skitarii, however, continued apace. Flashes glared and energy fields flickered, but still the onager dune crawlers scuttled onwards, their guns remaining silent and as yet offering no response. Forward, the forces of the Imperium marched. The Imperial Guard line became staggered as they advanced, for explosions tore holes in their ranks. Pulse rounds dropped soldiers, entire squads grouped behind the relative protection of the hulking tanks, and platoons dropped into firing positions to begin pouring fire into the line of Tau fortifications ahead. This was not the case upon the right flank. Relentlessly, the Skitarii plodded on, neither increasing nor decreasing speed. Some warriors were punched off their feet by incoming pulse rounds, but a number of those merely got up again, assuming a new place in the formation as it continued onwards. Once in range, they began to fire, the thump and crackle of their galvanic weaponry contrasting with the roar of battle cannons and clatter of heavy bolters. Glowing red beams stretched out to blast the fire warriors lining the barricades, and the eradication beamers of the crab-legged dune crawlers began atomizing all before them in wide swathes. With an inhuman burst of speed, the metal-limbed rust stalkers bounded to close the distance, vaulting easily over the low walls to attack the Tau behind. The shriek of their transonic blades was a hideous keening, pierced regularly by the panicked cries of the hopelessly beset firecast. Crisis teams attempted to intervene, using their jump jets to land close enough to bring their formidable arsenal of weaponry into play. However, they were met by charging Sidonian dragoons, taser lances sending forth showers of sparks as they split open battlesuits, skewering the Tau pilots mercilessly. Stalking through the carnage, the bipedal machines methodically crushed the wounded before loping off to catch up with the already advancing Skitarii. The Tau fortifications proved much more difficult for the Imperial Guard to overcome. Casualties mounted as the Cadian shock troopers slogged forward, taking cover behind the burning remains of shattered vehicles. Slowly, with massed lasgun fire, concentrated mortar rounds, and a surge of tanks from the armoured regiment, a section of the second Tau line was breached. But by then, the right flank of the Imperial advance was far ahead, the Skitarii and Space Marines already besieging the next line of defences. In a hidden command nexus, some distance away from the war fronts, Commander Shadowsun watched her many vid feeds and holo maps. A half smile creased her thin lips as she saw an opportunity and watched it grow. Her plans remained the same, to maximize enemy casualties while minimizing hers. Yet, she hesitated. Tenaciously, the Skitarii pressed the attack, their red-robed troops absorbing, punishing incoming fire, their bionically enhanced bodies shrugging off what should have been mortal wounds. Even so, such was the firepower arrayed against them that the Skitarii left behind a gruesome trail. Crumpled corpses and shattered gear-driven automata lay in heaps. So hardwired was their programming that many did not even realize when they were dead. Pieces of half-destroyed things still attempting to lurch forward, and the desert floor crawled with such gruesome sights as one-armed torsos pulling themselves through the sand, or lumpen masses twitching forward while dragging ropes of innards and cables behind them. The Imperial Guard and Space Marine forces attacked the Tau defense lines one by one, destroying each gun turret and stronghold in methodical order. The Skitarii, however, advanced in a straight line towards the larger installations. They cared not if their forces were subjected to enfilading fire, and they gave no concern to the multiple threats that they left behind for their allies to battle. With single-minded purpose, the Maniples advanced, slew their foe, and advanced again. They slowed for nothing. As Mugaloth Bay had only recently been captured, it did not yet feel like a Tau world, despite the work carried out by the Earth-cast engineers. Within the outer defense walls was a sprawling desert, now purified after great efforts had been expended to remove its toxins. Clusters of newly built buildings broke this empty space. Designed with future expansion in mind, The new Sep world required years of development before it could rival its predecessors. Now, however, the Tau merely wished to survive long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The great leader of their people, Ethereal Supreme Eonvar, was trapped on this planet, and his protection surmounted all other concerns. Bypassing the Firecast training domes, the remainder of the Skitarii war cohort made directly for the Enviro engines. These structures were guarded by encircling banks of gun drones that opened fire with their underslung pulse carbines, felling many soldiers of the machine god. It was the Sicarian infiltrators that finally cleared the defenders from the base of the engines. These scrambling pulse waves that emanated from them crippled the artificial intelligence of the drones and left them ripe to be shot down or hacked apart. As the Skitarii formed a perimeter around the looming engines, the air rippled ominously. Teleporting from low orbit, a Holy Requisitioner, the most avaricious office of all the Cult Mechanicus, had arrived. Surrounded by Cataphren breachers, the red-robed priest touched the engines, cables darting out like snakes from his power pack. He directed the breachers to dismantle the device, and they set about cutting away coveted pieces with their powered claws. When reactor drives, ion cylinders, and other precious tech had all been removed, the air shimmered once again, and just like that, the tech priest and his war cohort were gone. On her holomaps, Commander Shadowsun saw the large gaps growing in the enemy assault. She had intended to pull her troops further back, but she could not resist such a clear opportunity to make the enemy pay. In an unusual moment of indecision, Shadowsun almost sent in the sum of her reserves, almost joined the fray herself. Nagging doubt held her back, for this time her goal was not to win the battle, but to safeguard Eonvar. It was a rare lapse in judgment from Shadowsun, for she decided to commit more, but not all, of her reserve troops. It would not be enough to sustain the critical mass needed to break the foe. Skimming low over the flat desert, piranha fire stream wings scythed through the advancing Cadians. Overhead, shoals of Sunshark bombers timed their attacks perfectly, their pulse bomb generators sending down fizzling energy spheres that crackled and exploded. On their right, where once had been an army of Skitarii, the Cadians instead saw their flanks compromised by fire warriors debarking from devilfish and pouring fire into Imperial ranks. Had Shadowsun sent in her carefully marshalled battlesuit teams, she might have truly staggered the Imperial forces, but her half-measures were too easily countered. Colonel Starkson barked into his Voxcaster, sending his own reserves into battle. The Valkyrie Airborne Assault Wing launched an immediate attack. Air support, armoured regiments, abhuman auxilia. He called upon it all and sent in everything to push the Tau back. Space Marines might be tireless, but the Astra Militarum were only men. Even Cadian regiments eventually succumb to fatigue and the ceaseless pressure of war. Not this day. The 625th, like its grim-faced colonel, simply refused to back down. The sight of Valkyries roaring in, supporting their grav-shoot-drop troops, gave the Cadians heart, and they surged forward. More infantry regiments were moving in, and word was that a super-heavy tank company was already en route. When Colonel Starkson and the regimental standard-bearer arrived to lead the final charge, it was becoming a rout, and Imperial victory was all but assured. But then, the skies turned red. Commander Farsight. The midday sun over the primary Tau command nexus on Mugaloth Bay burned bright and hot, while battle raged below. Shafts of light cut through even thick clouds of airborne toxins, and then, for an instant, those rays flashed bright, casting stark shadows upon the battlefield below. The flash blinded all with its intensity, even as it morphed, the yellow sun suddenly taking on a blood-red hue. And in that moment, they came from on high. It was as if they came from the sun itself. Wave after wave of red-armored crisis battlesuits dropped through the atmosphere. Hundreds of streaking, curling contrails filled the skies, as masses of missile pods streamed out salvo after salvo. Through those twisting smoke trails cut a rain of blue streaks, plasma bolts that scythed down Imperial Guardsmen and Space Marine alike. Whirring at high cycle, burst cannons stitched lines of death across the advancing Cadians below, mowing down ranks at a time. Scintillating balls of blazing lightning exploded as Nova-charged ion blasts landed amidst the Imperial Guard, the XV-104 Riptides making their awesome presence felt. At the last moment, the Crimson battlesuits slowed their rapid descent, their jump jets hissing in protest. They landed amongst the front lines, the broken body-filled barriers that were the final obstacle standing between the Imperial forces and the Tau installations. To the Imperial Guard, this death from the skies was just another, albeit furious, ambush. To them, the red armor of their foes signified only more Xenos armed with advanced weaponry. To the Tau, this sudden onslaught was altogether more meaningful. The beleaguered Firecast warriors looked to the skies in wonder. Far away, viewing on drone-captured video, Commander Shadowsun and Aeldari shared an incredulous look. To the Tau, the red-armored warriors meant only a single thing: Commander Farsight, the prodigal champion turned outcast, had returned. When Commander Farsight leads his enclaves to war, he does so in swift, dynamic fashion. He is the master of the Munkar, the art of identifying a target of opportunity and striking it with maximum force. Translated from the Tau language, the words roughly equate to the killing blow. Commander Farsight leads the assault, typically deploying from an overhead Manta missile destroyer. Using his jump jets, Farsight descends to his carefully selected target, for it is vital that the sudden shock and ferocity of the attack put the enemy in immediate peril. Firing his plasma rifle and crashing enemies beneath the feet of his battlesuit, Commander Farsight lands in a flurry of swift violence. He swings wide arcs with his sword, the Dawn Blade, an energy-reaved weapon that is so potent it severs ferrocrete as easily as if slicing through water. Before the last severed bit of his target has toppled, Farsight is already in motion, whirling, spinning, and chopping until all foes within reach are dead. Activating his jump jets, he leaps into the air, plasma rifle spitting bursts of blue bolts that never miss their mark. Not far behind Commander Farsight come the rest of the 8, the fabled formation of battlesuit-clad elite warriors that served both as Farsight's bodyguard and war council. Each of them is a whirlwind of devastation, dealing death in their own unique fashion, fighting as a team despite their individual modes of battle. Each warrior complementing the style and weaponry of the other, all blend together into a harmony of destruction. Sub-Commander Torchstar sends sheets of fire out even before her battlesuit touches the ground. Bright Sword's twin fusion guns melt away the metal hull of battle tanks as if they are candle wax. Bravestorm's plasma rifle punches his selected targets off their feet, while he closes in on a suitable victim for his formidable Onager gauntlet. Further from the front, Shazvray Ublatai sends forth steady barrages from his high-yield missile pod, his AI enabling him to simultaneously blast multiple targets, even if the victims are across the battlefield from each other. Such long-range tactics are not for O'Ara Khan, whose battlesuit is bedecked with anti-infantry weapons. With each bounding leap, Mara Khan leaves behind another heap of bodies, the dead falling so thick before his onslaught that they often obscure the ground. Of all the 8, Ovessa cuts perhaps the largest swathe of death, his towering XV-104 Riptide battlesuit unleashing prodigious blasts of supercharged energy from its ion accelerator. Between the volleys of his plasma rifles, Shaso Shazvasto relays the enemy's fallback patterns, because he knows that, in a Montcard assault, should the pace of destruction slow down, the attackers might lose their momentum, and with it the opportunity to destroy their foe utterly. As devastating as they are, the Eight are but the tip of the spear of a Farsight Enclave assault. In their bloody wake come the massed crimson-armoured crisis teams. As they streak groundwards, their array of weapons adds to the carnage. Fire warrior teams, often aided by the mobility of devilfish transports, add their sheer volume of pulse weapon fire to the fray. A Pathfinder team, supported by a recon drone, often plays a central role. They use marker lights to guide critical shots precisely, and if needed, the Pathfinders lay down their own formidable firepower with a mix of pulse carbines and ion rifles. Using such devastating shock assaults, Commander Farsight has led his enclaves to many triumphs. When a living tide of greenskins swept over the world of Neptune, the Farsight enclaves did not attempt to fight a long war of attrition with the superior numbers of their barbaric foe. Instead, Farsight planned and performed a perfectly executed Montcar-style attack. Deployed via high-altitude transport, the battlesuits descended straight upon Orc warlord Nashjor and his iron-clad bodyguard. The Eight cut down the mega-armoured Orcs with terrifying ease. The action punctuated when Farsight beheaded the warlord with a single swipe of the Dawn blade. The Tau infantry arrived on a flank, laying down a curtain of pulse fire to ensure that none of the Orc bosses escaped back to their massed armies. Suddenly, bereft of all their strongest-willed leaders, the remaining Orc hordes, predictably, fell upon each other and were easily routed by a series of successive strikes. In the many centuries since Commander Farsight led his expedition to break away from the Tau Empire, the ancient warrior has only further perfected his battlecraft. With the passing of his mentor, the revered Commander Puretide, there are none now living who can match his Firecast Academy tactical scores, or his vast experience of executing the swift killing strike. Although Commander Farsight was exiled from the Tau Empire and reviled by the many who consider him a traitor to the greater good, he still led his enclaves to the rescue of the Tau upon Mugaloth Bay in their time of need. In a flash of crimson, Commander Farsight launched one of the greatest of all his trademark assaults. The Eight. The renegade Firecast commander is Chassot Viola Chasvar Case Montea, often shortened to Oshaba, and even better known as Commander Farsight. Never his unnaturally long lifespan, Farsight has been known by many other names as well, for he was the most exalted of all the protégés of the legendary Commander Puretide. He was also the hero of Viola and the Bane of Greenskins, and after he left the Empire, he became known as the Great Traitor, or He Who Renounced the Greater Good. To the Tau of the Farsight enclaves, he is their one true leader, a warrior who will take his people to their great destiny. Commander Bravestorm was entombed in life support systems after sustaining critical injuries during the battle at Black Thunder Massa on Dalith. Since that fateful day, the scorched and twisted Tau has been confined to a battlesuit, although his core support cocoon has been reinstalled into an XV-802 Crisis Iridium mantle. Despite his hardships, Bravestorm has lost neither his fervour for the greater good, nor his lightning-quick mind. He fights with a battle prowess and bravado that few can equal, for he has passed beyond fear and courted death itself. Few deliver a death blow with such deadly efficiency as Commander Brightsword. With his pair of fusion blasters, Brightsword leads his rapid insertion force from the front, and his war exploits have proven more than worthy. Many famous warriors have previously borne the same name, and its current bearer is mindful of the heritage that accompanies the honoured title. In battle, he always chooses the most powerful enemy target to annihilate first, and thus far, none have escaped his fusion blasts. He has destroyed the most hulking of war engines and monsters, and his aggressive attack style has been modelled upon the tactics of Oshava himself. Commander Shazvostos was the first Firecast warrior to receive a Puretide Neuro chip. Something went amiss, however, and the prototype chip suffered rapid degeneration. Rather than allow the loyal warrior to suffer a lobotomy, Farsight had him spirited away and placed in stasis until some cure could be discovered. Many decades later, Ovessa was able to recalibrate the neurochip, and Shasso Shasvastos was reawakened. A tactical genius, Commander Shasvastos leads his cadres to victory after victory, for he always seems to know the enemy's battle plans, even before setting foot on the battlefield. Equipped with an XV-8-05 Crisis Enforcer battlesuit, and mounting an extensive suite of anti-infantry weapons, Commander Arrow Khan can leave even the largest formations of enemy troops in ruins in an instant. Willingly leaving the larger targets to Commander Brightsword, Arrow Khan instead seeks out masses of infantry foot soldiers. An analytical warrior, Arrow Khan encourages the Eight to review and critique all of their past battles on Holobid, for it is his constant goal to further hone his battle arts. Although it is not known outside of the Eight and their Earth-cast attendants, the broadside battlesuit Oblatai 9-0 is not piloted by flesh and blood. Instead, the broadside is controlled by a late-generation mnemonic AI engram of the original Shasvra Oblatai. Long ago, at the Firecast training domes, it was Shasvra Oblatai who first taught the piloting arts to the young warrior, who would one day become Commander Farsight. Using multi-trackers and advanced scan feeds, Oblatai 9-0 is a master at supplying the rest of the Eight with deadly accurate supporting fire. A defector from the Tau Empire, Sub-Commander Torchstar is the youngest and most impetuous of the Eight. Bearing twin flamers, the Violan borders on reckless as she bounds headlong into battle. The final member of the Eight is Ovessa. He is, in fact, not a Shasvrar at all, but an old Earth-cast colleague of Farsight, kept alive by micro-drones of his own invention. Given that Commander Farsight is a die-hard Firecast traditionalist, it speaks to the bond between the two that he allows any other caste the great honor of piloting a battlesuit, much less a powerful XV-104 Riptide. Many AI suites that Ovessa invented are integrated into the Riptide's piloting array, his technological genius offering him great aid in targeting and compensating for his lack of a lifetime's worth of intense training and experience in battle. The Battle of Black Fossil Ridge. Desperate measures were called upon if the Imperium was to counter the fierce attack by the newly arrived Crimson Armored Tau. Under the cover of an orbital bombardment, Colonel Starkson pulled his forces back, reforming them along an ancient ridge. There, strengthened by waves of incoming reinforcements, the Imperial Guard intended to make their stand. The sudden shock attack of the battlesuits had been perfectly timed, quickly throwing the Imperial offensive into total disarray. Colonel Starkson sensed that any chance of victory had been snatched from his grasp. Worse still, the counterattack was so fierce that he feared the imminent collapse of his whole army. With no further reserves to hand that could stabilize his crumbling battle lines, Colonel Starkson called in a massive orbital bombardment. The skies burned and the world shook. Warned at the last moment by sensor arrays, many Tau battlesuits bounded away in an attempt to avoid what was coming. For long moments the world was gone, obscured by fiery explosions. So much sand erupted into the air that the sky was eclipsed. Heavy clouds of dust and sand hovered over everything, including the massive craters that had previously been hotly contested battlefield. Even before the orbital barrage shook the battlefield, the Space Marines had performed a Thunderhawk extraction. They had known their scattered forces were not prepared to fight the vast influx of battlesuits that had taken to the field with the arrival of the Farsight enclaves. Despite the intense fire, the Space Marines executed the maneuver flawlessly, and within moments all the Adeptus Astartes, save the White Scars, had exited the field of battle. Refusing to give ground so near to his prey, Khosrow Khan and his third company joined the battered remnants of a sentinel formation to perform a rearguard duty. It was an act that, perhaps, would have been a hopeless one, were it not for the orbital bombardment. The incoming lance strikes stabbed down repeatedly into the heart of the combat, the blast waves killing many thousands. It had been a risky call by Colonel Starkson, yet the commander had reckoned that although he would lose many troops to his own bombardment, the remaining forces would be able to pull back and regroup. As the incoming rounds continued to rain down, a barrier of explosions formed between those who survived. At the periphery of the blast, Colonel Starkson was already up and in motion. His order to make for the ridge was soon echoed down the Imperial line. Even those whose hearing was blasted away could follow the pointing gestures. Many reserve troops were massing along that rocky elevation, and to the men staggering on the plains below, that bristling gun line looked like salvation. Never more than 5 steps away from his team of Vox operators, Colonel Starkson stalked along the battle line formed atop the ridge. It was only a slight rise, but against the flat plains of the region, the rocky bluffs seemed mountainous. In the distance, all could hear the latest round of orbital bombardments striking upon the recently vacated battlefield. Starkson was under no illusion that his foe had been wiped out by the strikes. Although Black Fossil Ridge typically commanded superior views, all visibility was limited this day. The hot shifting winds were carrying the massive dust cloud raised by the orbital strikes. Also, the damage done to the main bank of Tau Enviro engines was allowing the toxic storm that enveloped much of Mugaloth Bay to creep in around the previously cleared perimeter. It appeared as if shapes were moving within the swirling sands below, and up and down the Imperial battle line, brief outbursts of gunfire could be heard. No enemies emerged out of the shadow, however. Starkson knew that with each passing moment, his own forces grew stronger. Companies and entire regiments were still working up from the landing zones. Just as the colonel began to hope his foe had actually fallen back to regroup, the assault came. Once again, the massed battlesuits led the Tau attack. In bounding leaps, the crisis teams surged out of the sandstorms, their jump jets kicking up more sand behind them. Despite the visual impairments, the Tau shooting was still deadly accurate. Every plasma burst or stream of cannon fire seemed to find its mark. In 2 bounds, the first wave of red-armored battlesuits was crashing into the Imperial Guard lines. Behind the first wave came larger, more hulking varieties of battlesuit. Where the XV-104 Riptide strode, it attracted immense amounts of firepower from the Imperial Guard, for they had learned of the massive destructive power of that towering battlesuit's main weapon. Anticipating this, the Riptides came forth out of the swirling sands with the full power of their Nova reactors directed into their shields. Las cannon streaks and battle cannon blasts alike struck those invisible barriers, causing showers of sparks to fly while the defensive shields rippled. Only a few shots got through. The same could not be said when the Riptides leveled their own weapons. Heavy burst cannons mowed up and down the Imperial line, the large caliber pulses not just killing their targets, but blasting them asunder. The damage wrought by those Riptides equipped with ion accelerators was even more horrific. Seeing that the center of his firing line was already being caved in by the fierce battlesuit attack, Colonel Starkson ordered in his countermeasures. Up from the reserve lines lumbered the squads of Ogrins, eager to at last be called into battle. Colonel Starkson had noted that the Tau could outshoot his armies and outmaneuver them, but it was his reasoning that the Xenos sophisticates would not fare so well against a heavy dose of brutish and unreasoning violence. The battle atop the ridge was proceeding as Farsight had planned. Intense plasma fire and missile pod fire was clearing a landing space along the ridge. Sheets of flame washed the zone as more and more red-armored battlesuits bounded up to join the first wave. Heavy bolter shells hit them, clanging again and again off their armor, but seldom finding purchase. Into the maelstrom came hulking abhumans. Bull Ogrins hefted huge slab metal shields before them, while Ogrins carried large caliber Ripper guns. All made a straight path towards the crisis teams. The Ogrins were pierced through many times by plasma shots and engulfed by sheets of flame, but nothing could drop the thickly muscled abhumans. They simply waded through the enemy firepower until, at point-blank range, they opened fire with their own weapons. When that close to their targets, even the Ogrins found it hard to miss, and the heavy shells, chugged out by their Ripper guns, cracked crisis suits and blasted away limbs. But the hulking creatures had not surged forward for a firefight, and they did not halt their charge. The bulky Ogrins dropped their armoured shoulders or hefted high their slab shields and kept coming. Some battlesuits leapt out of range, but others, either too surprised or hopeful that their final volleys would fell the beasts, stood their ground. The impact of the ensuing collision resounded over the battlefield. The Ogrins did not stop there, however, but smashed and stomped in a flurry of fierce attacks. Behind the line of hulking abhumans came more guardsmen, the fire of their lasguns sending forth a lattice of laser beams. For a moment, the tower momentum stalled behind their besieged battlesuit spearhead. Against the massed Imperial Guard firepower, such a situation could quickly prove disastrous. Yet Farsight, at the head of the 8, made the jump up to the bluff. He had fought too many Orks to be cowed by mere atavistic savagery. Bright Sword's fusion blasters single-shotted the brutes. Ovessa lowered his powerful ion accelerator and blew apart both slab shields and the Ogren behind it. And none could match the fury of Farsight, who spun and hacked with his Dawn blade, cutting a swathe through the abhumans and driving them into the infantry regiments beyond. Perfectly timed with Farsight's entry into the battle came the Piranha Firestorm wings and the Razor Shark strafing runs. Within seconds, the Cadian center was split open, and both flanks were forced to retreat. Once again, the Tau pressed their advantage and closed quickly. With signal jammers activated at full power, there could be no more transmissions sent to the orbiting fleet. Cursing the red-armoured foe that had beaten him twice in rapid succession, Colonel Starkson prepared to make a last stand with his command group when he heard a familiar sound and felt a welcome sensation beneath his boots. The unmistakable growl, rattle, and clank of Leman Russ battle tanks moving at speed came to him on the desert winds. Emerging out of the toxic cloud banks to the south were the massed tank wedges of the Cadian 423rd and 78th, Knight Commander Pask at their head. Squadron after squadron of Leman Russ battle tanks opened fire, and the sound was like thunder rolling down a valley. This was the Emperor's might made manifest. Made of a lightweight yet incredibly strong nanocrystalline alloy, the Tau battlesuits provided excellent impact resistance. Their well-designed shapes and angles helped deflect solid shells, sending them ricocheting harmlessly away. The armor's reflective liquid metal coating could defeat even beam technology. Shield drones hovered near the battlesuits too, blanketing their charges with invisible barriers capable of stopping a direct hit from a las cannon. Yet against all the incoming firepower of the Imperial Guard, the red-armored battlesuits were blasted apart by the dozen. The momentum of the battle had shifted. As the majority of the Farsight Enclave's long-ranged firepower, the Riptide wings and armoured interdiction cadres, were only beginning to enter effective range, they offered little assistance to the battlesuits. The Imperial Guard infantry, no longer the main focus of Farsight's fury, were able to regroup. With mass lasgun and heavy weapon fire, they too took a measure of vengeance upon the Tau battlesuits that had broken them twice already. Farsight was aware his people were sustaining casualties. Even as he leapt atop a Leman Russ and thrust the Dawn blade through its hull, the Tau commander was checking his holoscreen. Activating jump jets, Farsight was airborne before the internal explosion ripped the tank apart. And then he saw what he had hoped for, his holoscreens alive with movement. Battlesuits plummeted down around them while devilfish sped from the flanks and above. The air was filled with shoals of strafing razor sharks. Farsight saw with relief that these troops wore the white sept markings of Tau, the orange lines of Sika, and the red demarcations of his own home sept, Viola. Commander Shadowsun had arrived at the head of the forces of the Tau Empire. As the combined Tau forces drove deep into the Imperial armies, the skies above grew murkier. Great clouds of dust moved in on the hot winds, the sun's glare turning them into a shrouding haze. The zone of purified air had been collapsing since integral parts were taken from the largest of the networked enviro engines. Toxic clouds of dust closed over the battle taking place upon Black Fossil Ridge. Commander Shadowsun led the battlesuit drop strike, while shoals of devilfish and hammerheads surged in along the Imperial flanks. But there was another addition to the Tau forces. High above, at the edge of space, 3 streaking mantas each sent forth a gravatic column. Within seconds, the beams were gone, and their cargo was delivered. It was a dangerous risk with such precious war assets. The magnetic shafts pierced the roiling clouds, grounding themselves to the planet's core. Something large moved within those crackling shafts of light. With recoil jets and suppression fields, the hurtling object within each beam slowed its descent velocity at the last possible moment, but each still struck Mugalov's desert surface like a thunderbolt. Rising from out of the craters and striding forth through the swirling dust clouds came three hulking KV-128 Storm Surge ballistic suits. They began their slow, churning pace towards the battle, the twin pilots within each mighty artifice, already scanning to obtain targeting information. Several shoals of devilfish came out of the clouds to travel alongside the heavy-footed giants. The presence of the largest of the Tau weapons of war was yet to be felt upon the battlefield, but that did not mean that their arrival had gone unnoticed elsewhere. High above Mugalov Bay, the scanning equipment aboard the orbiting macro-class tech cruiser Architrove came alive. An alert sounded with the clanging of a dolorous toll. Telescopic eyes swiveled out, and tech priests scuttled to monitor blue-green view screens. For a while, there was only the sound of adjusting dials and turning cranks, marked by the steady hiss and exhale of mechanical rebreathers. The tech priests had heard rumor of these large-scale Tau weapons, but they had not yet been able to observe them. And what the tech priests could see, they coveted. Now that they saw the KV-128 Storm Surge, they wanted it for their own, to dissect and study. Within seconds, the Skitarii were activated and dispatched. Meanwhile, Colonel Starkson's troops, those that still lived, were being pushed steadily back from the edge of the ridge. The colonel had hoped to form a solid battle line before the oncoming armoured companies, but the onset of another skyborne battlesuit assault and the thickening sandstorm had conspired against his strategy. Now the battle was disjointed, broken down into 100 smaller conflicts amidst the clouds of cloying grit. To Colonel Starkson's left, a squadron of Leman Russ tanks rumbled by, infantry advancing in their armoured lee, all firing upon the darting shapes of Tau piranhas. To his right, a few units of White Scar's Space Marines stood alongside a Cadian heavy weapons platoon, fending off battlesuit assaults that attempted to silence the massed las cannons. Amidst such chaos, Starkson could effect little in the way of operational control. Transmissions were jammed. There was nothing else he could do but fight. The colonel had the regimental standard planted in the ground, drew forth his own power sword, and arrayed his command squad to hold their position. By this time, the KV-128 Storm Surges were in range of the nearest of their Imperial foes. Their towering masses were obscured by the thick, billowing fog of sand and toxins, but the advanced black sun filter and tracking suites within each hulking ballistic suit showed the Storm Surge pilots a map literally lit up with targets. The Imperial Guard remained unaware of the encroaching new menace. The first clue that some other new weapon was being loosed upon them was the series of strobing bright flashes from deep within the swirling mists. Moving at speed the naked eye could not follow, hundreds of missiles streaked outwards, each leaving a snaking contrail in its wake. By the time the whoosh of their launching was heard, the missile storm had already sped by the first lines of Imperial Guard to crash into the forces sheltering beyond. The barrage sent up a wall of fiery explosions. Then, pulse rounds, larger than any seen previously, burst out of the cloud banks. The guardsmen did not know where to aim their weapons, as at any moment, from any angle, a team of crisis battlesuits could bound out of nowhere, delivering volleys of deadly firepower before leaping away once more. Into this whirlwind of battle, there marched a new army. The legions of the Omnissiah, the Skitarii, had returned. From whence they came, none could say, but these troops seemed to have been buried deep in the sand, or else long travelled through many such storms. Their eyes glowed with an incandescent light that could be seen like will-o'-the-wisps through the dusty haze. To their Imperial allies they gave no heed or greeting, instead tramping past them in mechanical lockstep. They had another calling. Whether by plan or happenstance, the pollution storm covered the Skitarii war cohort, their rad signature registered as just another blot of pollution on the Tau's advanced scanners. Neither the Storm Surges nor the Fire Warriors that formed ranks around them had noticed the red-robed warriors until they advanced out of the swirling storms. Bursts of electricity arced outwards, and a new phase of the battle erupted. From orbit came the binaric cant, the signal picked up by the Skitaris' antennae. Their target must be brought down, so said the encoded commands from on high, and those orders had come from Holy Mars itself. To serve the Omnissiah was everything to the warriors of the Cult Mechanicum. Backed by the enormous storm surges, the Tau poured forth an immense amount of firepower. Fire warriors and the drones that hovered alongside them sent forth a furious fusillade, while battlesuits vaulted close with their jump jets to deliver withering blasts of sustained shots of pulse fire from burst cannons. Still the Skitari came forward, marching over their fallen, never slowing their advance. Driving over the dead came scuttle-legged onager dune crawlers, their multiple appendages enabling them to climb over the piled bodies with ease. At that range, their eradication beamers were deadly only to infantry, so they continued to crawl forward upon their mechanized crab legs. Closer. They must get closer. Skitari Rangers unleashed their own electrical storm, with the vanguard stalking closer to bring the foe within range of their radium carbines. In the contaminated haze, the two forces clashed. One army, the upstart Tau race, believed technology was the way forward, its use the key to progress, the best means to every end. The other, the Skitari of the Adeptus Mechanicus, worshipped technology not for its promise of progress, but rather for its own sake. They coveted it, superstitiously finding their god hidden within its mechanical secrets. Thus, two ideologies clashed, pitting their firepower against each other. And none shall stay his wrath. In the growing storm, the battle began to break down. No longer were the major armies' fronts colliding, but rather individuals, squadrons and small formations clashing. In this fog of battle, Farsight pushed his attack, hurtling towards the oncoming waves of tank squadrons that were arriving to reinforce the Cadians' precarious position upon Black Fossil Ridge. Those of Knight Commander Pask's regiment, that had survived many battles with their illustrious tank leader, had learned a harsh truth. Pask was an indifferent, even uncaring leader. As a tank ace, Knight Commander Pask was unmatched. In the thick of combat, he moved and fired his tank like it was an extension of his own body. As if by instinct, Pask knew when to reverse tracks and reposition, when to halt and take rapid-fire shots, and when to push full throttle to avoid incoming shells. Pask could maneuver the hand of steel from cover to cover like no one else, dodging incoming missiles with an adroitness that none could imitate. Although his soldiers never spoke it aloud, they knew that sometimes the objects Pask used for cover were their own tanks, and those within the company. Even when he could find no cover at all, Pask knew how to keep his thickest armor towards the foe, or how to pitch his tank perfectly, so that enemy shells or energy blasts ricocheted off the hull rather than pierce its steel hide. And for all his defensive tricks, he knew it was best to aim well and shoot first. When he fired, Pask was so sure of his aim that he did not just target enemy tanks, but instead could set his crosshairs upon vulnerable joints between armor plates, or along seams where the shot would find purchase and penetrate rather than clang away. All of these skills were so instinctual to him that Pask could not find the words to explain these experiences or share his battle wisdom with the rest of his regiment. Nor did it ever occur to him to try. Although he had steadily risen through the ranks because of his unmatched kill record, the finer details of regimental command had never been his true calling. Those who had served longest under Knight Commander Pask had learned to follow his lead. If he sped up, they did too. If he halted and his turrets scanned for targets, they copied. Such mimicry had carried him over rebel lines and through Ork Blitz Brigade attacks. Yet it was not a foolproof method, for Pask's eyes constantly scanned the horizon, seeking the next target or potential incoming fire. None could duplicate his split-second decisions or equal his uncanny marksmanship or tactical maneuver. In the sprawling sandstorm-riven battle with the Tau, Knight Commander Pask was a killing machine. For a time he called out targets so quickly his loader could not keep up. With each shot he fired, Pask added to his already impressive kill tally. The armour of hammerheads and devilfish was pierced by the shaped, high-explosive shells that tore through their vitals, and seconds later the enemy vehicles buckled upwards as internal detonations ripped them apart. When an XV-8 Crisis battlesuit landed before Pask, timing its leap perfectly to catch the Leman Russ when its long Vanquisher battle cannon was turned in the opposite direction, the tank commander did not panic, even as the Tower Warrior's fusion blaster glowed with energy. Pask riddled the battlesuit at close range with his tank's hull-mounted heavy bolter. The Crisis battlesuit was knocked off its feet, yet the exoskeleton armor was only cracked. The pilot lived still, as was evidenced by his attempt to raise his deadly weapon. Seeing the threat, Pask steered his tank directly over the Crisis suit, producing much snapping and a short-lived scream that was barely audible over the din of battle. Most of Pask's 423rd Armoured Regiment was scattered across the battlefield, however. 2 full squadrons had managed to keep their tank ace commander in view. It was these tanks that were first beset by Farsight. After boosting high above the swirling melee, Farsight took a moment to survey the carnage below. Even through the sandstorm, his black sun filter and hollow map suite showed an accurate picture. It was not difficult to ascertain the largest threat, a tank spearhead that was thrusting through the Enclaves and Tau Empire forces alike. Cutting all power to his thrusters, Commander Farsight dropped from the skies, the Dawn Blade shimmering with barely contained power. Firing his retro burners, Farsight slowed his descent to a glide, swinging his blade as he landed. The Dawn Blade sliced straight through the turret of the nearest tank, carving down into its metal hull and slicing through the driver. Yet Farsight's attention was already elsewhere. With his plasma rifle, he loosed 2 bolts at the rear of another Leman Russ before activating his jump jets and soaring airborne once more. Both shots penetrated the exhaust, thick black smoke pouring out. But by then, Farsight was gone. The 3rd tank of the squadron swiveled its turret, trying to draw a bead upon Farsight. When they were rammed astern by the out-of-control tank whose driver had been cut in half, there was little for them to do but exit their wrecked vehicle and begin the long, treacherous trek back towards friendly lines. The remaining squadron attempted to keep their eyes ahead, on Knight Commander Pask, while searching for the battlesuit that had destroyed their comrades. Their squadron leader was the first to see the red blur coming through the thick swirls of grit that wafted across the desert floor. Landing atop the turret with a resounding clang, Farsight drove the Dawn Blade down with all his augmented strength, burying his sword to the hilt within the tank's steel hide. He freed the blade by activating his jump jets, blasting skywards upon his thrusters. Before the other tanks and the squadron Battalica could react, Farsight's bodyguard arrived out of the sky. Commander Brightsword's twin fusion blasters melted a hole into one tank's hull before his Crisis battlesuit had landed. Commander Bravestorm, however, was forced to dodge a Hydra's furious salvo and hit the desert floor too far from his target. This allowed the last tank a clear shot, and its battle cannon roared. The explosion of its shell created a fireball around Commander Bravestorm, but the battlesuit emerged, still wreathed in flames, shield generator lifted high. With a leaping bound, Bravestorm covered the distance, drawing back his fist to create maximum drive for his upcoming blow. Timing the attack perfectly, he activated his Onager Gauntlet, the punch slamming through the Leman Russ's hull and sending up a storm of metal fragments that shredded its crew. With their ability to make vaulting leaps and to hover for short periods of time, the 8 wreaked havoc amongst the oncoming Leman Russ squadrons. Soon the desert was filled with blackened hulks, their melted and ruptured hulls spewing columns of smoke. And still, Farsight's furious assault was not slowed, for he led the 8 towards an onrushing infantry company. None knew better than Commander Farsight that to be successful, the Montcar must deliver maximum casualties. Oblivious to the slaughter behind him, Knight Commander Pask pressed on. He was weary of outstripping his infantry support, but the Hand of Steel was still periodically passing small groups of Cadians, hunkered down in defensive positions. For a time, the tank commander had felt it was safer going forward than halting, but soon he could no longer recognize any shapes in the sandstorm. Popping out of his hatch for a better look, Pask squinted into the stinging sand, realizing that conditions were growing steadily worse. Lightning was lancing down from the swirling maelstrom, whilst arcing so close that it almost hit his tank and he was forced to duck back inside. So it was that he never noticed the trio of hammerhead gunships gliding along from the north. At maximum range, Master Gunship Pilot Shasla Tau Schnag, better known as Longstrike, arranged the two other gunships in his interdiction cadre into a line abreast formation. Using their scanning arrays and black sun filters, the hammerheads had been making their way carefully towards the largest concentration of enemy forces. Although experienced gunship pilots, they were new replacements in Longstrike's cadre, and he wanted to observe how well they worked as a team. When a lone blip, most likely a Gular tank, given its tremendous outpouring of pollution, heat and noise, appeared on their screens, Longstrike let his new comrades set up their attack run. All three railgun shots hit their mark, tearing apart the Hand of Steel entirely. It was a good start. As Imperial reinforcements continued to arrive from the south, the battle spread across a wider front. Each side sought to outflank the other, and all grew leery of entering the maelstrom of fighting that had overtaken the center. As the storm increased, it sent flying grit in whirlwinds. But as some combatants grew to trust the dense cover, the winds gusted, and all would be clear until the next squall. Even with the Tau Empire and Farsight Enclave forces combined, the Tau was still badly outnumbered. Yet in the swirling sandstorm, their superior scanners and comms equipment gave them an advantage. The Tau forces, particularly the mobile battlesuit formations, used their speed to track enemy positions. They always sought advantages where they could concentrate their firepower upon a target and then move off into the storm before major retaliations could find them. The Tau battlesuit pilots were masters of this technique, for they could bound skywards with their jump jets, disappearing into cloud cover. Had Colonel Starkson been able to organize his battle lines into the accustomed Astra Militarum combined arms approach, it is probable that he could have fended off these hit-and-run attacks. But as it was, the colonel was pinned down. In the strange storm, Vox communications were either malfunctioning or, Starkson had a rising suspicion, were being blocked somehow by their technologically advanced Xenos foe. With the Tau Enviro engines still offline, the entire middle continental region was once again subjected to the fury of the polluted sandstorms and allowed to rage unabated. The following weather cell had drawn in airs from the contaminated upper atmosphere. The storm grew in strength, with electrical squalls building up and rad storms increasing. All of this hellish weather was not unlike the superstorms that raged over the northern hemispheres in what was called the Mont Shadar by the Tau, the Death Wind, and the contaminated zone by the Imperium. Commander Shadowsun, always a meticulous strategist, had staggered teams of pathfinders between the battle site and the southern approaches. She desired comprehensive feedback on the approaching enemy troops. It was known that major Imperial forces were en route, but she wished to continue hammering the army that was pinned down now before the overwhelming numbers of new enemies could arrive. But as Commander Shadowsun led her bodyguard to destroy another circle of guardsmen, the message she had feared flashed over her internal display. They were coming in greater numbers. Whole new regiments were closing in. Even as she fired superheated energy bolts from each fusion blaster, Commander Shadowsun was calculating the amount of time remaining before the reinforcements arrived in critical mass. It was not long, but she knew that every second she had to take a toll upon the foe's numbers would pay dividends later. While her accompanying shield drone absorbed incoming heavy weapons fire, Shadowsun annihilated the nearest foes, her shots melting flesh, bones, armor, and weapons alike. Before the remaining guardsmen could turn to flee, Shadowsun's command-linked drone fed improved firing coordinates to her stealth team, whose burst cannons did not miss. Checking all was in readiness, she gave the order to the Enviro engineers and weather satellite operators. It was time to fuel the storm, and she rattled off the calculations for the energy increase as she led her troops to their next target. Further south, new regiments were on the move. Infantry, armor, artillery, and Imperial knights were closing with the growing sandstorm. Their lead elements were just passing the hidden Tau pickets when the weather grew rapidly worse, the most violent squalls making even standing upright difficult. Perhaps it was a trick of the rising storm, but amongst the hollow map icons flickered a distinct signal. A sign those Tau, who had fought previously upon Mugloth Bay and Prefectia, instantly recognized. The unique signature that briefly appeared was that of the Obsidian Knight, a walking nightmare that fought against the children of the greater good with extreme prejudice. Something about that towering engine of destruction sent ripples of fear through the Tau, who marked the flickering appearance of that icon before it went out. The Tau were not superstitious, however, and they had seen the Freeblade Knight topple to certain doom upon Prefectia. There was clearly some glitch in the sensor suite, for it defied logic that the Obsidian Knight could have returned. On the Imperial side, Lord Tybalt of House Terryn had received similar reports, and he was not so skeptical. This would not be the first time that the Obsidian Knight had appeared on a battlefield where his presence could not be explained. With the Imperium's strength growing, Shadowsun felt it was too dangerous to continue the assault, so she broadcast the fallback plan to all Tau, those of the Empire and of the Farsight enclaves. Within moments, the Tau armies had retreated to set coordinates to meet incoming transports, soon fading away into the blinding sands. Additionally, Shadowsun had special coordinates broadcast upon channels not used since Pure Tide's time. She deemed it was time to bring together those who had long been separated. Eunvar looked imperiously at Commander Farsight as he walked into the command room. A long and uncomfortable time passed, as neither offered the other even the slightest sign of acknowledgement. Realizing that any veneration, or even the proper formal greeting, required when entering the presence of the Ethereal Supreme was never going to be forthcoming, Eunvar opened. Using all his control, he spoke in clipped, severe tones, a reproachful father speaking to his wayward child. "Welcome, Chassor Veala Shasva Chaos Montaire." His head inclination was subtle, but gracious. Always observant, Eunvar noted that many in the control room followed his lead, nodding to the red-cloaked commander. Some, however, bowed too low, showing too much respect for Eunvar's liking. It was important that all knew who was in charge. Eunvar immediately adjusted the tone of his voice, this time addressing all in the room. "Respected warriors of the Tau Command, High Advisors, this is Commander Farsight, once a great pupil of Pure Tide. Now he is my greatest disappointment." This must not be his moment, thought Eunvar. Do not let him make it so. The former Firecast officer was impossibly old, yet still live and still more than capable of commanding a room. Farsight let his eye leave the Ethereal Supreme. His gaze swept the command chamber, and at last his head bowed. This gesture was directed to the room, however, and pointed not towards the lone figure that stood atop the dais. "But you were mine, Eunvar. I have not come to bandy words, nor to accept the thanks that are my rightful due. I came for war counsel, and for war counsel alone," said Farsight. Eunvar opened his mouth to chastise the rebel, but was immediately cut off in a savage and infuriating breach of protocol that had not happened since his rise to Ethereal Supreme. "Enough," said Commander Farsight, his voice rising. "Save your manipulations, Eunvar. I am not here for debate. My forces have, for the moment, saved those Tau trapped upon this planet. But the shock of my initial attack is gone, and the enemy is not. If we want to leave this world alive, then we must now work together for the greater good." Into the resounding silence, Commander Farsight added, "Their next wave is already massing. They will soon be coming in this direction." For a moment, the briefest of instants, the Ethereal Supreme stood, staring. He realized too late that his mouth had remained open. Pure rage flashed red, and Eunvar's mind screamed. Yet with a single deep breath, he once again regained composure. He must find a way to regain the initiative in this crucial encounter. And then Commander Shadowsun spoke. Eunvar noticed with pride that her voice was colder than usual. but contained its usual authority. "O Shava, the enemy will likely approach on this axis." She pointed along the hollow map. "Initial reports suggest they do not know we are directing the weather. If we time the operation correctly, we can lure them into attacking into a storm that we control." Farsight studied the map, recognizing a plan worthy of his own tactical prowess. The hour of the executioner. Agrellan burned. From space, the conflict racking the world looks strangely beautiful. Continental firestorms and vast battles appeared as swirling patterns of light and shadow. The contested world flickered like a coal in a brazier. High above, in the darkness of space, some distance from the most far-flung Imperial picket ship, an adept sat in his control throne on the bridge of a small, sleek frigate. Around him, the bridge was swathed in shadow, its columned expanse busy with the quiet industry of the crew. Coloured runes winked upon ivory consoles, while brass gauges and bone horror logs twitched and ticked amongst them. Everywhere acolytes moved between banks of controls, robes whispering with every step. The adept turned his attention from the fixed screen to the great onyx timepiece mounted upon the bulkhead next to it. His augmetic eyes clicked and whirred as he watched its final seconds tick down, the bone hands drawing inexorably together at midnight. A bell tolled within the death clock, a single solemn note ringing out across the bridge and causing the crew to glance at one another from beneath their cowls. Lord General Troskza had been permitted a generous amount of time to purge Agrellan. He had failed. Now it fell to them to correct those mistakes. With the slow deliberation of ritual, the adept removed his skull-inlaid signet finger. He opened a hinged panel in the arm of his throne and inserted the ring into the carved bone recess there revealed. Intoning a brief, sinister prayer, the adept twisted the ring anti-clockwise. Instantly, a dread signal flashed down through miles of wiring and cable, triggering a process of arcane revivification. Deep within the bowels of the adept's frigate, the agents of the Officio Assassinorum stirred slowly towards wakefulness. In solemn procession, chanting acolytes clad in black robes and bone masks made their way into 4 armoured cells. Some of the robed men bore censers from which billowed clouds of acrid incense. Others beat a slow funeral rhythm upon great black drums. The rest carried sacred articles of war gear, masterfully crafted firearms whose worth was greater than worlds, were borne alongside esoteric blades and macabre battle helms. The acolytes took their places around the sepulchral cryo-crypts in which the assassins lay. As the chanting rose in pitch, the ice-rimmed armor-glass lids of the crypts glowed from within, their shadow-blurred occupants writhing and twitching as consciousness returned. Cables drooled nutrient slush and coughed acrid gas as they detached and fell away from the crypt's flanks. Finally, as the drums boomed and the chanting voices reached a crescendo, the lids of 3 of the 4 crypts hinged slowly open, and their occupants stepped forth. Calidus, Calexis, and Vindicare, each moving with the lithe and deadly grace of a true predator. No words were needed, for the details of their mission had been inloaded directly to their enhanced cortexes during transit. Silently, the assassins took their weapons from the quivering acolytes, then padded away, making for the embarkation deck, where their drop craft waited. Only the 4th crypt, that of the Eversaw, remained sealed. This stasis chamber had held the berserk assassin like a fly in amber since the culmination of his last mission. Accompanied by chanting acolytes, hulking Ogrin servitors lifted the Eversaw's ominous casket and bore it away towards the drop pod that would carry him into the heart of battle. Monitoring his instruments from the command throw, the adept nodded his satisfaction as he registered the first 3 small energy signatures, dropping away from his ship and making towards Agrellan. The first of the execution force were away, and the last would follow soon. With no further duties to discharge, he settled back into his throne, sure in the knowledge that the Xenos would pay, and that the Emperor's will would be done. On the pick screen, Agrellan continued to burn. For this mission, the execution team's brief was simple. Even if the planet of Agrellan could not be purged of Xenos, it was essential that the greatest war leaders of the Tau must be slain. Thus, each member of the execution force had been assigned a prey to hunt. These Xenos would be taught that the Emperor's vengeance was inescapable. Shorn of their greatest commanders, the Tau war effort around the Damocles Gulf would be left rudderless, their empire foundering until the next Imperial task force could be assembled in order to completely annihilate them. It would only be a matter of time. Final preparations. Many battles had been fought upon Agrellan, but the greatest was now imminent. Since the major clash fought over Black Fossil Ridge, there had been only probing engagements. The forces of the Imperium had used the reprieve to regroup and rearm. The remains of their three continental spearheads had now mustered, each having driven through much opposition and delays. Now, however, all was in preparation for the final offensive. For the most part, the Tau had continued to fight a hit-and-run war, their armies retreating before the plodding Imperial forces. The Space Marines had conducted dozens of sorties, from disabling gun batteries to destroying vital comm links. These missions had been largely successful. The only notable failures, the repeated attempts to destroy the Tau leadership. Commander Shadowsun had eluded them, and despite many reports of the Ethereal Supreme Aeon Var at various locations, he could not be found. In the end, despite the Tau winning every major battle across the whole of Mugaloth Bay, they had only a single strong point left. The assault of this bastion, Lord General Troskza had insisted, was to be the final battle. Their destination was the newly installed Tau City that stood in the plains to the east of the former capital, the man-made mountain of the hive city Agrellan Prime. Although Colonel Starkson's initial attack, along with forces of the Adeptus Mechanicus, had done considerable damage to the outer defences and some of the air-scrubbing machineries, they had not destroyed the shield generators. Heavy shields still held an invisible dome over the airspace above, preventing the site from being reduced to ruins by an orbital barrage. It was Colonel Starkson's idea to time their attack with the coming of a large storm. Since damaging the Tau Enviro engines, the area had been all but consumed by driving sand squalls and rad storms. It was an odd request, as it was Colonel Starkson's original spearhead that had suffered the greatest losses beneath those storms. But that, he argued, had been because his forces had been caught on the run without a coherent plan. This time, even without Vox communications, the officers would be fully briefed on the exact battle plan. The Tau sensors and tracking equipment were superior, but in the midst of those hellish storms, their long-ranged weapons would suffer, and Starkson wanted to get in close. The endless infantry and armoured companies of the Imperial Guard were buoyed by abhuman regiments, Imperial Knights, and the super-heavy tank company that had served Starkson so well earlier in the campaign. Soon, all was in readiness. All they needed was the storm. The Coiled Spring. A master of the Kion can be noted by the timing with which they spring their traps. Too soon, and the target will shy away, or better prepare a proper defense. Too late, and the bait will be already snatched. The victim should only feel the jaws of the trap, enclosing them when it is too late to back out. During the weeks since the Battle of Black Fossil Ridge, a running battle between Space Marine scouts and Pathfinders had continued around No Man's Land, each side probing the other. Commander Shadowsun had worked hard to ensure the Space Marine scouts eventually won their way through to observe where the Farsight enclaves and their great mass of battlesuits were stationed. Amidst old Imperial ruins, new Tau barracks had been installed, protected by a ring of Tide Wall gun rigs. Commander Farsight had been correct when he predicted the Space Marines would arrive to battle by ways the Tau could not foresee. As the storm covered Lovastu, the foundations of the future Tau City, the drop pods hurtled down. The Thunderhawk gunships performed daring runs through the Tau anti-air batteries. Low-altitude airdrops sent strings of assault marines soaring down. A spearhead of White Scars arrived via Rhino transport, accompanied by an entire company on fast-moving bikes. A strong force of Raven Guard emerged out of long-forgotten subterranean tunnels, and even more Sons of Korax turned up within the Farsight Enclave's base camp perimeter, although the Tau never found their method of entrance. The attacks were well-timed and perfectly coordinated. The Firecast, as professional soldiers whose lives revolved around military maneuver and warfare, could appreciate that their foes were also consummate warriors. Even though the Space Marines were launching themselves into a prepared trap, it was going to be a difficult battle. On a signal from Commander Farsight, the holographic images of unarmed Firecast warriors engaging in training exercises shimmered and were gone. Even as the Space Marines landed, guided missiles and rockets crashed into the Tau's decoy gun emplacements and exploded. Moments later, the actual gun emplacements rose up on lifts, their cannons already firing. Bunker doors opened and the prepared Tau counterattack was underway. Crisis battlesuits jetted off in blasts of sand, streaking upwards to meet the descending assault marines. Thus began a battle that lit the clouds with gunfire. From high above, armoured figures plummeted like comets. The wounded and dead crashed to the ground, while the living landed atop the old Imperial ruins and began a running battle over the broken spires and rooftops. Skimming low over the ruins came a tightly packed piranha firestream wing. Like a school of predatory fish, they maneuvered as one, spearing outwards to counter the incoming company of bike-mounted White Scars. Led by Khosrow Khan himself, the bikes of the Stormlands battle demi-companies held their course, spraying bolter fire until, at the last second, the two groups broke, skidding across the sand or swerving away on some pre-arranged path. For miles across the desert plains, the combatants gave chase and attempted to strafe each other in a high-speed duel through the rising sandstorm. Various factions broke off in all directions, zooming through and over lanes in the rubble, each weaving in and out of teetering archways in pursuit of another kill. With their high-tech scanners and automated flight paths, the piranhas attempted to shake off their pursuers, while their AI-driven drones auto-fired on available targets, or detached to set up cunning ambushes on their own. Meanwhile, with nothing but their superhuman reflexes to guide them, the White Scars bikers more than held their own. One biker lobbed a crack grenade to send a piranha into a spiraling death spin. Another used a chainsword to smash down a gun drone before leaping off his bike to climb onto a passing piranha. Once on board, he beheaded both pilots, then executed a tumbling leap off the careening hovercraft before it ploughed into the sand and exploded. He had barely made it back to his bike when he was cut down by pulse fire. It was deadly for speeding combatants from either side to focus too intently upon their quarry, for in the swirling melee, many realized only too late that they were being hunted in turn. Through the growing storm, Devilfish raced out. Strike teams disembarked to set up deadly cross-firing gun lines. Those Space Marines that arrived by drop pod quickly found themselves facing superior firepower. Thunderhawk deployed rhinos and armoured support attempted to break through to aid their beleaguered brethren. But the Tau had cleverly concealed broadside battlesuits atop the upper stories of the shattered ruins, with dug-in pathfinders guiding their fire with targeted marker lights. Soon, hyper-accelerated railgun fire saw an entire company's worth of rhino-armoured personnel carriers abandoned and belching smoke. Disembarking Space Marines were met by furious hails of fire, both from the broadsides and from hidden teams of sniper drones. Boosting high up into the swirling clouds, the sniper drones were visible only when the winds periodically opened up to reveal the rare patch of blue sky. Chapter Master Kayvan Shrike led two companies of Raven Guard up from the depths of long-lost access tunnels. With cries of Victoris Ut Mortis and Forseverax, the vengeful Space Marines burst onto the battlefield. As this attack was completely unforeseen by the Tau, it was by far the most successful. Assembled fire warriors stood at their assigned jumping-off point, awaiting the signal to join the carefully choreographed counterattack. They were not expecting to be suddenly assailed by Space Marines. At close range, the Adeptus Astartes were unstoppable, and the wisest of the Chasseurs ordered their troops to re-embark into their devilfish and flee. Many did not make it, brought down mercilessly by the dark-armoured sons of Corvus Corax. The Imperial Guard's artillery began to fire barrage after barrage. They had timed their salvos to coincide with the Space Marines' assault. Indeed, the Adeptus Astartes drop pods were in their meteoric descent through Agrellan's upper atmosphere when the rolling barrage began. The intense shelling laid down a moving carpet of explosions, the firepower clearing a path for the oncoming ground forces. Beneath the lowering skies, deep lines of infantry and steel walls of tanks began to move. This was the hammer of the Astra Militarum, overwhelming mass in a steady, inexorable surge forward. Due to the whipping sands and the air thick with cloying pollutants, the troops could not see the massive explosions from the artillery fire that continued to pass over them. But they could hear the deafening thunder and feel the ground shake beneath that almighty fury. Despite all their losses and the hard campaigns fought merely to reach this final assault, the Imperial forces were staggering in size. To be one amongst such millions, to feel the marching footfalls of all that followed on behind you, was to be part of something larger than most men could ever imagine. From the start, the battle for Agrellan had been about punishing the Xenos. No thought or effort had been given to freeing the former Imperial citizens trapped in labor domes on the planet or shipped to far-off mining colonies. There were to be no efforts to recolonize the planet or to harness its resources or run away toxic pollution. This was a punitive action to smite the Tau, to show the upstart Xenos what it meant to assail the Imperium. In this battle, intended to be the last major action upon Agrellan, Colonel Starkson unleashed everything he had. He did not seek to beat the Tau armies, but to cleanse the planet of their presence. Because of the storm, and the high chance that communications would be limited or non-existent beneath its fury, Colonel Starkson had implemented a strict plan and schedule. Once launched, the Imperial war machine would churn across the desert, a noose tightening around Agrellan Prime, working its way inward to crush the Tau city that was being developed in the eastern shadows of the former Imperial capital. It was a vast expanse, but Starkson had millions of guardsmen. There was still enough to crush the Tau many times over. The last remaining Tau zone on Agrellan was protected by powerful force shields, thus precluding orbital bombardment support. It was possible for low atmospheric fighters and bombers to penetrate the shield dam, but early probes had confirmed that the Tau sector was heavily lined with emplaced gun turrets. Reconnaissance had also learned that the Xenos had conserved much of their air power, formidable fighter and ground support craft. For these reasons, Starkson's plan to await a covering storm seemed like a wise course. At long range, and in short-lived ambush attacks, the Tau armies had proven especially deadly. However, in a conflict that was an extended, close-range grind, the leaders of the Imperium's forces knew there could be only a single outcome. Colonel Starkson set up his operational headquarters on the edge of some desiccated woodland, its ancient groves blackened and petrified. There he watched waves of infantry formations disappear into the fog ahead. Company and regimental banners whipped in the stinging winds, each gust painful to bare skin, as it carried not only flying dust and grit, but also poisonous toxins. Blaring fanfares and ancient battle calls from their Vox sailors, Imperial knights strode by, those of House Terryn offering salute to Colonel Starkson as they passed. Hour after hour went by, without any halt to the procession making its way into the storm. As predicted by the Imperial scans, the storm system above them only seemed to be growing in intensity. Most of the Imperial commanders believed that it would take days of marching before their forces reached anything more than scattered pickets. The first real defensive barriers, where battles had previously taken place, were several days away, even if the forces could move at a regular speed through the rising storm. The first signs that there might be any trouble came many hours later. A distant roar could be heard, a low rumble that was barely audible over the sharp hiss made by the moving sand. The ground was already shaking from the thousands of clanking tank tracks, but now some faraway explosion reverberated, with Vox hails only working in a very limited perimeter. There was nothing Starkson could do but motion more troops towards the front. He knew the flames of war must be fed, and the price would be high. From high above Mugaloth Bay, the various Imperial Navy officers gathered upon the bridge deck aboard Lord Admiral Hawke's flagship. They watched in horror as the unnatural clouds continued their cyclonic whirl around the outer rim of the battle site, with a large calm eye developing over Agrellan Prime. It seemed the Xenos had somehow tamed the Hiveworld's storms. Bright flashes rippled across the continent where clouds had once drifted, sure signs of large-scale explosions and the unleashing of Titan-class weaponry. Doubtless, the Imperial forces on the ground were getting pounded by Tau atmospheric bombers. Waves of fighters were scrambled, sent out in thick swarms from the orbiting battleships. Regardless of Xenos' perfidy, the attack must succeed. Suddenly, the thick clouds disappeared, and the biting winds lulled. The guardsmen would have cheered for the abrupt reprieve, except the light of Agrellan's sun was painfully, blindingly bright. And then the world exploded. In many sectors, overloaded Earth-cast reactors had been remotely detonated, sending huge mushroom-shaped clouds towering upwards. In other regions, swarms of missiles so thick they blotted out the sun came down, the explosions hot enough to turn the sand below to blackened glass for miles around the epicenter of the blasts. Flesh was evaporated, steel twisted and melted beyond recognition. Yet not everything was destroyed in the maelstrom. Lumbering across blackened, flame-scorched sands came the Imperial Guard's most impervious vehicles, the hulking super-heavy tanks. They churned forward, each a mobile fortress, as formidable as the Imperium itself. Turrets, bearing enormous cannons, swiveling in search of retribution. Behind them strode Imperial Knights, their ion shields flickering. Shadowsun's counterattack had kept its distance from the blast zone, and was only now racing towards the front. However, there were Tau assets already in place. Bulwarks of armor and shields. The KV-128 ballistic suits had stood silent sentry while the desert exploded. Now they came alive, swiveling at the waist to align shoulder-mounted weapons, locking on to the tanks moving across the burning sands. Like clashing gods of war, the super heavies unleashed their prodigious arsenals, cutting loose with firepower whose single shots could shatter mountains. Giants dueled across the desert. The air crackled as beams of immense power streaked by, and rockets filled the skies. Flares burst like supernovae as titanic weaponry smote energy fields with ground-shaking force. The ion shields of the Imperial Knights shimmered, struggling to disperse the incoming fire of the awaiting KV-128 storm surges. With its own shields shrugging off the combined firepower of an entire company of super-heavy battle tanks, the nearest storm surge fired its pulse-driver cannon, the recoil kicking up a new cloud of dust. The shot, a blaze of incandescent fury, could it core through the thickest adamantium fortress or topple a Titan. This was the Earth-cast's largest mobile weapon to date, carrying a caliber of pulse weapon previously found exclusively upon starships. The Baneblade Foebreaker had served the Imperium of mankind for over 10,000 years. It had been in the battles that were now legend, fighting alongside Space Marine Primarchs when they still strode the stars. There was not a piece of its revered armor that had not been repaired or replaced. Always, Foebreaker had taken the enemy's best shot and lived to tell the tale. But not this day. Unshielded, the Baneblade stood no chance. The blue bolt of plasma fired by the storm surge was of such superheated intensity and at such a high velocity that it melted the armor, searing a hole and rupturing Foebreaker's power plant with cataclysmic results. Not a single scrap of plasteel survived the ensuing explosive meltdown. Elsewhere, Imperial Knights of House Terryn were being obliterated at a rate hitherto unseen. A trio in an Avenger lance formation was struck, one after the other. One pair of legs kept walking after its upper torso had been blasted away. Another received a blow through its chest and toppled to the sands. Only blackened scorch marks remained where once the third Imperial Knight had stood. In response, High King Tybalt roared, but his rage was as ineffective as his Gatling cannon, the shells bursting harmlessly off the Tau ballistic suits. As shoals of hammerheads skimmed into range, the whip crack of railguns could be heard. Dropping from the skies came XV-104 Riptides, each emitting a high-pitched hum as they pushed their reactors, supercharging their weapons in order to better join the clashing colossi. The battle was one-sided, but the Imperial forces exacted a toll. The Hellhammer, Emperor's Decree, blew the leg off a KV-128 Storm Surge and downed a trio of hammerheads before its crew were forced to abandon their mobile steel fortress as its hull was pierced multiple times, internal explosions seeing to the tank's destruction. The nobles of Voltoris, the famed knights of House Terryn, charged into a great shoal of hammerheads, their Reaper chainswords and Thunderstrike gauntlets flashing, but they did so at great cost. Not since the dark days of the Heresy meant so many of the house's nobles fallen in a single battle. King Tybalt himself would have been destroyed, were not for a darksome apparition from beyond the grave. As Tybalt's iron shield faded, and his kingsword went down upon one knee, a black knight suit, emblazoned with skulls, emerged from the storm. The Obsidian Knight had returned, and it seemed to burn with vengeance, wreathed as it was by an eerie phantom light. With its battle cannon pounding out a staccato doom, the Dark Walker arrived in time to safeguard its downed comrades, energy blasts fizzling and sparking off its impenetrable iron shield. Never had Tybalt witnessed such a duel, as the battle-scarred Behemoth fended off enemy shots, wading through a storm of firepower as it closed, until eventually its Reaper blade rent armor and sent mechanical limbs flying, each strike a thunderbolt of vengeance. As the swirling sandstorm picked up, the Obsidian Knight was obscured, becoming a black blur before disappearing altogether. His heroics allowed House Terryn to regroup, but with his force halved, even Lord Tybalt knew that retreat was the only way to ensure the survival of his house. Shorn of his iron shield and bearing a cracked carapace, King Tybalt led his limping contingent back. Except where the Obsidian Knights stalked, Shadowsun's plan to meet the opposition as they stepped from the wall of sand was proving highly successful. In well-rehearsed Montcar maneuvers, Pathfinders also infiltrated the storm, setting ambushes. Amassed stealth drones kept ghost kill wings hidden, so that Imperial troops walked into cross-firing cyclic ion rakers, or death zones where multiple fusion colliders atomized anything that moved. Those formations that emerged out of the storm were met by a wall of firepower, cadre fireblades directing the strike team's volleys, with particularly large or formidable foes drawing special attention from crisis battlesuits or hammerhead shoals. The Earthcast Enviro engines, coupled with their weather satellites, allowed them to invert the toxic upper atmosphere with pinpoint precision. One could stand beneath blue skies and breathe clean air, while a stone's throw away, a toxic hurricane of sand reduced visibility to a few feet. No matter how many the Tau slew, though, more and more guardsmen kept coming. Hunting the Hunter. Despite his long life, patience was not a virtue that Commander Farsight had mastered. He longed to complete his mission and to join the main battle against the encircling Imperial Guard. This delay was not anticipated, however. It was known that the Space Marines would be worthy adversaries. Despite losing half their number in the initial Tau ambushes, the remaining Space Marines were proving difficult to eliminate. Having seen firsthand the disruption the superhuman warriors could cause, Commander Farsight knew that it was wise to keep them far away from the main battle. Shadowsun's carefully constructed plan to attack the Astra Militarum forces could unravel should the Space Marines escape Farsight and regroup in strength. Their quick strike mobility could allow the Imperial Guard to break out of the death trap they were marching into. So Farsight continued to lead his forces, searching for and destroying the pockets of Space Marines in the ruins of the old refinery sites, unaware that he himself was now being hunted. A Vindica assassin had been deployed, his mission to kill the Tau leader known as Commander Farsight. After his lander, had put down, it had taken days to work his way inside the sprawling Tau compound. All along his route, the Vindicator had used all his impressive stealth and infiltration skills. But where such tactics caused undue delay, the assassin had resorted to his more deadly talents, leaving behind him a pile of corpses. One Tau Pathfinder team had picked up strange scanner readings forcing the Vindicator's hand. Each of the Xenos had died with a single shot through the aperture of their helmet's optics. Next to fall was a pair of broadside battlesuits that guarded a rubble-filled street the assassin needed to cross. Fire warriors, stealth teams, and even a hammerhead gunship had fallen victim to the Vindicator's Exitus rifle. Having reached his destination, the Vindicator sought a firing site, a place with wide, sweeping vistas. Spider-like, he climbed the ruins, leaping from rooftop to spires, a dark shade slipping through the shadows. At last he chose a perch in the upper stories of a teetering building. There the Vindicator crouched silently. His form-fitting suit was designed with camellia-line-laced material so that he blended in. Just another rubble pile or broken gargoyle from the tumble-down Gothic structures. Yet this statue was watching, waiting, his finger on the trigger of his long rifle. He was forced to change position once. A drone passed overhead, then returned, hovering in place, sweeping its sensors. Somehow, the Tau technology was picking something up. With blinding speed, the Vindicator left his hunter's crouch, drop-rolled and came up firing. The single shot pierced the drone's AI core, causing the device to cease functioning, crashing to the desert floor. Although he was sure his act had gone undetected, the Vindicator moved location. There was no margin for error. The Vindicator knew his target was close. While Tau technology had ensured their foes' comm signals were scrambled, there was no impediment in the Vindicator's equipment. Through his spy mask, the lone sniper received translated Tau communications. He listened to reports, gauging when his quarry might draw near. The Vindicator knew Commander Farsight had made arrangements for himself and his cadre to embark upon Orca dropships, and this perch looked over the site where he would board. It could only be a matter of time. Several miles away, and closing steadily, trackers were on the Vindicator's trail. Sub-Commander El Miyamoto, more commonly known as Darkstrider, motioned for his Pathfinders to follow. A few days previously, something had flashed up on the periphery of his prototype structural analyzer. Something altogether disquieting. On a hunch, Darkstrider had followed the trail, tracking the unique signature. Doubts that he and his Pathfinders were chasing phantoms were put to rest when they came across the first victims, another team of Pathfinders, all slain with fully charged pulse carbines. They had not fired a single shot as they were slain. More dead marked the trail. This foe had penetrated the Tau defense lines with ease and displayed marksmanship beyond that which the Tau could achieve, even with their superlative AI targeting assistance. That the path had led him straight towards the Farsight enclaves made Darkstrider suspicious. Was this an Imperial agent, or could it be a Tau from amongst the treacherous exiles who had abandoned the greater good? Darkstrider and his Pathfinder team wove through the ruins of the old refinery. Twice they ran afoul of the ongoing battles, once using their marker lighters to aid crisis teams in destroying a squad of White Scars on roaring bikes. Now the ghost signal was close, but the structural analyzer could not pinpoint the exact position. Sweeping the ruins with his gaze, Darkstrider marked the tallest structure. That was where he would position himself. With hand signals, he set his team in motion. Even from his perch, far up in the ruins, the Vindicator felt the air rush of the landing Orca dropship. Within moments, the red-armored battlesuits began appearing. When his mission target was sighted, the Vindicator fired 2 swift shots. The first was the shield breaker ammunition, a shot that passed through Farsight's force field and destroyed his shield generator. The device imploded with a flash. Without that protection, the second shot would penetrate the Tau commander's armor, exploding his head. Unfortunately for the assassin, a bodyguard had intercepted his second shot on his mission target. Ever since, the Master Sniper had been under siege. With uplifted shield generator, Commander Bravestorm had covered Farsight, while the rest of the 8 formed a crimson wall before their esteemed leader. The remaining Tau returned fire upon the sniper. Calmly, the Vindicator assassin loosed killing shot after killing shot into the red-armoured Tau swarming below. A strike team of fire warriors attempted to run to cover, each dropping dead so quickly it looked like some macabre chain reaction. Next, an XV-8 crisis team were shot as they blasted upwards, the full thrust jump jets sending the dead careening wildly. While incoming fire cracked around him, the Vindicator squeezed the trigger, shifted aim, and squeezed again. A Riptide fell to its knees and did not move again. As soon as the Vindicator calculated that he would not get another shot on his true target, he was running. He leapt, tumbling in a diving roll upon another rooftop. His mid-jump volley caused both pilots of a swooping piranha to slump, their hovercraft spinning to a fiery death below. Seeing an escape path, the Vindicator moved over rooftops, killing as he went. Darkstrider's ambush was fast. His perfectly positioned Pathfinders sent out a hail of pulse fire. With AI guidance, the shot patterns anticipated the lightning-quick Vindicator. Struck multiple times, the assassin's long rifle was blasted out of his hands. It wasn't the wounds that disorientated the Vindicator, but Darkstrider's perfectly timed photon grenade. The multi-spectrum light explosion erupted as the Vindicator drew and fired his Exitus pistol. 6 Pathfinders dropped, but Darkstrider was only wounded. Firing his own pulse carbine from the hip, the Tau seared holes in his foe, advancing until he was blasting away at point-blank range. He didn't stop shooting for a long time. The living horror. The Eversaur's pod crashed through the nanocrystalline dome enclosing the Earth-cast Science Center. Alarms wailed, teams of fire warriors rushing toward the site where the projectile had fallen, running faster as the sound of gunfire and frantic screaming reached them. Having smashed his way through the wreck of his pod, the Eversaur set about his assailants with savage fervor. He was a black-clad blur, his needler spitting death. Fire warriors were hurled to smash against walls with bone-breaking force, or riddled with explosive bolts. Earth-cast engineers hefted experimental weapons and blazed away, only to be eviscerated without scoring a hit. Panic spread like wildfire, and within minutes distress calls were winging their way out to the wider war. There was one who could not overlook such desperate pleas for aid, and who was in close proximity. Just as the Assassinorum Adept had intended, the distress calls reached Commander Farsight, and were not ignored. Although his shield generator had been damaged in the failed assassination attempt, Commander Farsight was eager to reach the main battle. From reports, Shadowsun's forces were hard-pressed to maintain her attack. It was vital to keep the overwhelming Imperial forces wrong-footed, for they must not escape out of the storm zone. There was no half measure with the killing blow. Thus, it had been Farsight's plan to leave half his force to hunt the remnants of the Space Marine assault, while he took the remaining cadres to aid the Tau Empire forces. Farsight insisted that repairs be made en route, and was aboard an Orca dropship when the distress signals came in. The largest of the Earth-cast science domes was under attack. As Shadowsun had taken the vast majority of the firecast on her perimeter attack, there were few troops within the central compound of Lo Vashta'u to respond. Without hesitation, Oshava ordered the Orca to plot a new course. Deploying via airdrop, Farsight and his retaliation cadres entered the Great Dome through the massive hull torn by the assassin's drop pod. The first to land within the complex was Farsight himself. Despite having seen many horrors in the savage stars beyond the Tau Empire, Commander Farsight was appalled. The Eversaur assassin had run amok. It had not been much more than 15 minutes since his drop pod crashed, yet the Earth-cast laboratories looked as if they were bombed-out abattoirs. Blood and body parts were everywhere, for the Eversaur did not just kill his foes, he rent them, scattering pieces in gory arcs. Whether the enemy stayed and fought or ran, it mattered not. Intoxicated with volatile chemicals, the augmented assassin moved with speed and power far beyond normal human ability. The Eversaw was not just a weapon, it was an instrument of terror, a true monster. Above all, the Eversaw showed mankind's foes just how far the Imperium would go to achieve victory. Aware that his mission target had arrived, the Eversaw turned from his slaughter and sprinted back, more chemicals boosting him in preparation. Even as the sensor suites of the Tau battlesuits sounded proximity alarms, the Eversaw was amongst them. He had burst through a wall and leapt atop the nearest XV-8 crisis battlesuit, twisting to avoid plasma bursts. Using his power sword, he effortlessly cut away the nanocrystalline alloy armor, yanking out the exposed pilot and flinging him away. Injected with a range of toxins from the assassin's neuro-gauntlet, what hit the ground was wet and already bursting from within. By then, the skull-faced killer had moved on to his next victims. With a whirling spin, he took off a battlesuit's leg with his power sword, while his executioner pistol sent a flurry of explosive shells to drop another XV-8. Using the falling Tau as a springboard, the Eversaw leapt up to intercept more crisis suits mid-air, performing acrobatic feats as he lopped off limbs. With a backflip, the Eversaw landed atop a shield drone, momentarily steering it with body shifts. The Tau began to lose discipline, attempting to gun down their swift-moving foe. One crisis suit stitched a line of burst cannon fire across his own team, while a wild fusion blast struck an Earth-cast plasma tower. Thick coils of living energy snaked out, adding to the carnage. Stepping between Farsight and the assassin was the heavy-footed Oblatai 9-0. The broadside battlesuit fired a fusillade of missiles, but to no avail as the assassin dodged. In return, Oblatai received a neuro-gauntleted fist, punching apart his optics. Had there been a living person within that suit, his fate would have been sealed. As it was, the AI chip was fried by feedback. Only then did the Tau land a shot, as Farsight's plasma rifle struck the Eversaw, slowing him so that the remaining 8 were able to blast ragged holes in the drug-fueled body. It fell, twitching in a bloody heap. Riddled with plasma bursts, the Eversaw was down. Still stunned by the sudden and berserk violence of the black-clad assassin, Farsight, his bodyguard and supporting crisis teams looked on at the smoking ruin of its body. Before the riptide Ovessa could say that his sensors were still picking up not just a heartbeat but multiple ones, the Eversaw lurched back into action, punching its neuro-gauntlet from an armored joint of the nearest crisis suit. As its pilot died in convulsive agony, the Eversaw spun around the battlesuit's flamer arm, ensuring that the dying Tau's last act was to scorch his comrades. The Eversaw's synthetic adrene gland was in overdrive, pumping a cocktail of combat drugs through his veins. With a tumbling roll, the killer retrieved his power sword and unleashed a flurry of blows. After carving a bloody path, the Eversaw reached its target and launched a furious assault upon Commander Farsight, sending out sparks as they rang. The Dawn Blade and the assassin's power sword met again and again before the Tau commander unloaded his plasma rifle point blank. The shot and muzzle flash blossoming together into a searing blast. Propelled backwards, the Eversaw struck the engineer's plasmic coil, caught for a moment in excruciating currents before rebounding back at incredible speed. Farsight was prepared. Timing his swing perfectly, Farsight swept the Dawn Blade across, cutting the vile creature in two. The Tau looked on with disbelief as the upper torso crawled towards its target, apparently laughing. At its death, the Eversaw's biochemistry detonated. The ensuing explosion toppled the dome. Doom in disguise. A day previous, the Calidus assassin landed on the outskirts of the new Tau capital. In the course of 3 grueling hours, the shape-shifting assassin impersonated first a Pathfinder whose team she massacred, then a chasseur assigned to a sensor base in the east. Finally, through guile and poisoned blades, the Calidus slew the one whose face she truly wished to wear. When he strode to his personal devilfish transport minutes later and demanded to be taken to Oshashira, the noble Aeon was not at all himself. In the meantime, the main assault had begun. In many ways, it was less of a battle and more of a chasse ordre, a fire-cast drill where gunline formations faced extended target practice. From her mobile command post, Shadowsun kept a keen eye upon the storm and the continual attack waves of counter-strike cadres she sent into that wall of sand and toxins. Her attention was everywhere at once, on comms reports, vid relays, command-link drones and messengers. The Tower were amazed to see the Imperial Guard continue in the face of such staggering casualties, as wave after wave of men and machines kept coming. The Tower attacks would advance, killing targets and sending men into disarray, before themselves falling back in good order to rest and refit, clearing the way for the next assault cadres. The continual need to send fresh attacks to reap their bloody toll was taxing, yet the Tau dared not slacken their pace, for the Astra Militarum were relentless. With regularity, some captain, lieutenant, or inspired sergeant would attempt to break the Tau trap. Some tried entrenching themselves in the sand. Others launched furious assaults of their own, endeavouring to escape the belt of storms and Tau gun lines that encircled their troops. All failed. Shadowsun's mobile command centre was little more than a collection of vehicles situated upon a dune. A ring of pathfinders was positioned in a perimeter, and Earth-cast engineers scurried about, ensuring the shield generators and stealth drones that offered the group protection were in working order. An Orca dropship hovered overhead, prepared to land if sudden extraction were required. When a devilfish arrived bearing the noble Aeon, an ethereal who sat upon Eunvar's High Council, he was motioned through. The arrival of such a dignitary, so near the front lines, meant a high-priority message. As the ethereal and his guard approached, Shadowsun left her holoscreens to greet him. At the last moment, however, something struck Shadowsun as odd. The mimicry of the ethereal's tone was perfect, but she was well accustomed to the commanding presence and distinct scent of the ruling caste. Shadowsun paused. This slight hesitation saved her life. In the act of bowing, Aeonkar's features rippled, and his gesturing hand suddenly sprouted a sword. The blade seemed to blink, shifting straight through Shadowsun's XV-22 armor as if it were water, piercing her side. Had Shadowsun not already been moving backwards, the thrust would have penetrated her heart. Activating her jump jets, Commander Shadowsun pulled herself off the phase sword painfully, blasting backwards, tumbling awkwardly. Where Aeonkar had stood moments ago, there was now a female human clad in a skin-tight bodysuit. The shape-shifting Calidus assassin had revealed herself. Never before had she missed her mark. The Calidus had killed so often that she instantly knew her blade had bitten deep, but missed its true target. Drawing forth and firing a wide beam of her neural shredder, the assassin sent out waves of electromagnetic energy, dropping the nearby Tau, their brains and nerve receptors critically overloaded. The Calidus moved in for the kill, leaping over the convulsing warriors, her sword shimmering with fell light. Although wounded, Shadowsun was a fierce warrior. Only Farsight had beaten her academy combat training scores. Yet even her fastest attacks could not compete with the blurring speed of the assassin. The Calidus vaulted over or stabbed through all opposition, dodging shots from Shadowsun's fusion blasters en route. With her final leap, the Calidus intended her blade to find Shadowsun's heart, but it was a leap the assassin did not make. The pathfinders that surrounded the command center had heard the commotion and rushed to aid Shadowsun. 2 ion rifles shot wide of their mark, but the pathfinders' leader, Shasu Kalas Starshroud, sprayed plasma bursts with his pulse carbine, hitting the Calidus with such force it slammed her back into the hollow map projectors. She sprang up quickly, her sword arcing again toward Shadowsun, but this time the Tau commander blocked the Calidus' chopping blade arm away with a fusion blaster, while foiling the kick to her midriff with a twist and raised knee, but she had no counter for the Calidus' other hand, into which had sprung a long, needle-sharp blade. Starshroud was by Shadowsun's side now, struggling with both hands to halt the downward descent of that blade, for the assassin possessed a maniacal strength that belied her live form. In a desperate twisting motion, the assassin pulled back, slashing again at her target, but it was too late, for Shadowsun had activated her remaining fusion blaster. Little was left of the assassin, who had taken the blast at point-blank range. Even her bones were melted. Bleeding profusely, Shadowsun turned to thank her savior. But alas, Starshroud had dropped to one knee. His recon armor had been no match for the poisoned blade that had stabbed him. The chasseur paid a high price for his heroics. Choking as deadly toxins burned through him, he gasped out his final words. For the greater good. Fear comes creeping, with his animus speculum masking his soulless aura. No drone or sensor could detect his presence. Although they looked straight at the ghoul in their midst, not one of the bewildered fire warriors sent to investigate the landing craft could see him. Yet as the strike team mounted their transport to return to base, none could shake the creeping fear that had settled upon them. That sensation would have turned swiftly to terror had any of them been able to see the silent, skull-helmed horror that had joined them inside their vehicle, and which even now pressed itself into a corner of the Devilfish's transport compartment, biding its time as it began the quest to reach its ultimate prey. In the great battle that was taking place around the Tau capital, Commander Shadowsun's massive counterattacks were bleeding the enemy forces white, steadily draining their once seemingly inexhaustible might. As a race, the Tau did not make much of irony, or else they might have noted that it was the humans' own polluted taint on the planet that was now being turned against them, channeled by the Earth-cast engineers. The Tau just needed to hold out longer. The Corvatra, the Tau Navy, was still a month or more away from arriving in sufficient force to drive off the powerful armada of Imperial battleships that encircled Mugaloth Bay. It was essential that they do so, for the burgeoning Sept world was to be the new jewel in the Tau Empire's crown, a symbol of progress and invincibility for the Tau people, and an expansion hub on the far side of the Damocles Gulf that would bring further glory to the Tau. It was their right to conquer, for the Tau brought the greater good to all. Entrapped on Mugaloth Bay was Eonvar himself. As the Ethereal Supreme, Eonvar was the face of leadership to not just the Tau, but to the countless alien races they had subsumed into their growing empire. Eonvar was the oldest and wisest of the leading caste, the most senior of his kind. It was he that had launched the Third Sphere expansion, and he that shepherded his people towards the greater good. There were no lengths to which the Tau would not go to save the most honored of the Ethereals. To this end, Eonvar's location upon Mugaloth Bay was secret to all but a few. He was not in the city itself, although there were several hollow clones in place there. Instead, the Earth-cast engineers had fashioned a complete Tau command module, replete with living quarters, hidden deep within the man-made cesspit that was once called Agrellan Prime. The ruins of the old Hive City towered into the upper atmosphere and spread across hundreds of miles. The citizens and parasitic vermin that once packed the Hive's dense hub blocks were either dead or repopulated to service worlds where they could help the Tau Empire prosper through their labor. One day, Agrellan Prime would be demolished, for the Tau deemed that naught could be salvaged from such crude work. In the meantime, the filth-ridden warrens made an effective hiding place. In addition to being buried beneath the massive sprawl of the Hive City, the location was further masked by a shield dome and protected by many cadres of fire warriors. There, in those depths, Eonvar had kept abreast of the battles, watching holo maps while pacing about his hobbydisk, his honor guard stoically matching his every turn. Hiding had been difficult for the Ethereal Supreme, and despite the air-purifying engines, the place still smelled of Guela and barbarism. Eonvar had kept busy by preparing victory speeches to be broadcast to the Tau Empire. The Ethereal Supreme was still torn between leaving out all mention of Commander Farsight or spinning the tale of a wayward disciple that had returned to a forgiving master. He was revising his plans aloud when the lights flickered and went out, leaving the command center lit only by the dim glow of emergency lighting. Backup systems and secondary generators kicked in, and within seconds the command center had returned to full power. The room of advisors and ethereals looked upon one another, asking questions. Tau technology did not fail. Already, teams of engineers could be seen scurrying down the compound's hallways, their fleets of worker drones hovering quickly behind. It was probably some minor fault caused by something shifting in the haphazard foundations of the city. But a growing disquiet crept over all those in the command center. Uneasiness grew until the nervous energy in the room was palpable, and there was good reason to fear. Passing through the empty streets and ruins of Agrellan Prime was a true horror. It passed undetected, save only for an unsettling feeling that washed out in bow waves before its sinister presence. Spider-like it crept, scuttling down access shafts, picking its way through narrow tunnels, searching for its target. Resplendent and clean-lined amidst the ancient ruins, the Tau compound glowed, its very newness shining in the darksome hole of the old hive city. The crawling thing from the blackness pried open a vent, pulling itself inside. The Colexus assassin had come, and it aimed to kill Eunvar. Slipping into and out of reality, the Colexus was a blur to the Tau and their myriad sensors. Fear ran before him, causing all nearby to shudder, and slowing or even freezing AI functions. This living horror was a soulless anomaly, a shifting spectre of inhumanity, replete with the terrors of the warp. It scurried across the ceilings, over unnerved engineers, dropping down to walk after their passing. Its skull-faced head turned this way and that as it peered through walls in search of its target. A burst from its opened animus speculum felled 2 guards, their armor worthless against the lethal mind blast. A pair of gun drones, unable to focus on a foe, were ripped from the air and smashed. Deeper and deeper, the black-clad creature stalked into the command compound, leaving a trail of dead behind. Fire Warrior strike teams, alerted to an intruder, shot wildly down the corridors, but in the end were blasted by negative psychic streams or torn apart at close range. The Colexus neared its target. It began as a growing unease and blossomed into pure dread. The Colexus burst into the command center in an orgy of swift destruction. The Fire Warriors guarding the room crumbled, their last breath used to scream in horror. The Colexus seemed to solidify and fade as it unleashed the full power of its animus speculum. Eunvar was wounded, his mind aflame. His honor guard, knowing they would die, willingly stepped between the flickering ghoul and their master, absorbing that onslaught. Only by such noble sacrifice did Eunvar escape, his hover drone banging off pristine corridor walls as he fled, peering behind him for fear of pursuit. The hallways were filled with bodies, their twisted expressions contorted in final terror. Assuming none were left to defend him, Eunvar knew he must flee. The triple-shielded doors opened upon his command, and the Ethereal Supreme entered the abandoned hive. Terror followed at his heels. The certainty that the black-clad nightmare was calmly pursuing him drove Eunvar onwards. His throbbing mind saw images of a leering death mask. When the hover drone malfunctioned, damaged from flight or battle, Eunvar left it, the robed figure moving as quickly as his ancient limbs allowed. He turned corridors, stumbled down empty streets and climbed time-worn steps leading to a vast, arched structure. The gargoyle-studded building was ancient, grotesque, its purpose long forgotten. In short, it was all that Eunvar loathed of humanity. There, beneath its arches, the Colexus assassin finally caught its prey. The end was neither swift nor merciful. Imperial withdrawal. Task Force Retribution was to scour the Xenos race known as the Tau from Agrellan, as those who had dared to confront the Imperium must learn of the consequences. That mission had been deemed a failure, and other elements within the task force now took precedence, and the evacuation of the Astra Militarum forces began. The Space Marines that escaped Farsight's ambush had fought their way to evacuation points and returned to their orbiting spacecraft. They were in the process of rearming and coordinating their redeployment when they heard a new Lord General had replaced Lord Troskza, and his first act had been to issue an order calling for the Astra Militarum's immediate withdrawal from Agrellan. All chapters looked to Caven Shrike, for the Adeptus Astartes were under no authority but their own, and they wished to see what their highest-ranking officer would do. Shrike announced that the Raven Guard would depart within the hour, so the Adeptus Astartes quickly embarked for other destinations, as there were more distress calls than Imperial forces to answer. Theirs was the way of war, and the concerns of one campaign or planet mattered little to them. Khosrow Khan, however, was enraged. Once again the Khan was denied. Once again, he had failed to bring back the head of Commander Shadowsun. He was stubborn-minded enough to disregard what others were doing and continue with his own dwindling company. But an additional command came. This one originated from White Scar's chapter master Jubal Khan. The remnants of the Third Company and its support were needed urgently back at Chagoris. There could be no delays. The Khan was needed to help fight the Red Corsairs. Colonel Starkson was still sending fresh companies into the storm when he received word. A withdrawal was not an easy maneuver, and it was especially dangerous in the face of an aggressive enemy and under deadly weather conditions. Had Agrellan been a pacified planet, a withdrawal would have taken 15 to 20 days. Colonel Starkson had less than 3. Within hours of their retreat from the battlefront, the storm subsided, confirming the Imperium's growing suspicions. Within a few hours more, the first Tau hit-and-run attacks began to dart around the flanks of the retreating columns. Colonel Starkson himself organised the rearguard action, fighting off several thrusting attacks made by the more mobile Tau forces and preventing the evacuation from becoming a rout. It was clear that not all forces would reach a safe destination, even after Lord Admiral Hawk added many additional transport sites, allowing more Imperial troops to escape. Either not content with their triumph, or not wholly convinced of their foe's retreat, the Tau Empire counterattacked often and without mercy. Ambushes slowed the Imperial forces or drew off their strength in hopeless pursuit. Yet worst of all were the airstrikes. Imperial atmospheric flyers were concentrated around the landing zones, leaving retreating masses on the ground open to the Tau aircraft's endless strafing attacks and bombing runs. Beaten, bedraggled, and showing the signs of early-stage rad sickness, the foot soldiers of the Astra Militarum dragged themselves onward beneath the blazing sun. In the end, many high-ranking officers were winnowed out from the massed retreat and ferried to the landing zones aboard Valkyries. Those taken were the most highly decorated of their kind, such as the wounded but recovering Knight Commander Pask. Special Operations airlifted out High King Tybalt and his remaining knights, who returned to Voltaris for much-needed repairs. Of the Obsidian Knight, no sign was found, but King Tybalt felt sure that the sinister Freeblade would turn up again to haunt the Tau. It was a lone thought of comfort to him. In addition to key officers, heavy equipment was given priority. Far away, members of the Departamento Munitorum had rightfully reasoned that it was those items that were far harder to replace than the many millions of men that would soon be abandoned. Had Colonel Starkson been asked, he would have refused to leave his men. But he did not have to make such a decision, for no special evacuations ever came for him. Lord Admiral Hawk watched the officers file onto the bridge. He was pleased that they were professional enough to question who was missing from the council. He had been through such things many times that it was no longer awkward, but it was easier to work with those who understood the price of failure. Clearing his throat, the Admiral began. As you know, the evacuation sites have been nearly completed. We are slightly behind the stated departure times already, and as such will be able to make only a token effort to retrieve all ground forces, said Lord Admiral Hawk, gravely. I have made as many additional allowances as have been prudent. Here the Admiral stopped and looked around the gathered officers, as if reminding himself of who was present. In fact, I have been less than prudent, but I have sent down every transport we have. Even so, we estimate that within the hour we will have close to 50% of the surviving Astra Militarum forces aboard our fleet. Here, Lord Admiral Hawke halted, for all knew that such an act was condemning the soldiers remaining on Agrellan to die. He had expected some of the more junior officers to protest, but none did. "Finally," said Hawke, "before we go our separate ways, I am to formally disband Task Force Retribution. Good luck, mate. May the Emperor protect you." He gave the Imperial Navy salute, as regulations required. As the men returned the salute and began to leave, the lone tech priest from the Architrove remained. Never a good sign, thought Hawke. "Admiral Hawke," it rasped, "I have a request from Mars." Lord Admiral Hawke, commander of the 478th Battle Fleet Ultima, waited impatiently. The shuffling tech priest was hunched, his breath the wheezing of valves, his gait the driving of pistons. He churned forward slowly, heading towards the entourage ahead, which was waving smoking braziers and chanting. They bore a sarcophagus. The cowled tech priest bowed to Supreme Admiral Hawke and, adjusting several knobs on his chestplate, began to speak. His voice sounded tinny, his syntax mechanical. "Lord Admiral Hawke, this is the gift of Voca Decimus Nile 96th of Mars. He sends to you the gift of the World Flame. The warhead mounts upon a torpedo. My lord bids you discharge it as a parting gift, targeting the nebulae storms in the northern hemisphere of Agrellan. Nemo mea piona effugit." After this, it laughed, a truly awful sound. The tech priest continued. "They who have sown the storm clouds shall now reap its whirlwind. Our ship, the Archaeotrove, shall soon bless the entire Damocles Gulf." The creature laughed again, before switching off its chestplate dials. It sketched a final bow, and its hand signal offered the blessing of the Omnissiah to end the meeting. The red-robed entourage began the long shuffle back to their waiting shuttle. In his long and storied career, Lord Admiral Hawke had twice seen Exterminatus performed, and he knew that this was not that ritual. He did not know what it was that he fired upon Agrellan, but he was glad to have it off his ship. From his bridge command, he saw what the warhead did to Agrellan, setting a sea of flames raging across the world, changing it from grey to luminous and unnatural orange. It was not long before the Archaeotrove delivered upon its dark promise, setting alight the nebulae. The Damocles Gulf erupted in light. The dawning of a new era. The world that had once represented the hopes and aspirations of the expanding Tau Empire was now a different kind of symbol. The Tau had never before tasted so deeply from the bitter cup of defeat. The great losses they had sustained marked the end of an era and a grim entry into a bloody new age of war. Mugaloth Bay burned. Before they left low orbit, the Imperial forces had somehow ignited the strange fusion of gases that swirled around the giant planet's northern hemisphere. The chain reaction sent unnatural firestorms sweeping over the lands. This was beyond the Enviro engine's ability to halt or control. Anything not beneath a protective shield dome was doomed, and only a single shield dome remained, the massive one that spread over the capital. Many millions of Tau died, as did those soldiers left behind by the foe. When the Corvetra arrived, they did not recognize the planet. The news they brought was worse still. Fires did not burn upon Mugaloth Bay alone. The strange phenomena known as the Damocles Gulf had become a roiling inferno. Those labyrinthine passages that it had taken the Tau so long to discover were untenable once again. For many days, those trapped beyond the vast barrier were faced with the unsettling truth that they might never travel back to the Sept worlds, that they were cut off forever from the Tau Empire. Communications could pass through the barrier, but starships could not. Earth-caste engineers, however, were working ceaselessly to perfect a shield that would protect starcraft from the highly corrosive gases. Early tests were positive, as some ships survived the passage from the Damocles Gulf, but the failure rate was high. Commander Shadowsun had recovered from her wounds, although she still grew weak quickly. As Supreme Commander of the Empire's Firecast, she spent long sessions with the Ethereal High Council, for there was much to plan and discuss. Terrible rumours swirled around the Tau Empire, but all fears and doubts were silenced by the announcement that, in a matter of days, Ethereal Supreme Eonvar would broadcast a speech, his new statement to be beamed across the Sept worlds and beyond. It was to be a message of hope and courage, a message to be seen by all children of the greater good. Commander Farsight was gone from Mugaloth Bay, returning to exile in his enclaves. His exit was sudden and without notice, for he left before the Ethereal High Council reached the inevitable conclusion that he must be captured and tried for treason to the Tau Empire. And there we go, the history of the second Damocles Gulf Crusade. I'll be doing a video on the first one, but because it's one of those things that's been part of the lore since the creation of the Tau, because the Tau aren't that old as a sort of race in 40k. They only came about in sort of early 2000s, if I remember correctly, maybe 2003, 4, something like that. Maybe it was a bit earlier, I don't know, but it was around that time. But there's been a couple of different novel series which have tackled this area, and I think some of them are quite contradictory, and some of the codexes cover it differently because it's one of the first pieces of lore with them. It's changed and altered. I believe Blades of Damocles, the novel, and I put a link into a couple of novels you definitely need to read if you want to know more about the Tau, because a lot of people are under the illusion that the Tau are the good guys. They're nice guys. They're not. They're really, really, really evil. Really twisted. You know, don't fall for the propaganda. The Tau are messed up, man. Just as messed up as any other race in the 40k universe, you know, and they're only getting more messed up as they advance out. This comes to a head after the creation of the Great Scar, without any spoilers. Basically, the Tau discovered a wormhole that leads to the other side of the galaxy. Convenient that, so then they can have battles in that part of the galaxy. So they go in the portal, and in the portal, they're in the warp, and they come into contact with a Tau god of the greater good, which is basically the collected psychic belief in all the different... because the Tau themselves aren't psychic, you see. That's the part of the thing with the Colexus there. They have very, very limited psychic output, presence, soul, and then there's the whole thing with Farsight, which we won't get into, but they've just discovered a Tau god of the greater good, which is the combined belief of all the other races that have joined the Tau Empire, because they have got bright, normal souls, and all the humans and everything. Their collective belief in the greater good has created a corrupted, chaotic entity of the greater good in the warp, which treats the Tau like they are its children. Definitely worth checking out these novels. I'll put a little list out in the description, so definitely go and check them out. Definitely worth picking up. Blades of Damocles is definitely one of my favourite 40k books ever. It's got Cato Sicarius at his best, you know. If you don't like Ultramarines after that, I don't know what to tell you, you know. I don't know what to tell you, but it's really good. You see the first chipping away of Farsight's belief in the greater good and the Tau Empire, and the terrible things they're willing to do. And it's really, really good. One of Phil Kelly's best books. But anyway, I digress. I'll do the first Damocles Gulf Crusade at some point. I'll do some research and I'll write that up. It'll probably be a lot shorter than this, but I'll do that soon. Next things that are coming up, more story time, more campaigns. I've got one involving Space Wolves, a very big campaign thing that's coming up, so stay tuned for that. Thanks to everybody supporting the channel. As I've been ranting, your names are going by here. It's not that old, this lore, but it's pre the sort of new 40k with the Indomitus Crusade and the Great Rift and everything. This is where the Tau were just before that point, and then they go on a new sphere of expansion. But anyway, it's interesting. The Tau are really interesting, and it's a good way to explore certain other ideas within the 40k universe and how they collide with the Imperium predominantly, but hoping to see how I'd like to see some stuff with the Tau interacting with the Necrons, with the Eldar, more stuff with the Orks, because that's really interesting. I might have some story time related to that as well soon, but we'll see.
Anyway, thank you all again. Farsight is a badass. His sword is amazing. I'm still trying to get through the Farsight books and catch up with everything that's been happening with him and learn the secrets, because they were always a big thing with the Farsight enclaves from the very start. It was a bit of a mystery. But I think Phil Kelly was involved with the development of the Tau from the very start. He's been able to really have a charge over the dark stuff that's going on in their society and the lore and everything with them. So yeah, Phil Kelly's Mr. Tau. So definitely you want to pick up Blades of Damocles. I'll say it again, it's an amazing book, you need it. But I'll go now, I'm just ranting. More big campaign videos coming soon. More lore videos coming soon. More review videos coming soon. I've actually been reading, so I'll actually have some books to review. And more story time coming soon. So stay tuned for more. Please give the video a like. Subscribe if you want to subscribe. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.